Hey, Rich, will you unmute your mic? Don't do it then. We don't want to hear from you. Oh, we're good?
That's one item I did not mark for me to talk on.
We'd like to start the general session, open up the regular city council meeting for Tuesday, April 9th, 2024 at 5:33 PM. I'm sure you've all seen the agenda and it's a little bit changed today, but we'll bear with us as we go through it. A couple of new items we're going to be doing. So right now, if you'd stand and join us in word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and the wonderful rain you've given us. Beautiful signs in the sky yesterday that just unbelievable. Lord, we thank you for the gathering tonight, the people that take interest in this town, the people that want to be a part of the decisions and where it goes. Lord, we thank you for them. We thank you for this council that gives their time for a full-time job for very little pay. But Lord, you blessed us all to give us this responsibility. We ask you help us, guide us, give us the wisdom to do what's right for this town, what's good for the citizens, and move forward in your word. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas pledge.
Honor to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Roll call. Councilmember Walker.
Here.
Councilmember Conrad.
Present.
Councilmember Schultz.
Present.
Councilmember Renning.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeze.
Present.
We're all present. Have a quorum. We're going to start with citizen visitor comments. We've got a couple, I think, maybe just one. We have an exciting business coming to our town, and we're all excited about it, especially me. You can tell I prefer hamburgers over most other foods. If you guys would like to come up and make a comment, introduce yourselves. If you'll
This way or
state-
this way?
That way. If you'll state
Okay.
your name and your address for the record, please.
Great. The business address,
Yes.
Yes.
That's fine.
Lindsay Fletcher. We're gonna be located at 403 Mesquite Street in the lovely Glen Rose, Texas.
Collier Albright with Grump's Burgers, started it almost 5 years ago. So can't tell you how thrilled we are to be here. Thank y'all for having us tonight. And we're thrilled that the Fletchers are our first franchisee. This will be our first franchise store. When Cody and Lindsay approached us, we had been in this business, the franchise business, for almost 2 years and hadn't found the right fit. And so when we met the Fletchers, we spoke to them, but what really put it over the top was Glen Rose. We're thrilled to be opening a business here. So thank you all very much.
Yes. And I want to say from Cody and I, especially, we have been welcomed by so many people at the city, Troy especially, Larry. They've been phenomenal in helping us. We've been working on this for a while now, and we've bounced around and found some struggles in the location, and they've worked with us and been so wonderful helping us find a location and get situated. And Larry's really helped us stay in line with city code and expectation, and we appreciate that. And Glen Rose, for us, we moved our kids here a few years ago, and we knew right off the bat that we wanted to find a way to pour back into this city. The city poured into our kids right off the bat. The teachers, the coaches, the parents, everybody just absorbed our family, and we instantly thought, this is where we want to land. We own another business, and we've had it for 25 years, and we are, for lack of better terms, we are diving off into something brand new, but we know the fit is here for us. We've actually been patrons of Grump's for over 20 years, from right when they opened. A lot of the employees at the Granbury Grumps call us the Glen Rose couple because we are in once a week without fail. And we just believe in it. We believe in the concept, and we believe in every part of Grumps, and the whole staff, the team of Glen Rose has been phenomenal. We knew the minute we saw the first sign when we were eating lunch one day, we both saw it when they put it up, and we thought, that's us. We've been waiting for something to just tell us this is the move, and that was it. So we found the right location. If you guys don't know, we're going to be in what was the H&H Grill. We've taken over that building, and we are in renovation stages right now. We are hoping to be open midsummer, mid to late summer, and we cannot wait to offer this wonderful concept to Glen Rose and share with you guys what we love so much. So again, we thank you so much for taking a chance on us. We're very, very excited, and we can't wait to see you guys. So thank you. Thank you.
Any questions that we can answer?
Can I just say, take me off of this place on behalf of a mother who Grump is my children's favorite place to eat. I'm gonna thank you because you have just made what's for dinner an easy answer for the next God knows how long. So thank you for that. Yes.
Very glad.
That's
Yes.
awesome. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the community.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you.
I just wish it wasn't mid to late summer.
Me too. Me too. We are, I've heard many times,
Yes.
you're too aggressive. You're being too aggressive on your time frame, but so I'm having to work on that, but
We're
I'm
gonna
the same.
pull Lindsay back
I
a little
know.
bit.
I'm so excited. I just have all
We'd
these,
rather you do it right.
yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Yeah, it takes a little time.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And again, with the Fletchers and what they bring to the table and their work ethic and the community in the town. I've been a Glen Rose fan since I've been in Granbury, 25 years. So we are thrilled. I can't wait. The Fletchers are very community based. Anyone that knows our business in the 6 locations that we're currently in knows that we align with the community. It's something we take a lot of pride in. And the fact that was part of their vision when they came in and interviewed with us, they were very clear about that. We're like, these guys align with our values and our principles. So again, thank you guys for welcoming them and us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I knew they weren't gonna yell at me, so I didn't read this in advance. Each individual who addresses the city council will be expected to do so in an orderly and respectful manner. Any who wish to speak shall approach the podium and provide your name and address for the record. Comments from the public during the agenda for the public hearings and agenda items for individual consideration will be limited to 3 minutes per person. A portion of that allotted 3 minutes cannot be given to another speaker, and you can only speak once. I request that you all please silence your cell phones at this point, and I ask that the council members give their undivided attention to all of our speakers, and please wait for acknowledgement prior to speaking or asking questions. And with that, in accordance with the provisions for the Texas Open Meetings Law, Subchapter D, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, annotated in accordance with Section 551.071, consultant with an attorney regarding interlocal agreements. We're going to go to executive session and adjourn this public meeting. We will be back, and it shouldn't take too long. We're going to leave. You're welcome to stay here and visit and get to know each other. But we will adjourn the public section at 5:40 p.m.
You just need to.
You only got the shoe, which
We have no action, do we? No, sir. No, sir. Nothing to report.
So tell us when you have to turn those issues. For the mayor, Thomas.
We used to have a concert when we were there.
Yeah. Oh, did you? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in council meeting.
Me too.
So I'll have some.
I'll show you. Well, later. Yeah.
Try to phrase it out again.
That's why.
That's why I wore this.
Well, you've learned not to wear shorts in here.
I did, I put jeans on.
Jeans and long sleeve shirt.
I did. And closed their shoes on.
Yeah.
I apparently didn't bring the extra.
I brought that because we needed all that stuff. I wanted to see all that stuff. Yeah, I'll show you my list.
Okay, guys, let's go.
Troy, touch your red button.
I know, feel free to.
Troy, did you turn the air down?
No.
It was not this cold just 5 minutes ago, now it's freezing.
Okay, we're
I
gonna
just
resume
entered a
the
rec.
regular council meeting at 6:39 PM. We're gonna call a bit of an audible to accommodate some of our business partners. They live out of town. So we're gonna move to individual items for consideration. Item number 9, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the resolution reaffirming and adopting policies related to the city's Texas Community Development Block Grant.
Mayor, council, I'm Kristen Boswell with Public Management. So I promise it's short and sweet. These are just 2 housekeeping items. So the first one is the civil rights resolutions, and these are all standing resolutions. Just at the beginning of every grant process, we go through and reaffirm these just to show that we're considering civil rights and fair housing and everything for the Texas Department of Agriculture. So this is just an action item that we need from council to be able to reaffirm these civil rights resolutions that are currently standing.
Somebody motion.
Oh, wait,
I move we pass the resolution as presented.
I'll second it.
Go ahead, you got it.
There's someone second. All in favor? 5-0 passes. Resolution number 2024-R-03. And item number 10, discussion and consideration of Section 3 policy information for the city's Texas Community Development Block Grant Contract number CDV 23-10133.
Okay, so this is for, I know you guys are not, Glen Rose is not new to the Texas Department of Agriculture grants. You guys have had some in the past. And this is the Section 3 is, it's to facilitate employment opportunities for low and very low workers, specifically those that live in the project location. And so part of the scope of our work is to collect the hours worked from the contractor, from the grant administrator, and from the city. So city staff that work on the grant, we will also collect those hours worked. There's no extra burden for the city. This is all part of our scope of work. This is just a general education on the Section 3 initiative from the Texas Department of Agriculture. There's no action required on this. This is simply a presentation for documentation requirements. So, yep. And I will take any questions if anyone has any over that, but
Anything, members? Okay, item number 11, discussion, consideration of possible action regarding the City of Glen Rose communication plan.
Very honored to be called on this audible. Thank you so much.
You can go home and cook dinner now.
Yeah, well, I think I missed that boat, but
Swing by Grumps on your way out of town.
yeah. Let's see if this works. Wait for it. All right. So my name's Abra Nusser, and I am your planning consultant. We have been planning stuff here for a couple of years now. We did the strategic plan, we did the comprehensive plan, and now this is the communications plan. So we're getting from the macro level down to the micro. So we're starting to refine some of these things that the city leadership has felt was important, but also the community has felt was important. So I have a PowerPoint, but I'm calling an audible on myself too. And I figured I would just scroll quickly through the plan, and you guys could ask any questions because I know you guys have quite an agenda this evening. So it does have quite a few sections, but as we scoped this with you, it was maximum 30 pages. So it's not meant to go into detail on every little thing. It's also not a cure-all for everything communication related. It's not going to have a procedure for every little thing. That's not what it was intended to do, but it's meant to set a framework for us to start chipping away at the things that we all have heard are important to the community and to city leadership. So, why is it stopping scrolling? So we do have some context here. We have institutional partners that are applicable. I know I talked to Councilmember Walker earlier about the name of the Glen Rose Chamber of Commerce. As true Glen Rose fashion, there might be a couple of different things called different things in other places. So if you guys want to call it the Somervell County Chamber of Commerce or the Glen Rose Chamber of Commerce or the Somervell Glen Rose County Chamber of Commerce, whatever you want to do, condition your motion, we'll figure it out. That's not a substantive change. We have a strategic plan that said this was a top 10 2-year goal. So we are implementing our strategic plan to really refine this communication framework. It was also a key recommendation of the comprehensive plan to refine this communication framework. From the stakeholders that we interviewed, from the community feedback that we got, from the whole process that we have had over the past couple of years, we had a SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And here's what we heard just time and time again. There's an increasing awareness of the importance of communication. We had a very, very traumatic wildfire event that happened during the it's kind of at the beginning of the comp plan process. And it really highlighted the need for disaster communications and whatnot. And everyone kind of rallied together, but I think everybody kind of had this uneasy feeling that, hey, we should probably nail this down a little bit more. And then there's just kind of the more, the text alerts that we can notify the community of different things that are well received. We have the recent changes in the CVB, Convention and Visitors Bureau, and kind of how that effort has shaped things between the county and the city and the efforts between all of them together. And then there's just kind of a threat, like if there's continued distrust or something like that, if we don't fix it. So I'm not going to go in too much of this, zoom back out. It highlights the community survey results. It highlights the types of communication. Number one community communication preference in Glen Rose is text messages. Number 2 is email newsletter. This is not normal. So this is not typical. This is not what we see across the board in any community. And that part of that is because your text message system is effective and you're only using it for important things. Some cities don't do that. So you'll see that as a difference because Glen Rose is doing something right. So, just I wanted to highlight that. An email newsletter is not something that you're currently doing, to my knowledge, and it's something that people would be interested in. So we have a recommendation in here to do that quarterly. Don't do it monthly out of the gate. Do it quarterly. And then if you want to work your way up to monthly, then do that. But it's a lot of work to put together a newsletter. So if you've ever done it, you know. If you haven't done it, you don't know. Communication objectives, you haven't had these before. Obviously, this is a draft. We can edit these things, but these are based on what we heard and what best practices there are. But transparency, accessibility, being collaborative with the community and with each other, being efficient, just recognizing limited resources. We want to make sure that we're getting the message out to who needs to get it in a timely manner. And then being proactive, not waiting until we're asked, but trying to get proactive messaging and marketing out to our different key groups and audiences. And it goes into each one of those. General communication types and methods. I did want to highlight this. This is the spectrum of public participation. You'll see it kind of in different formats in communication best practices. It's actually based on Sherry Arnstein's work in the 1960s, and it's kind of evolved from there. But it goes from left to right. So it says here, when you're trying to determine the appropriate level of communication, we need to be on as far right as possible, just depending on the effort. So not everything needs to be a collaboration. I think sometimes we get into that trap. Not everything needs to be a collaboration because that reduces efficiency, right? So there's a balance we have to strike with that. But we don't want to just inform people all the time. Sometimes we need to ask for input, and sometimes we can actually place the final decision-making authority with a committee, with a group. It just depends on what it is. Each communication type has a key message. I'm not going to belabor those points. We can follow up on any of those. Based on what I said, the email newsletter, city website, the 3 clicks rule. People should be able to find what they need in 3 clicks. That's the rule. If you're clicking 8 times to get to something, it's not, something's off with the structure. Interdepartmental, so that's like internal. We really want to focus on employee satisfaction, employee retention, efficiency, and high quality engagement internally. So we have a couple of recommendations here, maybe getting an internal intranet or advancing that, and doing professional development, hire a position solely responsible for city communication leadership, both internally and externally. It's very easy for a plan to recommend other plans or more staff. I understand we have really, really limited resources. This is a goal. This is something that you guys have said is one of the most important things that we're doing as a city organization. So that is the reason it is in there as a potential action. Also evaluate the need for human resources related functions just to enhance internal communication, like employee recognition, surveys, and that type of thing. Intergovernmental, so that's with our partners. This was, a big theme in the strategic planning process and the comp planning process. This is kind of what spurred a lot of this, and we're still seeing these recommendations up here. But you guys know, or most of you know, I take really great lengths to make things instructive, where you know exactly what needs to be done. It doesn't say continue to work with the business community to help Glen Rose. Well, what do you do? So this has really specific things that we can do, and how often and who would need to be involved. So this is just a framework, right? You can kind of refine it, and you can update your communication plan later once you've had a chance to kind of scrub through it, work through it, and try it out for a while. This facilitator one, I did want to highlight that too. This is a big recommendation from our stakeholder interviews. There's a lot of interlocal agreements between the city and the county, and there's a lot of perceptions between the two, who's providing what services, who's paying for what, where revenues and expenditures are, and it creates a rub sometimes. This is something that came out of it, is to hire a facilitator to first, Jeff Harris is over there trying to catalog the agreements in an Excel spreadsheet and stuff. There's people out there who are interested in figuring out, okay, what's on the books? And let's get the data together in a way we can digest it before we figure out how we feel about it. And I think there's that need there based on what we've heard. So that's what that recommendation is to hire a facilitator for that conversation and the data gathering component. I'm going as fast as I can here, guys.
You're good, yeah.
Boards
This is
and
important.
commissions, yeah. Boards and commissions, you know, this is kind of a list of questions that, you know, as we're looking at building the city out, are there any additional boards and commissions we might need? Do we have too many in one area? And it just kind of provides a framework for how to approach membership, but also the types of committees that you'll need moving forward. Continue to hold the leadership retreat every other year so that you get your updated strategic plan, which can coordinate with your top priorities and your budgeting. Branding and tourism, create a branding and marketing strategy. It's I was talking about this earlier with a dear friend in the audience, but when we're doing things like investing in things in the public realm, benches, streetlights, logos, plaques, colors, plants, you name it, it's really important to be focused on a brand and not be scattered. So are we doing dinosaurs? Are we doing roses? Are we doing courthouse? Are we doing red, white, and blue? Are we doing green? You know, we have to really work through these things. And you guys have pieces, but you got to freeze it at some point and figure out what that brand is and what needs to go into the marketplace. We've talked about some of this. I'm just trying to get through it. Emergencies and urgencies. So there's 4 categories: mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. And the more we can start thinking about our emergency response and preparedness in these categories, the better off we'll be. So the most important thing about disasters and emergencies is practice. It's not that fun. It doesn't seem as productive as it might be for some other things, but you have to practice. You have to think through, hey, what if this happens? Who's on point? Who's going to communicate this? And just play through the scenario. And that's really the most effective tool out there, is actually scenario practice. So it's got some of the stuff in there. Communication infrastructure is the last topic. And we're talking about hardware and software. We're talking about not getting hacked. There's cities out there, their entire network goes down. That's police, fire, city staff. It's a real threat. So we have to really put some things in place that kind of prevent that as much as we can. But also, where are we providing internet service? And, you know, all of those types of things. So it goes into detail on that, and the comp plan actually has more information on some of that as well. But just kind of trying to modernize things. There's a lot of grants available. So we mentioned those. The end.
Thank you.
Okay. So do you have any questions or comments?
There were a couple things that you said that stood out to me that I'd love your feedback on. So the first is text messaging. When we started that approach, we had actually planned on doing multiple numbers. So phone number 1 is sign up to get text messages on emergencies. You must take action. Then number 2, a second line is, hey, if you're interested, you can sign up for this, which is for your information, because we have people who, even though it doesn't affect them, they still want to know what's going on. So if I need to boil water, I get a text saying, Demetri, you need to boil water. If Candace doesn't, but she wants to know, she could get an alert that says, just so you know, this area needs to boil water. And then our third would have been events and things that are happening. Hey, there's going to be fun stuff. We've got this party happening on the square or what have you. So we had talked about implementing those 3. We got down the road on the first one and we haven't gone any further than that. What is your thought? Because it sounds like you're saying be careful about overdoing it, which is why we wanted to do 3 different numbers so we could base it on what your interest is. What are your thoughts on that? Or should we?
So that goes back to.
We do. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. But if you didn't, I think when we have a communication question like this, that's a good test run to say, okay, what are our goals with communication? And it really goes to that efficiency one.
Right.
So if people are over communicated, they start filtering out, right? So
Ignoring it.
we want to make sure that people always get the opportunity to get those emergency ones.
Mhm.
But then the events and festivals would be optional. So, you know, I would definitely recommend.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And then my second question on the communication person. So Candace and I actually met someone that we were thoroughly impressed with at TML. And he's potentially doing, I think he was looking at starting to move into being a communication person, but recognizing that small towns don't necessarily need a 40-hour on the job constantly, but rather could be somebody who could help set everything up, and then would be the person that would work 2 hours a week on communication for your, whatever it is that you determine necessary. Yes, we say communication is urgent. And so that is clearly something that we need to put, I think, probably hire somebody for, but I don't know that it needs to be a 40-hour position. Have you seen success in using a consultant, for lack of a better term, or somebody who is,
Shared services.
yeah, shared services, not your full-time employee, but somebody who is the person you use? Have you seen that? Had seen success with it?
Yes, but the success rate is not going to be as high as a full-time person.
Right.
So a full-time person that's focused only on Glen Rose, getting invested in the internal communications, building an employee recognition program, really working with the CBB type dynamic to make sure that the marketing efforts are coordinated and what the separation is between the two, communicating urgencies, in a disaster and whatnot. If you have someone that is part-time or shared, it really makes some of that more challenging. But there's a lot of cost efficiencies too. So it could be a way for you to scale up to that point. So so it's like an interim step. I'm all for incrementalism, right? So it could be let's do this first. Let's get some of this stuff going and not take on the responsibility of a full-time staff person, and then maybe you graduate to that.
Okay, so I don't have that part pulled up on my computer, but when I was reading it a minute ago when you were going through it, you're talking about the branding and the tourism and all of that. We do have Rita that is working on all of that, and I believe we have Stacy as our public information officer. So we pretty much have, it sounds to me like we have both of those covered to a point.
You have the roles covered, but maybe not the capacity. So, city secretary is responsible for a gajillion things. And if she's the PIO by default right now. But that doesn't mean she has time to build an employee recognition program and, an intranet and an email newsletter, because that would be on top of all of these other things. Same thing with the CVP. If we're putting that communications role on that function, then we're detracting away from heads and beds and, events and festivals and all these other things. So
Yeah.
How
much more could be getting done if we had a dedicated person for it is essentially the question.
but
to ask.
also
Yeah.
a level of focus and refinement and accountability, right? So if you have someone and that's their thing, then hey, this is your thing. This is why we hired you. And that's kind of more clear in that way. But it's very common to have these shared roles in a smaller city. It's just about evolving and having it on your radar. Like, hey, right now, Stacy's the PIO, but we have to recognize that we have records retention requirements and stuff like that she's got to stay on top of.
Well, and I know if it's something PIO needs to do, but it's regarding law enforcement, that's him. Buck's gonna be the one that's gonna put out the information, not anybody else if it's law enforcement, citywide.
So it's very common too to have a team of communicators, right? So you have one person in charge of communication leadership, and then you have, emergency management communicators and whatnot, and they should be communicating about communication on a regular basis. So I've been in those groups before. It works out to be a great procedure to do that monthly. And it just kind of, you can do not only the scenarios, but also, just make sure that people are not being over communicated and we're coordinating everything.
Well,
So
George,
absolutely.
George, you have something?
yes, sir. Do you have some recommendations of individual firms that are already kind of in this space that we could talk to and just kind of get an idea about what they could do for us and what the scope of something like that
As
could
a
be?
part-time on-tab communicator,
As an ad hoc, as a part-time, as a, we've got this vision. Can you execute this vision? We want this. Can you execute this? And what would that look like? There has to be individuals who are doing this in a consultancy basis. I mean, you came across a couple right there. So, I mean, do you have any recommendations beyond something like that? Because I just can't see us stepping off into another employee without a good scope of a job versus let's go 6 or 8, 9 months with something and see what our return is. And then we make a determination of, yes, we like this step. Let's move forward and look and see if this is an actual position that maybe kind of carries its own weight a little bit.
being in the consulting industry, there's a consultant for anything. There's somebody out there who will do it. And especially like on the freelance side, I know there's people out there who especially do digital communication, like share graphics for social media, and they'll manage your Facebook and social media platforms. I'm not aware of anybody who would recommend what I am talking that I would recommend for that. That would give Glen Rose the attention that I would deem acceptable. Because I
We
want
love your level of attention, Adrian.
Yeah.
You do a great job.
I really
But is there somebody that's right
that's
here?
right below
Is
that.
there just somebody right here?
That
You're
basically
really, really
proves
good
out
right
that we
here.
need
Yeah.
there.
Is
Yeah.
there somebody right there?
But I really don't know of somebody who fits that. But somebody who may be retired from city government, who wants a little extra income, who wants something to do, who's in that twiddling the thumbs stage and they're getting itchy feet. That might be something that you could think about is someone who's maybe worked for a more urban city too, and retired from a more urban city where they kind of have some of this stuff in place.
I think that's important. We actually have quite a few folks that engage with the Chamber of Commerce that are looking for, they're retired and they want to help and do stuff, but they don't want to be tied down to, I've got to be at the office at 9 o'clock in the morning. So there's a potential for us to have folks within our own community right now before we
I do
branch out any
recommend
further than that.
that it be a contract or it be an employee though, not a volunteer, just because of the level of.
Right. I do have a quick question. Rita, we're working with that consultancy group that have been helping you with the branding and
You mean the
everything.
website,
Yeah.
the media trade
It's a lot of what she's presenting. I mean, is that something that they do already or do some of it?
The communication side of it, I think, is totally different than what we're doing.
It's like a daily function. That
And
needs
is
to be
that
done.
what you're doing, Rita? Because I see Visit Glen Rose posts social media stuff.
Well, I'm
all the
trying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's going to evolve away from that once the
Yeah.
infrastructure is put in, and she's going to be back to the heads and beds.
But
Well,
this
no,
communication plan is so much deeper than CVB. I mean, CVB is
No,
just
for
that
sure it
simple.
Oh, no, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Facebook and social media is a big part of Visit Glen Rose because that's a big part of getting visitors to come is Facebook. But, I mean, she's talking about more, I think she's talking about something else. Yeah.
So these are not like a one-off project. And
Oh,
I
for
think
sure.
that's, when I think of consultants for this particular kind of thing, you would hire them to do a branding and marketing strategy. You would hire them to create an intranet. You would, like little projects. But in terms of the day-to-day functions, I don't know of someone who does that. But
Yeah.
there's probably somebody out there.
Do you guys still have the name of the person you mentioned?
I know, I
Oh my
can
gosh,
find
we
it
could find
immediately.
him.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, we'll see him at TML next week. or next month. But I can look him up and
Next
find, because I
month.
know exactly I know where he works, where his actual
Yeah.
job is.
So I would
And so, yeah.
suggest that we go that route
Yeah.
first, see where it goes.
Yes.
And then, we're gonna be talking later about, a position here that could have an influence on this as well, so.
I will say this is a position that could be done virtually.
Right.
It doesn't have to be in the office, in City Hall theoretically. So that could help.
Yeah.
open
You got
up
an
some
extra 10 hours a week?
For you.
Yeah, that's what I wanna hear.
We got it on camera.
That's right. And I'll take it.
I'll hire some interns, okay? And I'll just get
Okay, any other questions specific? Thank you, Abra.
No,
Appreciate
this
it.
is
Thanks,
wonderful.
Amber.
Thank you. This is
This is awesome. Okay, great, thanks. But this is on the agenda for action for potential.
yeah, to accept it, yeah. I move-
Okay, so I move that we accept it, but changing it from Somerville County Chamber of Commerce to Glen Rose Chamber of Commerce.
I thought that's what-
They're Glen Rose Chamber of Commerce. We looked it up. They do have Glen Rose Somerville Chamber of Commerce, and they have Glen Rose Chamber of Commerce.
Isn't
Both.
it their name that they should decide what they're calling it?
That's what they have on their Facebook page.
They have
I mean, not on
something on their
Facebook,
Facebook
on their,
page.
it's
something
on their website.
It's different.
So that's what I'm saying,
yeah.
have we called them and asked them?
Let's just,
their
so
name?
we move to accept it based on what they advise their name is.
Yes,
Mhm.
that's worded perfect.
Can I add something to it? That
Yes.
we also publish for us some like hard copies that are bound so that we can reference back to something like this and keep it as something to reference.
Yes.
Second.
Maybe make an extra half a dozen copies to share.
Do you have a preference on the binding?
Yeah.
Do you want it like a booklet or a spiral?
Spiral,
The spiral
Okay.
thingy.
Yeah.
the
I'll get
cheapest,
I'll get
the
you that
cheapest
stuff
you
and
can
then you
find.
guys can,
Yeah.
yeah.
but with
I'll-
color preferably.
Okay, and then you guys can order however many you want.
Or
Thank you,
beautiful.
Abra.
Awesome.
Thank
I
you,
second.
Abra.
All in favor? 5-0 passes.
This is awesome. I'm
Thank
excited.
you.
It's gonna go into teams.
Okay, a quick U-turn. We came out of executive session and our executive session topic had no action. And now we're gonna move to public hearings. First one is number 3 on the discussion. Public hearing regarding updates to the City of Glen Rose Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, zoning regarding parking standards and requirements. Anybody wanna? Larry, Troy?
This is public hearing.
Yeah, it's a public hearing.
Well,
Oh, okay. So, council, this topic has been on our, minds for a long time to look at parking requirements. So,
So are we on 3 or 4?
Yeah, I'm
we're on
confused.
3.
gonna give y'all a brief and then the mayor will open the
So,
Okay.
this came about obviously because of our limitation in some instances of parking. So planning and zoning had worked on this prior to my arrival and it kind of got delayed, but they met at their last meeting and passed this unanimously. So we would love for the council to look at this and put your fingerprints on it. And we incorporated it into our ordinances. And now I will tell you that it is a challenge within our ordinances, whether it's this or any other, that parking is mentioned a million different places. So there could be things that we find going forward. We have talked about getting together and maybe trying to come up with those areas where they are mentioned in many different places and kind of consolidate those.
pull it together.
So this and the other ordinances on the agenda tonight will be something that we enact knowing that we may still have some cleanup left. So,
Thanks, Troy. We will open the public hearings now. And for item number 3, I don't think we have anyone signed up to speak. Are we all in favor of it?
Wait, what?
Not yet, Joe.
I'm ready.
He's trying to read.
Close public hearing.
He's trying to read minutes. Is there anybody that wishes to speak in favor of the changes? Or anybody opposed?
Anybody opposed?
Yeah, you can close.
Public hearing closed for this item.
Now we move to 4.
And now you have a hand up.
Right, because I'm not speaking as public hearing. I'm speaking to help elaborate a
Yeah.
little bit of Troy.
She's on 4,
On deck.
so which is the discussion, so consideration and action,
Okay.
if you choose.
I have questions and suggestions, so I don't know if we start there or what are we doing?
Well, let's start with number 4.
I would let
That's only
Pam,
4.
just give her, explanation of what planning and zoning attempted to do.
Okay, I'm gonna open, this is item 4, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding an ordinance amending the city of Glen Rose Code of Ordinances, chapter 14, zoning regarding parking standards and requirement. Please give us some flavor.
As Troy mentioned, we went through, between Troy, Larry, and myself, we went through all the other ordinances to try to find where parking surfaces, parking needs, parking requirements, parking sizes, parking regulations were mentioned. And we drew all that into one ordinance. And so when you go through the planning and zoning notes and the recommendations that we gave, we referenced that these are all the places that we're now pointing, instead of having something under building code about parking, it's now saying reference this new parking ordinance. The key things that we really looked at when we were dealing with this parking ordinance was there's a couple of changes and a couple of additions. Some of the big changes was that we were looking at what we would require as a parking size. So there is a current standard where parking spaces are 9 feet by 18 feet. We have seen repeatedly in our shopping centers and our things that our trucks and trailers and trucks with hitches and trucks with double cabs, and they don't fit. And so again, grandfathering everybody that already has parking, that stands. Nobody's being forced to change anything, but new development would meet what is a now recommended code of 9 feet wide by 20 feet in length.
Okay.
What that will allow us to do is fit better, cost less. It creates a whole change to the depth of the thoroughfares so that people can actually back out of their parking spaces, turn, etc. Part of this is also one of those ordinances that brings developers to the table for discussions. So that there's some flexibility in that's what we'd like to go with, but there's always opportunities to just have them come talk. And so I just carrot stick kind of thing. I'm just saying. Troy also had a developer here in town kind of look at this, and a suggestion was made. Our previous code said everything had to be either asphalt or concrete, and that isn't always the best way to go. So we did add the impervious materials, calling it that instead of just asphalt concrete, such as chip and seal would be allowed as well. In addition, we made changes to if a parking lot exists and parking spaces exist, but the building is changing, that they're making additions, they're doing things, that would require them to bring unimproved parking lots back to an improved parking lot. It would change some of the need of the non-conforming spaces would have to be brought up to date with the current code. At certain percentages of additions to the building or expansions of parking lots, etc. And those were the kind of the key highlights that we wanted to bring to your attention if you didn't want to read all of that lovely stuff that I spent time typing. if we were.
Did this highlight anywhere and I just missed it, like the parking lots per square footage? Cause that's been.
So
where-
all that we took from the schedule of uses where you had it off to the side of schedule of uses. We've added that directly into this ordinance.
Where am I missing it?
She doesn't have the formula in here. It's not in this.
Yes, it's not.
It's not here.
It's not a formula.
It's got off-street loading, unloading requirements.
Yeah,
Is that
but our
the same?
our schedule of uses has per each use type, there's a chart that says. Well, we just, it was sent, that's where we've got it's there. It is going to be in the ordinance when the ordinance is actually highlighted, but we just took what is currently listed on our schedule of uses.
Okay, so you
So
made no
that chart-
changes to that?
So we did not make any changes
Cause
to
that's,
it.
yeah, okay, cause that was one of the
Yeah,
things
no,
I
we
looked
made
for.
zero changes to the schedule of use parking. So the space requirements per sizes and all that, we've changed none of that. We just are taking it and putting it into this ordinance so it's in one spot.
But if we approve this ordinance doesn't have that in it.
It
It
references.
it
in there.
references your schedule of uses.
Oh,
It
Okay.
references the schedule
References
of
your
uses.
schedule
Thank
of
you,
uses.
got
That's how you
connected.
get it back.
Got
It
it.
references the schedule of uses.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And we can always tackle something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I had it that, and it just, again, some of this was very last minute and I'm sure Stacy, I know Jody told me Stacy wanted to kill me.
So Joe, can I go through my list of
And I told her
questions
that I
after
would go
that?
back and I would
I've got
help
a
her
list
with
too.
all of
Okay,
the
we
pieces
might
to
have
make
the
it
same
pretty
thing.
again for her so she can just upload.
Does anybody have any questions?
So you referenced chip and seal and I highlighted that as a concern. So will we have something in place that says, okay, you gotta keep it fixed? Because my
It does talk
limited-
about disrepair in here.
Yes.
But do we have a mechanism to go and say, okay, hey, this is now messed up and needs to get fixed?
Larry?
That was
Yeah.
under,
I think it's.
Say
in
that
here.
again.
So they pass since something builds new, doing a parking lot, and they go with not concrete, right? They go with something else that isn't as durable, let's say. And so it passes inspection and then 3 years later, it's breaking axles, right? Because it's just a mess. Do we have any mechanism to say,
They need to maintain it, they're prepared to justify ordinance period.
okay, that,
We
cool,
can enforce that.
okay.
We have a similar situation right now, a new building that has started developing some problems with an entryway.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
we're about to-
no, that exists.
Okay.
Yeah, we
It's
can
not
enforce it.
necessarily referenced directly in there, but we can go back and look at that and make
That's-
sure
yeah.
the
And
wording's
there
there in
is-
reference to the other.
It has
Yeah,
to be
There is
maintained.
something
Yeah.
similar that I'm bringing up that is in there.
Under required off-street parking, when it talks about shared parking, so, what stood out to me was how do we ensure, so this is under general provisions, so I'm on page 8.
Okay.
General provisions, number B. How do we ensure that multiple businesses don't overload a single offsite? And I'll tell you guys just with the first thing that came to mind, and there could be other stuff, but like the parking that's kind of across from Sexton's behind, every business that comes in is like, oh, we're gonna use that parking. Well, it's not 9 parking spots, or, I'm probably exaggerating a bit, but we have, the karate studio, if they have all their students there, that's every parking spot. So what mechanisms do we have in place that don't
So that's
allow?
not what shared was really talking about. When you look at shared, it's kind of like so the Dollar Tree or the Dollar General, up here on 67, they've got the lot for sale right next to it. Opening up the parking lot, this is something you
Yeah,
had
yeah,
talked about
uh-huh.
before. Opening up the drive between
Yes.
the two.
Okay, I used the wrong term, that's my
Yeah, it
fault.
would be shared.
Required
Yeah.
off-street parking in non-residential districts may be located on the same site, lot, or tract as the main use for which parking is provided, or on a site, lot, or tract located in the same zoning district and within 150 feet of the main use. So what would you
that's-
call that?
That's the strip mall parking kind of
Okay,
thing.
okay.
So it's think
Yes,
where
okay,
Sundown
yes.
Subs is.
There we go. So that is
where
what I'm
Jennifer
talking
and all
about.
that.
Perfect. So
Yeah.
how do we make sure that those folks that are saying you've got 6 businesses and those 6 businesses have a total of 12 parking spots, right? How do we make sure that?
Well, they're so.
They started and complied with the schedule of use whenever they built the building.
Right.
This is
Right.
their
But
grandfather.
this is
This is
now,
for.
yeah,
No, I
but
know,
I'm just
talking
using that
about
as the
I'm talking
example.
about new
I'm not
businesses.
saying they
Yes.
have to change that.
Yeah.
Okay.
let me add that as something that, as Troy just said, we need to massage
Cool.
some things.
Okay.
Because
I
Troy,
read it
Larry,
here
and
and
I
it
will get
seemed,
together on that one.
it seemed like the way I read it, it seemed like it was saying the default was to go with the minimum, right? So you build a strip mall, but you don't know who's going to be in. So theoretically, if you said, okay, I'm building them on, it's going to be a nail salon, a hair salon, a podiatrist, and a Subway store. Well, then you know, okay, it's 5 spots for this and 3 spots for this and 2 spots, etc. But oftentimes those things are built as empty things and we'll see what's going to come.
Okay.
And so it seemed like it defaults to the minimum, and I would say default to the maximum.
That's something, I don't want to hold
Yeah.
this particular ordinance change up, but it's something that we will definitely massage through
Okay,
and
cool.
figure out the best answer for you.
That was this one, yep, okay.
Wait, I
cool.
am gonna just say one thing. The lot that you were referencing, across from Sexton, that now
Yeah.
you're gonna have the bakery there, you've got everybody
Mhm.
else using it. Is that not a city lot?
That is a city lot.
Part,
So-
I think part, yeah, I think part of
So
it. Right.
in reality, the city needs, when it's full, it's full. It's because it's not their lot.
Right, but when they came through, that was what was approved as their parking.
Well,
So that's a problem.
that's a problem.
There we go.
And
That's,
it
yeah.
comes back to the fact that the square doesn't actually require the businesses on the
Mhm.
actual square
Right.
to have parking because it's impossible.
Mhm.
But that does not say, our ordinances do not say that anybody that is off the square, such as where Sexton's is, wasn't required to have parking. That was a variance that was granted by the city council at that time. So when the bakery comes through, that's gonna be a conversation for you guys,
Yeah.
is
Um,
what is their parking gonna be?
Doesn't it say B3 doesn't require parking?
It just said historic square.
I think it says B3, the whole zone.
We'll
In the
look at
schedule
that.
of uses.
We'll look at that again.
We'll look at that.
One
We'll look at
requested
that.
super quick change, it's on page 12, and this is just in the vein of trying to make sure we're as informative as possible. It says, we can, if there's a violation, page 12, approval body C. It says if there's a violation, we can notice in person or by mail, and I would just ask, let's just change it to and. Just, I don't want someone to say I didn't, just like I said, a little tweak, but just trying to be as, this is the one that was big for me that I really want city council's input on is page 13, item 14.02.204, residential garage requirements. This says 1 spot, and I vehemently believe it should be 2 spots.
I don't have the actual thing that you're looking at right in front of me.
It's talking about houses,
Single-family home.
single-family homes,
minimum,
apartments,
one car
condos,
That
and it's
is
a
the
minimum.
garage,
Correct,
not the spot,
correct,
the garage.
correct.
So you could have, because by law, by our ordinance of schedule of uses, they have to have X number of spots per bedroom.
Yep.
So if they're a 5-bedroom house, they have to have, I want to say it's like 4 spots, but we're requiring only 1 of them as an enclosed garage.
And I say 2. Now, again, in the vein of being able to bring them to the table to have a conversation with them, but there are very, very, very few places in which people just have 1 car. I mean, let me say that, I'm saying anecdotally. I don't go to people's houses very often in which there's only 1 car. I think the majority is 2. Again, from a carrot and stick perspective, it gives us an opportunity to bring folks to the table. So if we want to veer from that, we can veer from that. But this is one that seems like it's going to really ensure that we have people who are wanting to invest in our community and invest in things that are really nice looking. Again, we can always use it as a negotiation tool. If somebody's going to put up beautiful stonework and they'd rather spend that money on the stonework and we feel like, oh, then that's a better use and we don't necessarily need one. But this is one that gives us leverage. In many conversations that I've had with Troy, this is the kind of thing that can
So,
allow us those conversations.
As we are thinking that through,
Mhm.
where we had said it was a mandatory requirement for at least 1,
Mhm.
but our schedule of uses has it based off of bedrooms and this and that. What if it was not 1 or 2, but 50% of the bedrooms have to be under garage? So if it's a 6-bedroom house, then it has to be a 3-car
So
garage.
they're never gonna- I mean-
If it's a 2-bedroom house, then it's a 1-car garage.
Again, I would err
Just
on the
throwing
side
that
of,
out
we
there.
have such limited ability to manage what comes in that to give us tools to be able to do that and to have the conversations. I trust that when Troy is out talking to folks, he's going to be able to articulate, listen, we can work on some of these things. So
I'm
yeah.
just taking your idea and
Yeah.
expanding a little bit
Yeah,
further.
I would I mean, as we see there are places that come in that don't really care about what they look like and what they make our community look like. And so I trust that Troy would have conversations to say, you know what, man, we really want some stone right here. So we can certainly have a conversation. And so to empower our ability to kind of negotiate in ways that the state frankly has taken away from us otherwise.
Yes.
I love giving us the ability to have the conversations with the folks that we want. And I trust that our economic development conversations will yield ultimately the right result. Would that be of value to you?
I mean, look, I think it's always better to have it. You can give a waiver if you want to. So you can't really mandate it if you don't have it in the ordinances. So I think that would be fine. Yeah, absolutely.
So do you have a better idea, 2 or a percentage, or what would you
I
think?
think 2. I think
Okay.
it's gonna be hard to say you've got a 5 or 6 bedroom house and you gotta have a 3-car garage.
Yeah.
you know?
Just throwing out there. I'm good.
Yeah.
Those were it for me. That's it.
I love
TJ?
the last one.
Okay, well, to throw onto that, that wasn't what I had written, but Troy and I had this
Yeah.
discussion earlier because I was thinking apartments should not be required to have an enclosed garage, but a carport I'm good with. But Troy recommended, let's have this carrot to dangle. So I wasn't gonna, but that was where I was on this. I didn't like the apartments being required to have enclosed garages.
Oh,
But
I
with
do,
the
'cause
carrot,
that's how you get
I
nice
like that
ones.
a lot.
Yeah, that's how you get
So-
not
That's how you
section.
get the nicer
Yeah, you get the
apartments.
nicer
It's also better storage because they end up not used, 90% of the time, the garages aren't
I'm
used as
also
garages,
thinking
they're
of-
used as storage.
affordable, the
But
apartments
that's
that
where
have
the
full,
carrot comes in.
right. So I was gonna kind of just, okay, I wasn't gonna say anything, but when you said that, so I wanted to throw that in. That was
We
where
actually
I was
talked
at.
extensively about that with the
That'll
entire.
make the apartments where low-income families or moderate-income families even might not be able to afford them. And that's what I'm worried about. We want them to
But we
look
want
nice.
nicer
We want them to be
developments.
nice.
We
So
want
I wasn't gonna
affordable.
say take it out,
Yeah,
but
we
I just
want
did want to throw
affordable,
that
but
in.
we want nice, so that becomes that conversation piece again.
Yes, exactly. So, okay, so I've got written down here, we're gonna go back up to page 8. And it's, the curb cuts. Okay, so it's page 8, under general provisions, the very last thing. And no more than one curb cut will be permitted for each residential parcel of land except as follows for circular driveways. Troy, Larry, and I all did talk about this. That's not really good. And then it also says that the width for a single driveway apron, no more than 24 feet in width for a double driveway apron. Larry was saying about the sizes on that we needed to look at that. And where I was gonna, no more than one curb cut will be permitted for each residential parcel of land. We've got a duplex. You've got a house on this side. This is a residential parcel of land. There's a duplex on this side. They've got a curb cut going to their side. Duplex on this side. They need a curb cut going to their side. That's one residential parcel of land, but they need a minimum of 2 curb cuts. What if you have a nice house? You've got this really nice house. They've got their curb cuts, their maximum amount of curb cuts for their 2-3 car driveway, but they need another curb cut because they've got an RV storage space.
Okay.
So this, not more than one curb cut is not.
All right, let's again do that as a massage that Larry, Troy, and I will get together with the commission and reword, but not stop that from passing as right now. So we let it pass right now. I've got the note. We'll get it all together. We'll fix it for our next meeting and we'll bring it back to you right away.
Yeah, because
So it doesn't sit too long, but pushing this back and not approving this ordinance tonight knowing that there are some changes that you want us to address, I think is more detrimental to us than passing it and having us make changes.
TJ, did you have anything else?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. On page 11, and Larry's the one that found this, your diagrams do not go along with what is worded. That's the wrong
They did. I
diagrams.
may have just pulled the wrong diagram, so we'll fix the diagrams. We will adjust the diagrams for the publication of this ordinance.
Okay, so now this one goes along with something Dee was talking about earlier on page 12. Number E, under approval body, C, where it talks about the violations and sending the notices and stuff. It says that upon being served such notice, and I did agree with her saying and instead of or, I like that. Upon being served such notice, the owner or leasee or any other person having control of the property shall have 10 days from the date of notification to bring the property into compliance with the provisions of this article. That's unreasonable. It's got to be a minimum of 30 days. You send me a letter that says your chip seal is messed up in your driveway. On the 10th of the month, I got paid on the 1st. I'm not
Okay.
going to have the money on the
How
by
about
the
10 days
20th.
to acknowledge and 30 days to fix?
I like that.
Okay. Can we make that change?
That's great.
I only have one, so it's all right.
And on that, it talks about the owner or leasee or any other person having control of the property.
This is language we pulled from.
Because they could have a
That-
property manager do this.
Yeah, the only thing I'm concerned on that is that it's not, if somebody is just renting, they have control of the property, they're renting it, but they're not responsible for the maintenance. That's the owner. Is the way it's worded, does that need to be tweaked?
Can we do that under a lawyer review?
Yes.
Sure.
And it says
have that
or,
resolved?
so, yeah.
I don't know what's the right answer on that one. I understand what
Yeah.
you're saying. I pulled that language from
I just don't
another.
want somebody
town,
that's
city.
renting to be stuck.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I just think that getting the right language for that is something that Troy can get the city attorney to validate and go for it. I don't have a preference.
TJ, do you have anything
I
else?
like it. That was the ones I had.
Anybody else have a question? George?
Did you have something?
Just raise your hand, I'll call you.
Okay. So, and just generally in a larger discussion, this idea of an impervious material such as chip.
You can do it.
Chip seal.
It's actually, we're just taking Chip and spreading him out since he just walked in, you know.
Exactly. Should we not have a definition of what an impervious material is?
Maybe approved, even put the word approved in front of it.
Improved impervious material, actually come up with a definition of
There you
what,
go.
it really is.
There you
I
go.
like that.
And,
Yeah,
I like that.
I think defining it is important.
Okay, give
and I would like for
definition.
that definition to include the crushed granite. Because some people put crushed granite on their home. They may have a nice white chalk stone home, and then they want to do a crushed granite for their impervious material. And that is a pretty expensive, it's not as expensive as concrete, but it's still a pretty expensive renovation to put in there. And I would like for the idea of crushed granite to be part of that definition of impervious.
Is it as, I don't
Material.
know, this is a construction question.
Yeah.
Is it as,
It's just a bunch of little bitty
yeah,
pebbles.
so maybe Jim, the question for you is it as,
It's rolled on the
is it
base.
gonna stay? Like, is it going away or is it gonna be there for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years?
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
I think that there
Permanent, there's the word,
definitely
sorry.
needs to be like specs associated with certain types of driveways and parking lots. Because if there's no concrete border to hold that in, it's just gonna wash.
It is gonna
place.
wash away.
And I think that would be a reasonable request to have a concrete border along the 24 feet max width. But you know, and you know, you could add to it the compaction, you know, and an actual base material.
Facilities.
I think
And then the surface that is impervious, on top of it.
So for today, could we just change it to say approved impervious material and then they could take it away to come up with the,
I think that's what I would do.
And
Yeah.
that goes to my next point, is we've already isolated about 6 or 7 things that we would like to change and look at again. I don't see the need to rush into this.
oh, I do.
If we're gonna turn,
George, there's
let
actually.
me finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish.
Okay.
If we've already kind of come through 6 or 7 things here that we have said we want to try to kind of modify or change, and I'm uncomfortable with the idea of putting forward an ordinance, then that turns around and we go back and we're going to handle it again next month. When you look at in page 12, under, I think it's 12, under the penalty, there's a phrase that says, there is no deviation from these requirements. So if we're looking that we're going to have a carrot and a stick type mentality to this, then we've got language in here that doesn't allow us to do our stated purpose of what we want to do.
Here's what I would say to
It doesn't
that.
have what he said.
And I understand your concern, and certainly we want the best possible ordinance out there, right? I would tell you that we have some developments coming that this is going to apply to, that we want it to apply to. And not just parking. So, I get it, but I'm telling you that we could end up with a development. We've got experience here with people that come in and then they don't build developments that we're comfortable with. It's a lot better to be on the other side of it and say, okay, this ain't perfect, but we'll try to fix it, the parts of it. And we will continue to do that with all of our ordinances. I mean, quite honestly, we need to hire a company that merges ordinances all together and gives us some best practices in other areas. And it's hard to do. It's time consuming. I would certainly recommend, let's get this on the books, because it is a matter of, there's some things coming that if we don't, we have no control whatsoever.
We're all available for a called meeting. That doesn't hold any credence with me, Troy. And I like you,
Yeah.
and I think you're probably right. But we've already called out about 6 things here that are significant. And for your reference, that's on page 12,
Found it.
section C. It says there shall be no exceptions to this requirement.
But
Guys,
that's
we're
talking about the material,
Material.
right? I mean,
I've
right?
Okay,
I've said my piece.
I've listened, and I would say amend that line out right now.
Oh.
Take that sentence out of play in your motion. That in the generality of this very long document, that yes, you have identified several things that we need to change. We've also just said we can change those today in the motion. And the things that are left is look at a definition to include what is impervious and some specs if they're doing something like a crushed granite or pebble or something. We've talked about having the lawyer check what is the right wording on owner. If you want to drop lease and just make it owner for right now in today's meeting motion, go for it. We can always revise that again. We've just said that we will adjust the diagram in your motion. I will provide the fixed diagram. What we're really talking about is going back and better defining shared parking lots and curb cuts. Those are the 2 things that we don't have a solution for you tonight for your motion. Everything else, we have discussed a way around it to get the motion through for the purpose of making sure that a very rapidly approaching project has to follow this ordinance.
Any other
So George,
comments
I
from the
respect
council?
what you're saying and I do understand it, but I also understand what we're trying to achieve as a town.
Yeah, I think we're
We
clear about
can,
that.
look, we will, if if you guys don't mind a special meeting, we can do a workshop because again, I talked about cleanup,
Yeah.
just merging the things together. And so we can do a workshop in the afternoon to accomplish that and, kind of clean up things.
And
that
have
we're
it
gonna
back to you
find.
guys within a week.
Yeah, and we could do that as a joint workshop between planning and zoning and council to look at that. And there's probably gonna be others on the next one, after this one, that we could also do at the same time.
Rich, didn't you have something?
Yeah, this, I don't know if it falls under the chapter 14 zoning, but we had an issue, and this is kind of mainly to bring you up to speed also, Troy, on something that occurred about a year and a half ago. We did have an issue with some of our narrow streets, and the main concern that was brought forward to council was that, you have parking on both sides of the streets, and now the fire apparatus can't get into the streets.
Your current ordinance already has that,
So
the
going
10
down,
feet requirement.
so, okay, I didn't.
It's in there. I found it.
Okay.
So we were
Obviously
gonna
that's-
put it in this one and I found
That's
it in
where I
our
was
current
wondering if we
ordinance.
need to
Yeah.
Put something in here that says, hey, the street has to be only so wide, has to
Yeah.
be so wide for parking on one
So
side.
when you,
wide
so
for
when you
parking
see
on
what
both
we've said,
sides.
we've accepted this line as is, this line as is, it's actually in one of those that we're not making a change to because it already existed.
So this is
Okay.
not replacing.
The end, well, so do they have the notes in their packet from the planning and zoning meeting?
No.
Okay. In our notes from the planning and zoning meeting, or even I've sent a cover sheet that that it said each and every line, each and every section of the current parking, it said, we're keeping it as is, we're keeping it as, that this is then being added in addition to what already existed. Yeah. So that 10 feet requirement of drivable road when somebody's parking on the road actually already is in the ordinances.
Does it say that it only for 10 feet, it'd be parking on one side of the street?
It
Or-
doesn't say that. It says that anybody who is parking has to ensure that there is still 10 feet
Oh, so it's kind of
wide
this.
of road.
Yeah, okay.
So that already
Oh, that
existed in
answers-
our current ordinance.
Do you have any other questions? Specific? No?
Great job, Pam.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
It's a
work.
team effort.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you,
Nancy,
Doug.
you're
It was a
Make a
very
decision.
big team effort.
You guys decide if you want to do a special meeting or if you want to propose a,
Yeah, I would move to accept this with the following changes. I'll list the changes and then to have a subsequent meeting to address outstanding items. And heck, we may go home tonight and come up with 7 more ideas that we thought of. So the changes I have noted are, oh Lord, to remove leasee or other representative so that it just says owner. To remove there shall be no exception to this request. Oh Lord, I don't know what I have. Oh, to change the communication to and instead of or, so they get the
Two
note on the
notices.
door and an email. To change the garage requirements to 2. And to say 10 days to acknowledge and 30 days to resolve.
And then for
And a list
the
of
ones that she's
definitions.
working on.
And the list of definitions, so the
Right.
future is address the curb cuts, address the parking on shared spaces from minimum to maximum, to list approved and like define what we mean when we say impervious. And, oh, we already got that. We already got that last one.
And we're
whatever
changing the
else.
diagram.
And changing the, that's what
That's
that is,
what that
and
is.
changing the diagram. And whatever else we think of when we get home tonight.
is that a motion, Dee?
So I moved.
That was a motion. I'll second.
Second, all in favor? 4, all opposed? Abstaining?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, we have 4 approval, 1 abstention, passes. Ordinance number 2024-0, or is that an O? That's 0, -4. 4. We're going to accommodate another important vendor, and we're going to go back to,
Thank you for answering my million questions.
which one was it? 12. We'll go to item 12 and individual items for consideration. Presentation and possible action regarding allocation of funds for sidewalks on Northeast Bernard Street from Grace Street to Big Rocks Park.
Hey, council, I'm Carlos Aguilar with Freeman Milliken. I don't know, I've met some of you guys before. I met a couple of you guys at TML. But the city, I was out here talking to the city about the grant project that you guys are doing, and we're going to help with the construction administration portion of that project. While I was out here, I got to discussing with the city some of the important things, the things that are important to them, like people making their way around town, down to the river, down to the parks, doing that, making those things available, as you guys have probably discussed many times. In particularly, we discussed on Northeast Bernard Street, connecting the sidewalk that ends at Grace, or starts at Grace, ends at Grace, however you want to look at it, and then goes down to Big Rock Park. And so I walked it with the city. We talked about potential solutions. We went back to our office and I told them in a couple of days I could get them what we felt would be a good estimate of cost for construction to get it done. And so we took essentially a 30,000 foot elevation look at it. We obviously have not been on the ground to survey anything, but the city did express that they had looked at this previously, I guess sometime back, had said that they had discussions with other entities that would be interested in helping the city or partnering with the city. They had spoken with TxDOT about if we had gone or potentially had a TxDOT permit already in place or working in place. So I was trying to find ways in our estimating of this project as from an engineering standpoint that we could save the city money. How do we not spend money on things that we've already spent money on before, or that maybe we can just revive and not use it twice. So I gave the city an estimate of cost of what we thought. I located the area. It's not very long. I think it's 1,500 feet, maybe 2,000 feet. It's not very far, but it is got some topographic challenges as you got to go down there by the river. You're dealing with, again, different entities. You got to try to make it as ADA compliant as possible because, there is some elevation challenges. But to better narrow our scope, again, from a 30,000 foot elevation down, I had a contractor look at it with me, a concrete contractor that would be putting in sidewalk, look at it with me. And he gave me what he thought the cost would be for him to come out and do all that work, considering how tight it is through there. There are trees that nobody wants touched except the beavers like to touch them, right? That's why you guys got the little net. Try to see me back there. So to avoid all those things, to keep all the beautification that's there currently, to not touch any of the existing stonework that was from that original house that belonged on that edge there, to maintain kind of the look that it's got, but also to connect Grace Street to that area there. And so what we suggested was that we go down closer by the river as opposed to along the TxDOT road, just for safety reasons. So sometimes kids are riding skateboards and scooters. You just don't know. Some people are on their cell phones. We've all done it. We're on your cell phones while you're driving, and man, oh shoot! And then there's school lights going through there and stuff like that. So to take it down, make closer to the river, I think that there was no objection to that by anybody that was going to help participate. I think they had looked at that, but I wanted to give the city an opportunity to ask all those questions to people they talked to before, because we certainly don't want you spending any money you don't need to. And even if that included money on us, if you don't need to spend it, then don't spend it. But these are the things that we put together, in speaking with the city, why the project was needed. We said to improve the accessibility for the city of Glen Rose residents to get to the park area, improve pedestrian safety, as I was speaking about going down through the TxDOT road. Those cars sometimes can go pretty fast through there. If you just stand there for a little bit, it feels like, whoa, so also provide ADA access to those park facilities, for people that want to come down there.
I'm sorry, can you describe to me exactly where the sidewalk starts and where the sidewalk ends?
What side are we coming from?
Shell Silverstein.
Yeah.
So I have there's some pictures on here of kind of along that area. So it's starting at Grace Street, I guess. If we're standing on Grace Street looking
way down this way.
Yes, yeah. And
Yeah,
looking
it's
back,
not on-
coming to where the dam is, I think. It's where with the spill.
Okay, where those tables are.
Yes, where those tables are. Yes, it's going to
That's
connect
not
that.
Grace Street. Grace
No, no,
Street's
no,
not-
No,
that's
Grace
where it is.
Street is
Where
where
it's
it's going to
going
begin
to
and
the
come to.
sidewalk that's
Correct.
there.
Yes. Yeah. And
Yeah, the
so,
first picture has got the sidewalk.
yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
And coming through there. And so it's just connecting those two areas. And then instead of going along the road, which would require text dot permitting, because you're going to put a pedestrian, and they don't really like that either with the speed of the road through there. We decided we could take it down there. It's probably gonna be a little bit more costly to take it down that way, but it's an upfront cost as opposed to what could be a real bad situation.
But isn't our safe walks for school gonna have the sidewalk supposed to be going from the junior high
And
crossing
stops.
there and then the
all the
kids
way
being
down.
able to walk?
I believe, George, is it right that the safe walk was from Grace Street towards us? So,
Towards the square.
yeah, towards the
Comes
square.
this direction.
Well, how are the kids from the junior high gonna get?
Right
They don't
there,
care about
yeah.
that. That wasn't included in the scope of the program. If you remember the presentation, they said it was really difficult.
Yeah.
This was their words. They said it was really difficult to do, and they wanted to exclude that from the scope of the project. And we said, that's one of the most important pieces of the project.
Yes.
And they said,
There wasn't enough right of way, I think.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So
Yeah,
it's gonna
that's
come down.
If you look at this right here, where we bring it down this way.
Yes, sir.
It's just like Heritage Park side.
I wanna
right
hear
by the
Jim.
river.
Go ahead, Jim, I'm sorry.
There's no sidewalk going from the junior high towards
Right,
Bernard Street
right,
in the scope of the ADA.
right.
I mean, the safe route.
Raise your hand.
So which leads me to ask Buck, are you gonna be there on Friday afternoons to make sure that those little kids can cross over to the sidewalk on Friday afternoons?
Buck is at the stoplight.
I need Jesse then down there because, yeah. Thank you, I appreciate that.
So then just so this is from, let's just say for my brain, it's the tables that are kind of right by the dam at Big Rocks, walking towards us here, walking that way and stopping at Grace
It's
Street.
connecting onto an existing sidewalk at
Yeah,
Grace Street.
and there's an
Right.
existing sidewalk from there. So at this point, we will now have end-to-end Big Rocks
Yes.
To square.
to the square.
Yes.
Cool.
Yay, I
That's
love
what I
it.
was trying to.
So. Now you just need to get some best deal.
On the
Huh?
river, on the road.
River.
All right, hang on a minute, TJ.
So the question.
Jenny, you have
Go ahead,
something?
sorry.
Yeah, part of it, part of it.
We own a house on Bernard Street, Northeast Bernard Street.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's gonna go behind her house.
No,
No,
ma'am. No. So it's gonna, so the best I can describe it is this. Again, we looked at this from a very high, we've not been on the ground to like survey everything. So from a very high elevation down. So we've not begun design, we have not begun surveying, and we will not begin until the city has said, hey, yeah, we want to do this project. So, what it is start the street, the existing sidewalk ends at Grace Street at the intersection of Grace Street and Bernard. Okay, this existing sidewalk, it stops. We're gonna connect right there, go along Bernard until we get to where there's a new lift station there.
So it's gonna go in front of.
It's gonna go in front.
Okay.
Okay.
Sit on the river.
Well, yes,
Well,
because
yeah.
right when it gets to that lift station, it's gonna start to cut down and get around from all that existing stonework that's there from that old previous house. that's there.
And go back in front of the homes.
Yes.
And I will say that we watch the children from the junior high come and they come down and they walk up on the ledge.
That's right.
and they
Yeah,
jump
exactly.
down,
Right.
And then they cross the street.
Yeah, it's just dangerous.
It's very.
Yeah, so the city, I mean, I know we talked a few times now about how concerned the city is with that, but I mean, just to be real frank with you guys, I mean, you're hamstrung in a lot of places. I mean, to try to do, I mean, look, our job is to tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear, right? And sometimes what you need to hear is you just don't have room unless you go and ask some residents and say, hey, we'd love to get us a walkway for some students or residents or whatever from here to here, but we need like a pedestrian access right in front of your house on the front part of your house. If they say no, then you have no right of way. You've got challenges with elevation. You've got different, I mean, it's beautiful out here, right? But along with that comes challenges. And so you have a community that seems to want to work with you guys. So that's great. And we'll help however we can make it work. But again, our job is to tell you what we see for real and not what we think you just want to hear to get us moving, on this thing. So, so like I said, I took some steps that I felt were going to help give us a better look at a cost. the contractor will tell you, any contractor worth his salt is going to tell you, look, an estimate is exactly that. It's an estimate. And I'm giving it to you today. And if they don't do the project for 9 months, those prices could change, you know, because he's just suppliers and things like that, right? So we do appreciate the opportunity to even be asked to put together a cost estimate and an exhibit for the city. We appreciate that opportunity, and we hope that we're given an opportunity to work with the community beyond just the grant project we're going to help you guys with. So
this project is going to be very near and dear to me, so I appreciate all your
Yeah.
hard work on it. What would be a timeline?
So if we were to begin surveying, it would probably take us about a week and a half to survey it, like to get a topographic survey. We'd begin design, and the estimate would probably be about give us 30 days to get to preliminary, where we could bring it out here to show to the city and, you know, with these guys and say, hey, look, this is what we've got. Sit down with the other entities that are going to be involved in it. I mean, I think you got some cross, you got not just the city going to be involved, there'll be other entities being involved. So we want everybody to make sure that we're all on the same page, that in the middle of construction, no one's going to say, whoa, what are you doing? You know? So once we do that at like a 30% maybe, then we'll preliminary, we'll go back, spend another 30 days to get to a 90%, bring it back out, see that we addressed everybody's concerns. And then we'll make sure that all the permitting that is required is taken care of. And then again, we'll have to get the TDLR involved because they want to make sure that there's, you know, it's safe for everybody. And so we can't ever estimate their time, but for us to begin and end design, you're probably looking at, I don't know, 90 days to 120 days max, just depending on other reviews that we're not in control of, like when we give it to other people. And so, but that's from the point of like, hey, we have a contract, let's start and let's go. So,
And I think getting in the summer, potentially having an avenue for people at Big Rocks. I mean, we've seen the last couple of days. I mean, this place is packed. To have an avenue for them to get to the square, that's awesome. So
I love it.
So were you called because you're the one doing these other sidewalks that we're doing?
no, so just so you know, I think TxDOT's doing those, right? Isn't that correct? So we did all the preliminary work for that.
For text.
Yeah, no, for the city through the grant. And then we were awarded, thank you guys for awarding us that project. But then TxDOT came through and said, no, that they wanted to do all of the construction and the engineering on it. And so Michael Lehmans, he called me and said, hey, listen, I just got to let you know this. It's okay. I mean, listen, we want what's in the best interest of the community. We're not going to fight you on it. Like if they need to do it, let them do it. So yes, we helped with that original like scope, but it was with a lot of back and forth with the city of like, these are the areas that we need to address. And there was some serious challenges, like in terms of right of way, just access. And nobody wants to go ask somebody for the 5-foot strip in front of their house, you know, but sometimes that's what you need sometimes, you know, so, but yes, we helped. And we are helping with the new grant, the street project. We're helping with the construction administration of that. Again, thank you guys for awarding us that. Then we're going to do the bidding and construction administration on that project, you know, review the contractor's bills and things like that before we get them approved, by you guys. So.
Yeah, I just walked this Saturday and I just kept thinking, I stopped talking while I was walking it. Because, and y'all know for me, so, because I was nervous. And so safety is our response above everything else. We are tasked with keeping people safe. And so to me, this is a no-brainer because this is,
yes.
And we have the luxury and the benefit of having homeowners who want to see people be safe too. And God, that's a blessing. And so this is a no-brainer.
And we just I do want to say this to some of the homeowners that will be going in front of your house and they will ask, your phone's going to be ringing, not mine, but whatever a contractor, when he goes through and he's building it, we're going to make sure he's cleaning it up as he goes, not after he's done, so that these people they always have access to their frontage. I mean, we put that in all of our contract documents with the contractor. We emphasize that at pre-construction meetings. This is what's going to happen. You're not going to change order us unless the city comes and says, hey, we want to stretch this sidewalk further this way or that way. Then you can change order us. But you're not going to change order us. If you've bid the plans as they are, you've reviewed the plans as they are, you're signing that you have reviewed the site, you looked at the site, you looked at the plans, you can do it for this price. You're not going to come and change order us for anything. And that includes messing up somebody's yard and having to fix it exactly like it was. So
Carlos, you have to commit that it will be the mayor's phone number.
Okay. He has it forwarded to you, so I don't know how we can do this. No, but I do appreciate the opportunity just to come talk to you guys about it. And however we can help, if you guys want us to submit a proposal to the community to begin surveying and engineering for it, we will be excited to get started. If you guys want to stop and think about it, that's okay too. We'll be at ready whenever you guys do call us, and if you decide not to, that's okay as well.
Thank you,
Thank
Carl.
you,
Yes, sir.
I think it's a brilliant idea,
I do too.
and we need to move forward.
And I will say this, so Jim had remembered that the water district had committed to doing the sidewalks in front of their area that they own. And so we reached out to Kevin Taylor, and he has said that they committed to it and they will do it.
Okay.
So that's awesome. And then they're also gonna have on their next agenda, just in case you wanna go in May, that they might look at, black topping the parking area there as well.
Excellent,
And I think we
excellent.
should absolutely encourage them to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think the cost figures that he looked at were doing the whole thing, and that will be reduced a little bit, so.
I
It's
guess
not an insignificant amount.
my only concern would be make sure it falls in line with his designs and
Yeah.
plans.
They'll do the work.
Real quick, just because that was great, and that's what we originally talked about when we went out there to go visit, is make sure we talk to everybody who's gonna help participate to reduce y'all's costs. And so they took care of that right away. They went and called me and said, yep, we talked to them and they're good with it. What I was telling him about earlier was where it gets tricky, and we'll have to figure out a way to do this is, and I'm sure you guys are all in government, so you know, like local government code, right? Is local government code says that if the city commits to a construction project that is greater than $50,000, you have to publicly bid it. A private entity such as the water company does not have to do that. They can pick whoever they want to do it. So you may have a contractor come in from who knows where. If you bid it, if we bid a portion of it and then have to do a secondary bid for another portion of it, then the contractors will know that they're doing the whole project. It's funded by two different things. They may charge you a little bit more money because they don't know who's paying who and who's paying what, but they may not. They may say, hey, we'll give you, the same price all across the board. It's just hard to judge, but just understand, like, I know you guys wouldn't ever, I know you guys know all this. I'm saying something that you already know, but once you hit that threshold, then you're just bound by law to do it a certain way.
But Troy, the Somerville County Water District is a taxing entity, right? So they wouldn't be
Oh,
considered
they're
a
not
public.
private.
No.
They're subject to the
Yeah,
same
they're
rules that
subject
we
to the
are.
same rules. So we would, no matter what, we have to publicly bid. I would recommend, and Troy's probably got way more experience. I know he has more experience than me at this, but you could do essentially like an agreement with them to put an escrow account or something in a bank account for you guys that equates to their portion of the project that you guys would draw from. And then that way, I don't know how accounting, I'm gonna make it hard for everybody. I don't know how the accounting works, but do it in a way that's clean and that no one ever has any questions.
Right.
Because you'll always have somebody say, hey, I want to go cause a fuss about something, who knows what. So,
All right.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, we
that
can
was.
figure that.
yeah, it's a little bit, but you got it.
Just read the thing.
Great idea. Thank you for putting the work in and getting it back to us
I
so
appreciate the
quickly.
opportunity. Thank you guys so much.
So that was what I was gonna say, is that this is great, but because of the cost, we did need to go out for bid on it. So that was my,
Does this need an action?
No.
Oh, we don't?
Well, actually, go out for bid.
Move to, yeah.
So you want to put it out to bid?
Yeah.
Well, not to bid, not to bid.
No,
It would be to request a
To-
proposal for
to
services.
RFP.
I need y'all's authorization to allocate the funds so that we can start the project.
don't we already have the money set
But
aside?
not for this project.
Well,
I
Make the motion.
move that we allocate the funds for this project.
What?
The sidewalks on Northeast Bernard Street from Gray Street to Big Rocks.
Second.
All in favor? 5-0 passes.
And I would say this, we've allocated $1 million for sidewalks. So,
good.
when you think about downtown sidewalks, and which is more important. So you could think of it as, for right now, we take that, and then there are some options that we talked about in regard to downtown sidewalks to be able to fund that. And we're looking at that would, happen in November potentially with a ballot initiative for an EDC. Then we'd be eligible for grants that would replace the money we're gonna spend here.
Right.
So,
Do you want to modify, you want me to modify that motion to say that we'll do it?
No, that's fine. I just need you to say we can spend money.
Okay.
So
Go forth
so
and
we'll figure out
prosper.
the.
But now do you need the motion to put in for the,
It's part of it. So y'all allocate the funds and we can move forward, which.
Yeah.
is-
Thank you, yes, thank you.
Thank you for moving me up. I'm gonna get back to Dallas now.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
Thank you.
have a safe drive?
Thank you so much. All right, see you guys.
We're gonna move back to public hearings regarding proposed updates to the City of Glen Rose Code of Ordinances,
Which
Chapter
number?
3, Article 3.11, landscaping. That's item 7.
Public hearing on 7, okay.
Yes.
okay, so, our tree ordinance,
Oh, okay, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah.
We removed item 5 and 6.
right? They will be coming back on our next agenda. Or if we do a special meeting, we might be able to put it in there.
Okay.
I'm just coming over here because you're gonna talk and then you're gonna turn it to me.
That's right. So, similar type thing, tree ordinances are in the landscaping, definition. So, this is regarding heritage trees and the preservation of heritage trees. And the intent is obviously to make sure that developers come in and they're conscious of trees and doing everything possible. We're not anti-development at all, but we believe that there is a way that we can protect heritage trees and accomplish what the builder and developer want to do. So that's the basis for this.
All right, open the public hearing. Anybody in favor? Opposition?
So, close
Yeah,
public
close
hearing.
public hearing.
Okay. So this, this came from instructions over a year ago. It took P and Z probably about 6 months to go back and forth through this. We have taken this ordinance through the forestry department. We have taken it through their urban forestry consultants. We have taken it through some landscape architects to make sure, Karen Richards, to make sure that what the trees we're talking about, that we have all the right thought processes, et cetera. This actually started when Kyle was here, and he had proposed some ordinances that we felt were too very overburdening. And so we kept going back to the drawing board at P&Z and trying to say, how do we find something that's an even balance? So the concept of this is basically to make sure that if a developer comes in, clear cutting, regardless of what type of tree, can't happen. We have given free rein to get rid of cedar, cypress, anything of that nature, all the junk trees that we don't really want, but things like the elms, the pecans, the live oaks, all of those are the ones that based off size. And so there's a thing called breast height, which is where measurements are done to kind of talk about the age of a tree, because not all trees can be aged by the number of rings that they have. So we went back and forth, and then of course things kind of got stalled again with not having an administrator. So Troy, Larry, and I came back through. We've reviewed it again. We have said that this is basically it's a new ordinance to go under landscaping, but we haven't addressed the rest of the landscaping. So we will have to do that as well. But this is just a tree preservation. What it basically does is it doesn't prevent a developer from taking a tree out, but it gives consequences for that being done. Is really what happens. It's if you take one out, you have to replace. It gives them the ability to say, if they can't replace on their plot of land, that they can pay the city so that then the city could take that money and use it for trees in parks and other landscaping tree projects that we might have.
This
So-
would be something that would help prevent what happened over by First Baptist.
Correct. That's exactly what this is. Okay, questions?
Go.
I'm making my notes, hang on. Okay, go.
Okay, let's see. Well, I've started on page 39, letter number 3, letter 4. I don't want the city to be deemed as like an HOA. We're going to tell you what you can do on your private property. And if you are an individual homeowner and you have a tree that is damaged or that is, it's one of the protected trees, it's already going to cost you thousands of dollars to get it cut down properly. I would like to take out number 4 under number 3, where any selective or individual removal of any protected class or heritage class tree in the city limits.
Okay, hang on, I'm gonna stop you because I think if you're reading line by line and not taking the context, that is not, if they are exempt from everything.
I didn't find that. I was trying to
In
find.
damaged trees, there's a whole section about damaged
Well,
trees
but
and removal and that there's
what
no
if it's a
consequence.
tree and there's no damage, but the tree can cause damage to the home or to the
That
structure?
counts under the
It's
there's
not a
whole-
damaged tree. It's not a
There's a whole
diseased
thing.
tree. It's
There's
just a tree.
there's a
that-
section in there that gives them the rights to protect their property. I don't have it in front of me.
You need this?
Do you have the document? Thank you. Sorry.
'Cause I mean, I understand I want to protect trees, but when you've got a homeowner,
No, we
Here-
actually thought about we thought that through. So I want to make sure that I'm reading it right to you so that you know.
I read it several times and I did damaged and all of that, but I just don't think a homeowner should be required to replant or should have to get a permit if they're doing it on their own property and they're not, I just.
Okay, hang on, give me 1 second.
Well, in that same number 3, B item with 3 I's, it talks about damage, but not limited to uprooting, severe severance of the root system or main trunk, storage of topsoil, compact soil within any substantial change with more than 1 inch of natural grade. Oops, and now I just said
That's
something.
actually during, if you've got a protected tree and they're doing construction around it, is what that is. All right, you're right. We are missing that. There is supposed to be that if you want to pull, and understanding where George has been, the intent was never to say that if a tree on a person's private property, in a residential,
Not commercial. I'm
not
talking
commercial,
re-
but in a
commercial is in
residential.
here.
Right. It was never the intent that if a tree was going to create damage to the property, the structures on the property.
Or it foreseeably could cause the
Or-
damage.
What if you, can I make a suggestion that we think about? What if you changed it to say a person cannot remove 2 or more heritage trees without, a waiver from the building official?
At
And-
no
and here's
expense for
why.
a permit.
And no,
Yeah.
no charge
Yeah.
for that, right? So, because it's not about getting permits, but, and the reason is that when somebody has a piece of land with a lot of heritage trees, there are certain developments that want to take out every single tree,
Yes.
right?
Like what we've already
And
seen.
if the person has an ag exemption, then under the ag exemption, you can remove certain trees
Right.
as part of, routine, I guess, clearing. And from experience, I will tell you,
They raised the hell out of
there's
it.
nobody watching. That sound in the middle of the night is chainsaws, not a train. So, sometimes people will just cut down everything because a development, let's say it's an apartment complex, and they came along and said, if you got rid of these trees, it would be worth a lot more to us. And we can't do it, but you can do it. So that, I think by putting it 2 or more,
I'm good with that.
it gives you protection against that.
But then put in the,
With waiver of permit fees for residential
Just
applicants.
yeah, I'm looking
So
at
one,
single family
Yeah,
residential.
absolutely.
I'm not talking about apartments, I'm
No,
not
no.
talking about
But the
duplexes.
problem is it may be
single-family
a single
residential.
family residence right now.
That's
Maybe
right.
it's one of our ranches. So
That's
it's
right.
considered a single family residence. And because it's under some type of an ag exempt right now, they can go out and remove all the developer they want to sell to can suggest that they go remove a whole bunch of trees
See, I
so
wouldn't
that the
think that. I'm
land
thinking
becomes
people
more
that
usable.
live in town on a
Yeah.
half-acre lot and they've got
We got
I
properties
trees
that
that have to be
understand.
removed.
we've got
I
property along
understand.
67 that I would thought was commercial and it's not, it's residential. So, yeah.
So I would say, as a person who has had to remove some trees because of danger, and I have all of my trees are heritage trees. I don't have a single non-heritage tree on my
Wow.
property.
Oh, you
I
had-
understand what you're talking about.
Yes.
Trust me.
Yes, because
I
you had one
like
that was like
his
tears have to
solution.
remove.
I know.
we're not talking about cedar trees.
No, we're
No,
not.
no. We're talking. I
We're
mean,
talking heritage. or
we're talking
protected.
about oaks
I
and
like that. I think that
cons,
solves
and
your
so
thing,
I'm good
too.
with. I think because just saying single family, is exempt creates a problem for the future development that may occur on a lot.
So 2 or more at one time, or 2 or more within a 3-month period, or do we want to just leave it 2 or more and?
2 or more, would you
I
want to
would
go
think
2 and
it's
2?
2 or more at one time.
That
Well,
works.
Because-
Well, that
no.
opens up. I might
Yeah.
take one down today,
2 or
and
more within,
then
let's stick with
yeah.
2, 2 or more within a 2-year period and we can get alliterative with it. 2 or more within a 2-year period.
Oh, how about 3 or 6 months?
For one
No,
year.
let's extend it out. Let's protect them.
I would say at least 6.
Too cool?
2 quarters.
2.
2 quarters.
Jim, you have any
2 trees,
suggestions?
2 trees and 2 quarters. That's 6 months.
6 months?
Did you say 6
He
months?
said minimum of 6 months.
That puts it, if someone is looking to convert their use,
Yeah, they're
that
gonna be
puts
in a
that-
hurry.
that puts that window further out.
Yeah.
That for them to be able to convert their use.
Got it. There we go.
Okay, and the other one was where it's talking about diseased trees. We discussed it earlier and it was wanted to change the wording. It's on page 42. Let's get down there. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. B, number I and then B. It is the intent of the city to control and prevent the spread of oak wilt.
Yes.
And it's talking about, if oak wilt, if the oak tree is wounded, blah, blah, blah. And we need to put it just not oak wilt, but other diseases and infestations, right?
No,
That's how
you
we
can't
word
go
it.
that far.
Oak wilt is like a state emergency right now for lack of, I don't know better. There's probably some arborist term for it,
But there are, Larry, can you?
Ash-boring beetles is one of them. That's an infestation. And that causes a problem that kills the tree. Yes.
So it's the intent of the city to control and prevent the spread of oak wilt, to prevent the spread of the beetles.
Infestations that can happen, right? Exactly.
And that's where I got it was from these specific.
So this is where I'm just going to refer back to that when we took this to the Texas Forest Service.
Yeah.
That the dean, well, not the dean, that the Professor David Appel, who is the leading professor emeritus at Texas A&M, who is very involved in the Forest Service. He actually is the one who reread this for me after we went through all the other places while they were in an Oak Wilt certification class at my property. No, that's not. He felt that that's the only one that was warranted, that all from based on the trees we're trying to protect.
George, this is kind of your wheelhouse, right?
I'm okay with changing
Very
and
much
adding
my wheelhouse.
infestations, so whatever you
Which is why I
want.
said you're going too far.
Yeah, so
To even consider beyond Oak Wilt.
Okay.
Oak Wilt's a quarantinable thing. I mean,
Right.
it's,
Others aren't.
others are not.
Oak Wilt, when you find Oak Wilt,
It's bad.
it's bad, but you can trench around it, you can treat, you can do things. Infestations of other types, they just fly around and land wherever they want, and you can't really stop it. So that's why they said Oak Wilt's the one you need to bring out. Everything else, you're never going to be able to control it.
So would this apply to a homeowner?
Yes.
I'm not mad about that as somebody with a 200 plus, 200 plus year oak trees. I don't want somebody else killing my trees.
I've got one as well.
Yeah.
And I protect it
Yeah.
vociferously.
Yeah.
But I'm the property owner.
Right.
I'm not the city
So-
telling me to protect my
so
own tree.
I understand that.
That's where I'm
So
getting
here's
at a
where,
while
so
ago,
here's,
George.
because this was a big dialogue.
My tree was there before the sidewalk, so I don't want to fix the sidewalk.
I hear you.
I don't
So
see
this
that
was
in
the
here about
biggest
fixing
thing that we actually went back and forth on the commission, probably
It'll be
for about
coming
3
next month.
months. So we kept coming back to, and we used various different examples. But we kept coming back to what was the big thing we were trying as a mission? It was to preserve our natural beauty. And when we start talking about some of these homes, and we talk about places and homes that are like along the river, where a lot of these heritage trees are, if homeowners start just randomly taking things down, it really does affect the cityscape. And that's where we came back and said, no, this really does have to apply to the residents as well as commercial, because there is so much that if somebody does something like that and then they all do it, it affects our cityscape. It affects us. So I understand exactly what you're saying, because I feel, I'm very protective about my land, and it's my land and I should be allowed to do what I want. But at the same time, if I take down the singing trees, which I had to lay one down, it affects the view. It affects people walking along the river, because private owners own the land along the river. So that's why we said, yes, it needs to affect the homeowners, but I also understand where you're at, and that's going to be, you guys have to make that call.
Well, me cutting down an ash tree on my property is not going to hurt my neighbor.
An ash tree isn't one of our
That's
protected.
but my point is, if I'm a crappy pruner, because I don't know anything about it, thank God my husband does. If I go to pruning on my ash tree, it's not going to hurt my neighbor's yard. But if I go to pruning on my oak tree, it's not just going to hurt me. I could potentially cause the oak tree in my neighbor's yard to die too. I think that's the distinction here. Like, we were literally pruning our tree once, and this person stopped and was like, "What are you doing?" And they panicked. It was a dead limb, so it was okay. But they were warranted to stop and freak out, because what we were doing could have harmed them. And I think that's the distinction with this particular issue is my negligence isn't just going to affect me. It can affect the people next to me and the people next to them. And you're going to get mad as whatever term we want to use publicly if I do something that harms that particular tree. And I think that's what makes this so special and so different.
I have a hard time with telling.
We tell people they can't drive drunk, right? Like, I don't drive drunk because I don't want to die, but I also don't drive.
That's harm to another individual. That's not
not
harm to a
Your
tree.
own personal property.
It's to my people aren't allowed to break into my house then. Let's go with that one.
That's
My
hard
personal
to you
property, they can't
individually.
break into my house.
Mm-hmm.
I can spray paint my house all day long on the outside if I want to, but if somebody comes and vandalizes my home, we don't allow that. And this is vandalism of the highest magnitude because it can't be fixed. You spray paint my front door, I can repaint it. You kill my however, I don't know, my tree
And
that
it's
I
not like
hug.
this is some new rule. This
Yeah.
is an ordinance that is in multiple cities to protect these trees. And so, if you're going to buy a home and it has an oak tree, you need to be aware that this is your responsibility when it pertains to that oak tree. So that we
But
can
I do
fulfill
think,
this.
George, to your point, I think we have an
Yeah.
opportunity to provide information also. So when developers come,
Yeah.
then if we can get like from Texas A&M or something, some packets that help educate folks so that they know, because I don't think many people do anything intentionally harmful. They just don't know. I didn't know until somebody told me. So again, in the vein of communication, maybe there's an opportunity for us to do a post that talks about oak wilt. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to have some information for developers that
May
talks about it.
20th, the Oak Wilt certification will be going on at my property, and I will make sure you guys have everything you need that you can then use for your
Yes,
communication.
please. Awesome. I love it. Yeah.
And I guess one thing to differentiate as I read this again, it says all trees to be preserved on site shall be protected from damage caused by site excavation or construction in accordance with the following.
Right.
And
Where
then
are
it
you
lists the following.
Okay, I found it. I found it.
I-
Tree protection standards.
Mhm. So we're talking about a construction happening on a piece of property along with excavation. And while you're doing that, be mindful of this
Right.
and protect.
But that's section A. Section B is to prevent oak wilt. Section C
But
is
it's
tree
under-
preservation credits.
But it's under A.
No, it's A, B, C. It's different. It's different bullets.
God, every time I think we've got this.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It is the intent of the city to control. and
Okay,
prevent
hang on.
spread of-
I mean, if we, yeah.
And look, guys, I mean, this is not my day job to write these things. So
No,
if I've done something
No,
wrong.
TJ was right. It is a
I'm-
standalone, it is a
Yeah,
standalone item.
Okay.
Well, if you look at the definitions that we're talking about, you know, under protected class trees, you know, I mean, we are talking about heritage trees. We are trying to concentrate on
Yeah.
new developments, new constructions, and just make sure that we don't have clear cutting, as we have seen that developers will do. So
And
I
we
don't
need to
think the
stop that.
intent
Yeah, so-
is to tell somebody that wants to take out a tree that they feel like they have to take out from taking a tree out. So, like, I think, you know, I think if you put the 2 in, I think that gives the owners the protection that they need. If they're doing more than 2, then something's up, you know?
I have just a couple questions. Does this apply to our ETJ?
No.
Oh, man.
Okay, it's,
Yeah.
look, I'm,
Good effort, though.
yeah, you know me, you're right. Can it apply to our ETJ is my next question. We already addressed that one. There's a couple places, so in section page 9, so item 3.
Page 9. We're on page
Nope,
40.
I've said item 9, sorry. Page 40, under section 4, in a couple places it says may. Can we change that to must? Because if I read may, then I read may not. Like that's not, may is an option, must is not an option. So item 1, for instance, high class trees, you know, it must be, a waiver must be requested, not may be requested.
Is that number 6?
Number 1, number 3, and number 6 all say may be requested. Can we just change it to must?
And you're on page 40?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
How about-
she was,
how about
before,
shall?
it's not what she was
How
talking
about
about.
shall?
I'm down with shall. Let's go with shall.
I just hadn't found where you're at.
Set number 4, number 1, 3.
Oh, okay.
I like
Straight
shall.
line.
Okay, just must, I mean, may is an optional word and we are not being optional in this. So there's that. And then on item, just because Troy had to clarify this for me, so I thought it might be helpful. On page 41, G, it says tree mitigation funds may also be utilized to ... If it can say, I asked Troy, utilized by whom? Utilized by the city or utilized by the developer?
Utilized by the city.
He said developer.
And I said development.
Well, wait a minute.
Boom.
The mitigation fund is
That
the
comes to
fund
the
that's
city.
owned to the city.
That's what I was thinking, but so,
Well, I was thinking at the development stage that mitigation, they're gonna know how many trees they have to take out, right?
Right.
So if there's mitigation involved and there are other things that they can protect with some of the funds, then why not have the developer do it?
That's okay, I think, but the city controls the mitigation fund. So it would then be in a development agreement with the developer that the city creates to give them some of those funds back. But the city has the funds.
and that lives in that same vein of you guys having
Yeah.
the carrot.
Where's the
Yeah,
ordinance address the funds?
We're usually.
Where does the ordinance address choice?
Just kidding.
Choice.
So if
I hear you.
I can't do things when I'm
if the developer had trees that they had to take out and they're gonna have some mitigation penalties or, whatever, cost associated with that, then what if do we want that to go directly to the city and be in a fund that the city controls? Or should the developer be able to say, should it be, okay, we're gonna pay $25,000, we're gonna take 10 of it, and we're gonna do X, Y, Z work to protect other trees, or
That would still have to be
Yeah.
a development agreement.
Yeah, my preference would be for you guys to have it and then you get to use it to be like,
But
hey.
Stacy's got a very
Where-
important
Where
question.
do we address the funds, what they owe us, what the funds do, how we collect the funds? Where is it addressed in the ordinance?
like any other fee that they have to pay.
I just didn't see where you talk about in here, because you're talking about what we do with the funds.
Yeah.
So what are we talking, how we charge the funds?
It is,
So-
yeah,
It's not
it's,
We're gonna have to
in
add
there,
to it.
we gotta clarify
Probably.
what
Okay.
those fees
Yeah.
are, just like the parkland notification fee.
Yep.
How those fees are.
so, yeah, so then if on G, free mitigation funds may also be utilized by the city? Well,
Yeah. The tree mitigation funds may also be utilized to install irrigation, to repair or remove damaged or destroyed trees, to preserve and protect existing protected class and heritage trees, and to purchase equipment for the preservation or protection of existing trees.
so
That's still.
as approved by the
Right.
city, maybe that's what it needs to say, because it's, when I read it, I was like, well, who's getting to do this? The city? Because I thought that this was us, like, okay, we can use this money to add irrigation at Heritage,
Right.
at a place or
That
whatever.
was the intent, but now it sounds like maybe we need to rethink that intent.
And as approved by the city, so who can they go ask, just any city employee and they can say yes?
So should we just strike this one for, in the same vein as the other thing, let's just put this as a future fix, remove it from this and put it as a,
Clarification on your funds, what your fees are.
Well, maybe what the fees are, but it would be like any other fee that the building department has, right?
So when you, hang on. So when I look at this,
This ordinance doesn't adopt the fees though.
Mm-mm.
We have to establish the fees in the fee schedule.
Just-
Correct.
I just
And then-
find that's the only time we talk about it, so we just make sure it's clarified, so when it comes to it, that
So before we can adopt this, do we need to, anything that is talking about a fee, do we not need to have it adopted first to know what that is?
no, because, I would say no, but.
do you want to strike?
Are your other development fees, all of them a council initiative, or do you control some of the fees?
No. They
Now,
all came to
council,
us.
Every single
council
one?
sets the
Okay.
fees, council waives the fees.
Okay.
That's the
So we
only
can
one.
just strike G for today and
Well,
then,
there's several things that talk about the funds.
I'm
Section
wondering,
G mentions fund, I searched it, point G's. Oh, that's fine.
Oh, I'm looking at mitigation requirements.
and it's just because I'm trying to look at, I mean, when I read it, I was like, oh, I wonder which hoop, so somebody else, and I'm just trying to make sure we don't have any ambiguity.
So, but there's a bunch of places that have blank spaces.
that was
can
something,
leave that out.
so we agreed that because this is,
Gonna change, you have to
You
reference.
can leave it out and establish what
Yeah.
Yeah.
we recommend based on what other people have.
Anything
'Cause
that's a
something may
blank
have been-
space, we're gonna not.
Well, like,
No,
look at
it
this.
was, the goal is
Yeah,
it's
I know, but-
referencing
but
other
like,
material in the document and
Pre-
in other things, and that because I don't.
Yeah.
Stacy and I have to get together.
Yeah. Pretend
and
like if we struck
lay
out
this in
E,
so that I know exactly
then
where
F
we have to
becomes
point
E.
something to.
so you don't
So I
reference
left
your
it
stuff
blank.
till it's finalized.
Right, I'm
Right.
just saying, if we're going to look at approving this, I'm not a person that signs a piece of paper that has blank spaces. And if we're approving this, we're approving it with blank spaces. What's gonna be in the blank spaces?
The spot that it's talking
Well,
about.
you're
That's the thing
one
is the
that
spots are
approves what the
changing.
fees are gonna be when we do
No, she's looking at
No.
like things like under, well,
Yeah.
Like under F, all
It
trees planted for
references-
mitigation purposes.
yeah, it's referencing old ordinances that I didn't
change
have
those.
time
Or,
to do all that research and time to get this to you guys.
or when you
So,
update this, what was section F, now that we've removed section E, what was
Right.
section F is now section E.
right, and that's why I left blanks, but
Yeah.
with the understanding that Stacy and I, that I promised Jody that I would fix all of that for Stacy once we had an exact ordinance, so that I wouldn't leave her hanging with the extra work.
Yeah, cause
And
like,
that's all I had was those two.
Yeah.
Those
So
are
I understand what you're saying, but the blanks are just reference blanks. They're not
rules.
rules. So I would say go ahead and strike G. And we can always add it back later. Once we figure out the fees and the collection process and whatever else needs to be done. The goal of this really isn't about the fees. The goal of this is to stop clear cutting.
which that, I know we've gotta get that taken care of ASAP. I was just worried about
No, I'm
private
with you.
homeowners.
I'm with you. And that's just, I like the two. We make that change. We strike the fee thing. Anything else?
I've got them listed, but I'll wait till other.
Did we decide on 2 and 6 months? Was
I
that-
would say 2 and 6 months. Again, the goal is to prevent somebody from doing something to then turn around and sell to a developer.
Right.
One of the things that I didn't see in here, but is definitely something that I would love to see addressed, is the utilities companies coming in and
Yes.
butchering our trees. They do not, they're basically paid for minutes to get a tree done. So they make them look like slingshots instead of what is best or what an arborist says should be best as far as the pruning of trees.
If you like an example, I can show you one on her.
No,
See
we can
them
see one on
all around.
Bernard.
I just think if we're addressing this, I would like to see us address.
Let's go back and figure out what law lets us do for that.
Oh, and just to echo, like, kind
I
of
agree
piggyback
with
off
you.
of that, off of College Street. I mean, they not only cut the trees, they left the tree limbs. And so, I mean, they're just all up and down the road.
For that, you just need to call the utility company because they're supposed to pick those up.
Well, I know.
But
that's
then
what
this
we-
ordinance wouldn't be the one that takes
I'm
care of
just
that.
bringing it up. No, I know that, but I'm just making
No.
the statement.
No, you're right. You're right.
I think they said if they take out a tree, they'll give you a metal pole.
Yeah, that's what they did. Exactly.
Don't
No,
say
that's
that.
Put metal poles
Yeah.
on, they'll paint it green.
So I guess what I'm looking for is something that might say,
Yeah.
I just wrote down something like utilize arborist standards for a healthy tree to the property owner.
We
Something
just
like
gotta
that.
find out if what the law says on that.
If we have
But
any
we will
rights.
definitely look into that.
There is some ordinance around utility poles, and we've been
Yeah.
talking about that. How do we get rid of some of these poles everywhere?
Oh,
So
goodness.
I think something's gotta
But
happen.
it's the lines, they're
Good.
trimming the trees around.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Have
so
one
we'll,
other
like I
question.
said, that's
Okay, we
on
have
my
questions,
notes.
George.
So did we look at anything as it relates to the Endangered Species Act for the black cap vireo and the golden cheek warbler? Did we look at that as we looked at, it's just a question. As we look
Please tell me
at
what they're called. Those are birds.
golden cheek warbler and the black cap vireo.
Okay, I
So
know the
making
golden cheek.
sure that we're not destroying their
No, I did
habitat.
not. Yes.
Okay,
What is
gold.
habitat?
George, what is their habitat?
They only live here.
Cedar trees, and they only kind of run from like this, a little bit of the northern part of from us here, kind of down towards the hill country. It's a very limited area for their nesting.
And I
They
assume.
nest here and they travel to
In
Mexico.
cedars.
They do. They make
Blackwood.
their nest in cedar trees.
Okay, so I'm assuming since you brought that up, you can provide me with some information.
I probably could.
If you would be so kind, then I know that Troy, Larry, and I in the commission will take that under consideration and make sure we adjust it and bring it back to you.
What was the black one?
Black cat vireo.
Black.
What is the second word?
Cat vireo.
Cat.
CAPVED.
Vireo.
Vireo. VIREO.
B or V, like Victor?
Victor.
V.
I got that all kinds of.
VIREO. And a golden cheeked warbler.
Okay.
You know what? That is a very good point that we needed to consider in allowing them to take cedars down. So,
Because it'll come up.
Yeah.
The developer will say, I can't take this down because this is a habitat for this animal.
And these are
And-
endangered?
well,
And it's on the endangered species list.
okay, well, you know what? There's this really great thing. You're going to point me in a direction, and then we have this amazing wildlife preservation park that has amazing information and resources, and I'll get with them to figure out what they suggest we do too.
And I have the notes written to make the motion, but am I good? Okay, so I move to approve with the following changes. Change may to must.
Shall.
Shall. I even wrote that twice. Change may to shall.
That's because you wanted it.
I like shall. Look, I have it
Must.
twice. You're
You
right.
love must.
Add cannot remove 2 or more heritage trees without a permit. No permit fees apply to residential property owners, however that needs to be termed.
Within.
Within 6 months. And that's what and then for future, for our meeting, so not for tonight, but for our meeting, talk about utilities butchering our trees and what can we do to address that and address endangered species, the golden cheek warbler and the black capped vireo.
And they were gonna take out the letter G.
And remove letter G. Oop. Thank you. I wrote it and didn't read it. I made that motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor of the motion? 5-0.
Thank you all for our patience.
Yeah, this is
City
like
ordinance
a year
number
in the making.
2024-0-5.
A year in the making. I didn't do anything.
Amazing.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Okay. Well, that's what this do.
Good job.
Okay. We're going to go back to individual items for consideration. Item number 13, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the ordinance amending the City of Glen Rose Code of Ordinances, Section 14.03.003, Historic Preservation Commission.
So council, we talked at the retreat and, this came up because as I started reviewing like the tax abatements and the whole question about tax abatements. It was a little problematic, in my opinion, that we take something off the tax rolls for up to 5 years. And I wanted to know what other cities out there were doing this. So Stacy and I've talked about certain things that need to be cleaned up. The way that our commissions members are appointed, right? So it should start in January, right?
It should start in like August, you want them to start, their terms start January.
The terms start in
Process starts.
January. So the process should start in August, September, that we start accepting applications. Right now, it is that the commissions nominate people to the council
Based on the applications.
based on the applications.
Based on the applications.
I believe that best practices and the way that I've always seen it and the way that I think most cities do it is that those applications come to staff, then they are presented to those people, interview with the council, right? There's an interview process. That makes it, our commissions are advise and consent. So it is 100% a council initiative, the whole idea of the commission. So we would like to change that within the ordinances so that some applications are taken, those people interview with council, and then council nominates. We clean up the terms. So if somebody takes over a term, they take over that term until the next term ends, and then the date of the regular term stays the same, right? So cleaning that up, as part of that process, again, thinking about tax abatements, really thinking about what the whole purpose is, right? What is the purpose of a historical preservation commission? It is that we have buildings that we want to protect, right? We deem them to be valuable because of, if you take the criteria, it can be the length of, how old is it? It could be architectural, it could be design characteristics, a Frank Lloyd Wright building, for instance, or it could be something that withstood the tornado and it's the only thing left, right? So there's several things our ordinances say that something needs to be 50 years old. In Glen Rose, Texas, 50 years old is not that old. So I believe that we are not maximizing the buildings that we have in the right way. And I believe that we need a complete restructuring of the commission to take into effect routine maintenance. Every other city I looked at, and I looked at cities as a comparison, that are around us, that are similar to us, the history might be similar. So Waxahachie, Belton, Texas. I grew up in Temple, so Belton was an older city, smaller city. It's gotten bigger, but kind of complies with our older buildings, and they totally renovated that downtown. I looked at our neighbors, Hyco, Granbury, obviously, even what Stephenville is doing as far as renovating older buildings. I could tell you it's on Walnut's plan to renovate theirs and to create a downtown district. So we have these competitors that are really trying to create a downtown, to create a place that people want to go to because they like the quaint downtowns, right? But they also want buildings that really look nice, that are, repurposed, that are clean looking, that, they could be repainted. And they have good signage, right? So I have some examples, Stacy. This is us. But I want to show you some of what I'm talking about here. So upper left, we have Waxahachie. So these buildings are in the square. They've been repainted. They have great signage. The one on the right is also Waxahachie, newer building. This is more from the signage. And then down below is also Waxahachie. Next. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. The left upper is Hyco, Mercantile and Hyco. The lower left is Waxahachie again. And then the right is Granbury. This is Grapevine. And that's it. But look, as we talk about we're a tourist town, how do we maximize that, right? So we have the river, we have this town square that's awesome. We've done signage, we've done flowers. I believe a missing component of that is that these buildings need to be upgraded. We need signage. We need them to clean the buildings. In some instances, we need to paint the buildings. We need to repurpose some of these buildings. Rehabilitate and repurpose. So I looked at different towns that are doing it better, in my opinion, than we are, and looking at their heritage protection. Salado, for instance, doesn't even have one. They call it a cultural preservation district. So they've taken in other areas to kind of protect, and Salado's among the towns with the oldest buildings in the state. So anyway, I think we can improve our product by making some adjustments. As for the tax abatements, what I believe, looking at Waxahachie, they do it the best way. They give tax abatements up to 25% of what the tax bill would be. And the person has to have completed the work first, which I think is awesome.
Which is also how the state and federal works.
Yep. So I think there are best practices that we can do. As part of this discussion, I invited Heather, our HPO, to talk about CLG and kind of what she learned from going down for training. So, yep.
Hey. Thank you for allowing me to talk. I'm excited to be here, excited about some of the things that can happen with Glen Rose. I'm still learning, lots still to learn, but I did learn a lot last week. Went down to the Texas Historical Commission's annual event and found a lot of information, a lot of lovely people. And Glen Rose has done a lot of work. They have a CLG, which is the Certified Local Government. That sort of certified local government gives you a lot of access to help at the state level. The state will help you work through historical issues in your town. They will help you in preserving. And so that certified local government was set up about 10 years ago and really can be very helpful with what Troy's trying to do, what the city's trying to do, what the commission's trying to do. Another thing I learned, which I probably should have already known, is that the downtown square and a little bit outside that square is already on the National Registry. At that time that CLG was set up, the CLG helped them get the downtown on that registry. What was really enlightening to me is that once you're on that registry, there are tax credits that come with rehabilitation of buildings. So all these other cities are helping their owners that have like blighted buildings, buildings with upstairs that are empty, buildings that need remodeling. They can get a 20% tax credit at the federal level for federal credit of taxes going forward for 5 years. So if you rehabilitate your building, let's just say it's worth $100,000, you put $200 in it, you can get that $200 back once you've done the work. You do have to keep the historical significance of the building. You can't, outside and in once you take those grants. But once you do that, you can get a 20% tax credit back. And at the state level, you can get a 25% tax grant back. And you can stack those. So you can get 45% back. The state level one, if you don't want to wait the 5 years, you can sell it on the open market for 95% of its value. So let's just say I put 100,000 in. I'm getting 25 back. I can immediately sell that. And so they're using those to help their owners rehabilitate buildings. And part of that CLG is access to all these people at the state level that can help your owners figure out how to go get that money. And so that was like one of the most enlightening things for me. There's some other things that people are doing, like fix-it facade grants is what they call them, where somebody paints their building and puts 20,000 in, and the city will put 20 in, or if the historic commission had money, they'd put 20 in. So just some things that were very interesting and fun to learn, and a lot of people to meet and bounce ideas off of. So questions? Or
I'm glad you went. It's exciting.
It was fun. It was very enlightening. Yes.
So you learned this with the CLG that they can get these grants. would you be the person to help them facilitate getting these grants? Are you who they would go to?
I believe so, or if, a lot of people have, good relationships with local realtors so that they know when a building's been sold. So let's just say we knew a building's been sold and I could call them and say, hey, heard you bought the building. We'd really love for you to keep the historical significance. Want to make sure you're in a national, protected area. And here's resources that you might not have known that, once you start rehabilitating this, you could get these tax credits. So yes, I could be, Larry, like someone at the city, any one of us could reach out to them. In fact, I came back, I'm like, oh, well, I need to call so-and-so and I need to call so-and-so and make sure they know that, all these resources are out there. Yes.
Yeah, looking at that through the vein of what Aber was talking about earlier, right? This is where we have a communication plan and we specify this person is going to have this routine at this frequency to try to, because if we just go, what we typically do is wait for something to present itself and then go, oh, I should address that. And sometimes we don't find out about it for 6 months or 9 months. So this is exactly the kind of thing that we can
downtown probably have no idea that this even exists. Like I didn't.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Well,
oh,
I
wow.
think, I can tell you, believe me, getting people in the buildings has been a big goal of mine, right? And so directing, potential restaurants especially, but getting these buildings filled. And I can tell you from probably 3 to 4, it was, I'm not gonna spend any money because the rents on the square don't pay me back enough to do it. So I'll just put my cat in the window, just crazy things, people sitting on old buildings, not renovating them at all, because again, there's no payback. And the mindset is, well, maybe someday, then the rents or the resale will be where I need to be to recover this and make a profit. So I'm just going to sit on it. And we probably have 3 or 4 again that would fit that category.
I think
So
I
the
can get
fact that
45% of my money back.
And I think,
That's
look,
big.
we've talked about upstairs and being able to potentially renovate buildings that may have an upstairs or possibly you put an upstairs in it. I can tell you, go to other cities, the Heiko, some of the buildings that I had pictured, even in Granbury. And, look, they've repurposed these buildings and they're awesome and people love them. Buildings are meant to be lived in. They are. They're meant to use.
Granbury, I have talked to several. Granbury and several others are allowing Airbnbs downtown because that is attracting, people coming to visit your city, using the restaurants, shopping, but they are limiting them in their city limits. And so I don't know, Glen Rose might be the opposite, but
Well, our comprehensive plan advises the opposite. But I have a question because you've said two things, and I think I'm not. Okay. So one is, I typed up to 20% tax credit and 25% tax credit at the state level, and then you just said getting 45% of my money back. No, I know. Hold on. A tax credit is not the same thing as getting 45% of your money back. Those are two massively different things.
True.
Which are we talking
So
about?
20% at the federal level. So I put 100 in.
Of a tax credit.
Of a tax credit. So going forward, obviously I have to make money. But I would get, if I have federal tax, then I get that tax credit back.
Except
But that's not the same thing
I
as,
looked into all of this.
I'm sorry?
I have looked into all this, and I'm not saying she's wrong, she's right. But there's caps, and so you have to spend, the last time I looked at it, it was that you had to spend X percentage in the rehabilitation versus the property
The value.
purchase
Okay.
price or
Right.
value.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
listen, any way to get money back, I'm all about. Let's go.
That's what encourages them
Yeah.
to rehabilitate the
It
building.
does, but I'm just saying from a,
Yeah.
You're speaking from an owner of a historic property.
No,
So
it's
for
cool.
mine, at my purchase price, it was gonna require, for me to get any tax credit, was gonna require us substantial sum.
Yes,
In
that is
order
yeah.
to be able to
Okay,
get
so
it.
I'm just trying to draw the distinction between I get a refund on 45% of what I spend, meaning I spend $100,000, I get $45,000 back, is very different from
So-
I get 45% tax credit. So I'm just trying to understand which it
tax
is.
credit. She
Okay.
is right. It is based on the value of your building or what you bought. But let's just take Campbell Building, for example. It was bought for very little a
Right.
long time ago.
Correct.
So a lot of the buildings on the square that were
Have been
bought
owned forever.
forever, and so they probably would.
And then it's,
Right.
at the state level, you get a tax credit that you have to meet over $1 million in franchise taxes, which is why they opened up the open market to sell the tax
can sell it.
credits. So then
Ah.
Exxon will buy them from you.
AT&T, Exxon,
Okay.
why you go out on the market because
We're
like
gonna
that.
have 5% reduction, which is
Wow.
pretty good.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
still-
I'm all
it's
about
still
us
worth
finding
it.
any way we can to get people, I just,
It's not
from my
gonna work for
brain, I
everybody,
needed to know
right.
the
If you
distinction.
just spent
because,
$1
yeah.
million on a building downtown, it's not going to work
Right.
for you. But if you've owned it forever and your value
It's
is
gonna
pretty
get the
low,
older owners involved.
yes.
Okay,
yes.
TJ?
Okay, so we were went from tax abatement to tax credits. We were talking about these properties have got I guess it's the tax abatement where they don't have to pay their city portion of their property taxes for X amount of time. I believe that's what Troy was saying when he said Waxahachie is they get a 25% tax
That's what
abatement.
most cities
Where
are
they're
doing.
not having to pay, say their taxes are $100, city taxes are $100, they only have to pay $75 of it. Okay,
Most people are asking for, prove that you did it,
Right.
hand your bills in. Okay, now you can have the money. I mean, most cities are doing that way. And a lot are, I wouldn't say all, but some are focusing that on, if downtown is your focus rather than, homes out in the city. I think as a city, you can, choose where you want to focus.
so currently are we giving,
So we're getting a little off topic on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
That's what I'm-
Yeah, so here's what I was thinking before coming in, and it seems like this has just been validated today. So we talked about having a meeting for P and Z to kind of shore up some stuff. I would love to see a meeting that's focused. That isn't just a lottie-dottie, everybody talk about everything, but that's focused because this is about, what we're looking at in front of us is about an ordinance, but I think we probably on this table have some very different perspectives of what the ordinance should be, but there's much more to it, right? There's, what should the tax abatement qualifications be? What should our procedures be? These are things I had written down. What is our process? How do we engage the property owners that are empty? Like this is what's in front of us is a sliver of what we really need
What
to
do you want
talk
your
about.
downtown to look like?
Yeah,
Like if
so
you go
I
out on
would
Granbury site, they
Yeah.
have all that is. Here's the colors allowed, the signage allowed, the
And having those
lights allowed. I
decisions
mean, it's
then dictates
pages.
what you design, right?
Yeah.
So like we knew what we wanted our decisions to be, and that's how we could do the signage ordinances, the parking ordinances, the tree ordinances. I think we need to come, and I suspect that on this table, I'm probably on one end of the spectrum, and there's probably some people here on the other end of the spectrum. And so that could be a mixed message. So I think this with the one that we talked about for P and Z, my recommendation would be that we have a Saturday meeting. I know, sorry, y'all. But again, that's structured. Everybody has information ahead of time, and that's what we're talking about. And that then we get to what is it we want to look like? And then based on that, what does the ordinance look like? What do the rules look like? What do the regulations look like? And do it all holistically. Because if we try to piecemeal this, we're putting cart before the horse on some of the decisions that need to be made about how fast we want the horse to go before we go buy the horse. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I'm fine if that's what you guys want to do. I would say that there are other things even on this agenda tonight that will influence,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
totally, yes.
I'm totally fine with
Yeah.
that. Like, I believe, just like the other things on the ordinance, that this is something that needs to be addressed.
Special meet, like, let's go, yeah.
And I think for a variety of reasons, Waxahachie has 9 members, 10 members. I think it's 9.
I think it's nine.
And, the mayor's always one, the city manager is one, another city representative is one. So I think those things are needed here.
Mhm.
I really do.
Mhm.
So
I
I'm
think
fine
sooner
with
rather-
setting
I'm
a
with you too,
Saturday
yeah.
date or,
And as part of
an
the
early
CLG,
afternoon.
the state will send someone, to spend 2 hours, 4
Yes.
hours educating,
Yes.
answering questions.
Heck, just telling me, I say all the time from up here, I don't know if this idea is legal, but I want to do it because it seems like some ideas that make sense can't do it. So having that person present for that to go, no, sister, nope, you can't do that would be glorious. So yeah, but I'm with you. The longer we wait, the worse off we are. So let's do it. Same thing. I mean, we could do it with the P and Z meeting. So we're doing it all together and getting it knocked out, and
That's
then
gonna
the
be
things
all
are
day.
connected. No.
We
No,
can
no.
do an
If it's
you guys
literally
wanted to
like-
do an afternoon, if
Yeah.
that's better, we can.
Yeah. And if I have, so I would say something like, if I have an idea, it's my responsibility to submit that idea a week ahead of time so everybody has it versus just going in there and this is not a spitball whiteboard kind of meeting. It would have to be, these are the topics we're talking about. If you have something you want addressed, you have to submit it ahead of time so we can, so now we're coming in already knowing what we're reacting to versus trying to work on the fly. Yeah. Because that will turn into a month-long meeting, which may there.
Okay, well then, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
So,
I agree.
Okay.
let's do that, and I can let me ask you a question. Would you prefer a Saturday morning or a Saturday after lunch? Or would you prefer an afternoon at like a 4:30?
Afternoon.
I'm okay to any above, so
It just-
whatever the majority council.
How far out are we scheduled?
I mean, literally maybe 2-3 weeks.
I
from
just
now.
cannot
I
do the
need-
last
I
week of
need a-
April.
I
Yeah.
need an afternoon, not a Saturday.
Okay. And I just cannot do the 26th because I'm flying out of town on the 25th, but I can do the 19th or the 3rd. Are we talking Fridays?
Well, you have what?
Election coming
There's an
up.
election coming up, so
Yes.
we're getting into the time frame where
Oh, Saturday
are we
elections.
gonna wait until we have
Oh.
results, or are we gonna go ahead and push forward as is?
I can go Friday the 19th.
That's
I'm out of
right.
town.
Okay.
That's,
Next week, that's next.
I know. I'm trying to, then when is our election?
The 22nd is
May
early
4th.
voting. May
Oh,
4th is
22nd
the
through
election.
the 30th is.
Dude, that would be it.
Sir? I've said it once or twice.
Oh, we have that other person. Yes, you're right. Yep.
Why don't we hear back and then
Yeah.
I'll just send everybody some dates and try to,
Perfect.
you tell me what's best
Yes.
and then we can kind of come together and go, well, 3 people pick this day or whatever.
Yep,
Yeah,
that
'cause I
makes
could do a
sense.
Saturday afternoon.
Yep, me too.
If
No,
that would
that's
work.
golf.
Give us options that Judy, is that her name? Do I have it? Kelly, golly, I'm gonna get that someday. Yeah.
So any afternoon at 4:30 or?
Not a Wednesday.
Fridays?
Friday, right? I don't know, y'all tell me.
And she's gotta come from Austin.
Yeah.
Well, but we could put her up for the night, the previous. Well,
Yeah, Pam's
Sure,
place.
check out our beautiful city.
Special city rate, it's
Yeah.
called government per diem.
Yeah. Yeah.
So a Friday at 4:30.
I can do any.
I could do any weekday.
I'm just not good with the Wednesday.
Yeah.
No Wednesday.
Yep.
A weekday at 4:30.
Yeah.
No Wednesday.
But now the 22nd is the spaghetti supper. So that's not a good day for
No
anybody.
26 and no 22.
Are you still in April?
I'll shoot you an email.
Yes.
I just had to check.
I'll work with Heather.
There you go.
Come up with some possibilities.
The spaghetti supper and the auction. No.
Oh, senior auction.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Yeah.
So are you hungry and you're ready for dinner? Is that what
I am.
I'm getting that away.
Okay, so
Okay, so, yeah.
are we going to address the dates and getting those back on track then?
Yes.
The terms?
Oh, yes.
'Cause That's
Yeah.
why we put it on.
Just to clean up that language.
Yes.
And plus,
Yes.
I mean, people before me had started them in June and then they appointed for 2 years in June and it just got all.
Yeah, I know.
All of it being sticky and I don't like it.
Yeah.
So do we want to take care of that now?
To be honest.
There's the answer. It's 10
Because that
o'clock.
wasn't in our packet.
9 o'clock at night. I just don't like it.
We can do it then. And look, I mean, we can do appointments. I mean, we do have some terms on both P and Z and HPC that are up, so we could do those and knock them all out at the same time.
Need to put out a text
We-
or something out.
We-
To get
It's out on the
applications.
website.
You've already done, yeah, already done.
Are we appointing only for 6 months if we're gonna change the term dates? Or we gonna?
Yeah, we'll get it figured out based on when
Yeah.
our last appointments.
Great, okay.
We've had it on our website, so
Okay.
More, we.
So we all need to just send you, if there's a day we can't do, we need to send you that and y'all will go from there. Cool.
okay. We'll try to get it as soon as possible.
And if we have ideas, we need to get those to you yesterday.
Sometimes I get ideas when I hear.
I know, yeah.
So I know, Troy, I know on P and Z, we've already got ours online. We start in January and if anybody who's been appointed was just to fill the term, not a new. So
Right.
that was all set right on the P
Okay.
and Z.
All right.
But we're on the HPC right
Yeah,
now.
no, just,
Part of the P and Z one though is that it said that like the terms start January 15th, so we're just cleaning it up where terms run January 1
yeah,
through December
that
31.
total
instead
sense,
of
yeah.
Arbitrarily.
Yeah.
All right. So we're good for no action tonight, or, you know, with the understanding that we'll come up with a.
Wait.
That's what I was saying.
I thought so.
When you were pointing to me, I thought it was like.
Okay, no, I think that's appropriate, I do.
Yeah.
Okay. No action. Where are we, folks? Where are we?
Number 14.
14 would be the same.
Yeah.
But actually,
14 is just.
it's just a little cleanup of language. The only thing, and I just want to clarify,
Oh, do you want to do that? Well, we have reappointments, so.
well, but I want to clarify one thing on 14. So, and I think it's both P and Z. It's not that P and Z or Urban Preservation nominate and then tell you who to put on. It's that we look at them and make our recommendations.
Oh, we still need all of them.
You still need all.
That's right.
So I think that there was just a procedure thing that maybe wasn't written right versus what we actually
Well,
follow.
the practice that I've seen that in here is that it goes to y'all and then y'all bring them to council and they don't have any interaction with the applicants.
No,
that's-
that's okay. You have to show up for.
Yeah.
Not as much as I think Troy and I had been used to seeing.
Yeah, I've never seen it where they go to the commission. and
I
then-
like that because you know what your team is missing, but I also talk to people outside of, like, if there's somebody that's interested, I engage with them before we get here so that by the time they're here, I've already talked to
Yeah,
them
I
and,
don't recommend it.
Okay.
And here's why. Like I don't want this to be the Troy Hill Social Club, right? So I recruit all my friends, I recommend them to you guys.
Just
You don't
because
have time
do
to
it, Pam,
do.
doesn't mean that
No, I
somebody's
hear
gonna
you,
do it.
I hear you.
You know.
I just think that, I'm just gonna say from our standpoint, we would like the opportunity to look at the candidates and maybe not even do a recommendation. We don't necessarily have to meet with them or anything, but just for us to look at them too. Just so that we have, and I know that Joe will tell you that when we, and again, I get it, it's how we run things today as the individuals we are and not what we have to protect for the future. But I know that we had a lot of discussions amongst the commission members who were remaining of what's our gap? What
That's
is the thing that we really kind of want to make sure is found? So in our case, early on, it was that everybody was of an older generation who was very set in their ways without necessarily, it didn't want a lot of change versus bringing in some of the newer residents who had backgrounds that would bring a fresh perspective to things was important to our commission. And so when we looked at applications, we kind of say, hey, these are the kind of people that we really think would be good. We then wrote a recommendation and said, here's who we think was good and why. And then city council still had to interview everybody and they made their own decisions.
I think that process works, especially when y'all put on the application, this young fella looks like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, that was really good when we brought you on board with us.
That was the words.
But Troy, I understand what you're saying too.
Yeah,
So
I just look at it different. I think, you know, and I think we should look at what other cities are doing. If we're saying that some cities are doing it better than us, And I think we need to be honest and look at those cities and go, what are they doing? You
No,
know?
I'm open, I just wanted you to hear where,
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
what we were actually doing and our perspective why.
Yep.
That's
I
all.
think we all need to consider that and then in the workshop, work through that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you had a comment real
I
quick.
was just gonna say, HPC, Historic Preservation, has always gone to the city council. We never looked at them. And then at some point in another, Mario and Michael changed it somewhere like in 22 to where they wanted them to come to us and then come to the council. And we didn't get them before they came to the council. You guys just got them. So they changed, ours were never where we looked at them
First.
first.
Okay, well, we'll consider all those items in the workshop. and move it.
Just a quick suggestion, why don't you have the chair come to the interview process, they're just non-voting members, but they can still be a part of the interview.
It's a city council meeting.
Yeah.
It is a city council meeting, but oftentimes they deliberate,
The interviews are.
Oh, I got you. I apologize.
It's a good
that person
idea.
can be
Yeah,
the
Yeah.
chair is
Yeah.
involved, and that way they can express their.
that's great.
All right, no action on that. We'll go through the workshop and,
It's a great ad.
number 15, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the purchase of a skid steer and implements for the Public Works Department. John, what do we got?
Yes, sir. I guess last year, we put 120 grand into the streets budget for purchasing a new skid steer and some attachments. And so I've secured a quote through Sourcewell, which is like a co-op. And I'm just asking for approval to move forward with the purchase.
So we only have received one bid on this?
He got it through that deal where he doesn't have to go out for bids.
Because
they do the bidding.
It's like a Magor, so they bid it, so it's normally your lowest price you can get, because they've already done it. It's like a giant contract essentially.
So I have a quick question, because your bid is for 123 to 26. Do you have the other 3,000 we can pull from another part of your budget to offset this? Okay, I'm good with it.
Jim, can you explain what a cold planer is?
Yes, it's pretty much a asphalt milling
Okay,
piece of equipment that just mills asphalt or concrete.
You put it back down.
gotcha.
It's John Deere, so we do.
Have you, and this maybe is not completely germane, but have you looked at any other piece of equipment that we have over there in the yard that could be sold to make up the remainder? Do we have anything that's in the boneyard that we could?
actually have a skid steer currently, but I don't think this type we have, I don't think they bring a whole lot. But he said it had it had been taken well care of.
That's good. That's great.
Low hours for the year model that it is, but it's just too small to run
That.
the milling machine, so he
So
said.
there'd be a place for it somewhere.
He said he would look at it and see if I thought it was a fair price as a trade-in.
So you don't, if you get this track loader, you don't need the skid steer? Is it a track loader also?
Oh, he needs
It's
to do it.
The
wheel.
one we have is a rubber tire,
Rubber tired skid steer.
small, yeah.
So you don't,
We can still use it, but.
that's what I'm saying, because they can be used in two totally
but we
different
probably
places.
wouldn't if we
Because
had
there's places you
brand
can't
new
use a track loader that you can use a.
It's not a track loader, it's a skid steer.
This says compact track loader.
That's a part of it. It's a skid steer and a track loader, right? It's both?
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, the track loader, but it's the type of the mechanism for how it moves. You're either moving on tracks or you're moving on wheels.
Years ago, the track loaders weren't very popular. We have a skid steer, but we want the track loader.
But to her question, there's no need to keep the skid, the one we have right now. It's a better service to trade it in. Got it.
Any other questions, council?
Put it out for bid. Maybe somebody will want to buy it.
I make a motion that we approve this.
Second.
All in favor? 5-0, passes.
Thank you.
Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry.
I almost made a joke, but I don't want to make a joke if people think I'm serious about him coming to work on my yard. Little lower one on.
Not with recordings.
I was like, that's not a good joke to make. Better served.
City Secretary would like to have a recess, 5 minutes.
Sounds good to me.
You trade in existing Thank you, Al. Good eye, sir.
So they, all the building, the tops of the building. Okay, that's different. What I'm not
Meeting at 9:30 PM. Please believe it. We're on item 16.
I hit that one up there too.
Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the installation of downtown lighting. Troy?
Okay, so as part of our, Stacy, I don't know if you can Google or picture of our town square, but one of the things we talked about in different places was how dark it is, and we get complaints all the time from, whether it's Whiskey Woods or some of our other places that are open a little bit later, that it's hard to see, right? And it does, it looks dead. When you come into town at night, it looks dead. So, we started thinking about lighting, and it isn't the easiest thing in the world to find people that do this. So I went through electric companies and lighting companies. So I've only gotten one bid back. Now, this is from a company out of Granbury, G&G Electric. And they did all the lighting in Granbury. They were recommended to me by the city manager there, that they did a really good job. So we met with them. Jim and I met with representative. We walked the square, and we talked about, what is kind of the minimum we could do right now, because of expense, number one, and, just what's it going to look like? Do we really like it? Do we need it? So we talked about and got him to figure out what it would cost to do corners. So what we looked at was, we looked at Rhythm and Books, and honestly, we were at her building and she walked out and she's like, please include mine, and then we figured our building, the CVB building. I talked to Heather, and she got authority from her mother to figure the White Buffalo building, as well as the buildings above Shoe Fly. And then I called Dennis Moore. He gave us approval for his building. And I'm trying to think, was that it, or did we have one more?
That's one on every side.
So, yeah, so we, these would be LED lights. They would be attached to the building, not permanently, but with liquid nails, which is what they've done in Granbury. And looking at the corners seems to be the areas that we have the most problems. So it would give lighting, I think, that would help the whole square. And then, we've talked about, do we take the strands off? Because we do have wires all across this town square. We can leave them, we could do the trees at the courthouse, We could run another strand from Rhythm and Books and go north. So take in that side as well. So we want to get council's opinion on that, but we're asking for authorization to do the lights at the corners. As far as putting it out for bid, I didn't find any other companies. I would love to have had other companies
I might
come
know
forward.
someone. He
And
does
so
Christmas lighting.
we could do, do they have experience with historic buildings? That would be the thing that I would be
I don't know,
concerned
he's in
about.
Granbury.
So this is 44,000, I think it was, and
44.9.
honestly, I believe that this and other things that we're gonna do will transform the square in a good way, like that. So I hope that.
On the south side, I know you said the CBB building, what was the other corner?
White Buffalo.
Oh, okay, gotcha, the other.
Yeah.
White
Corner,
Buffalo.
corner.
But then there was nothing, on that north of the White Buffalo building, the Camel building, it was in the middle of that
Yeah, shoe fly,
block
right.
instead of on a corner.
Then we could do us, yeah?
And I believe that he put one across from, the Chinese restaurant by the hair salon, right? Doesn't he have one there?
Down here?
What about over by
Yeah.
where Sugar
Yep.
Biscuits used to be? Is there one there?
You got one on the.
We have
At the
one on the
museum.
museum.
Oh, at the
Yep.
museum, I
Yep.
see.
One on the corner by the Coke building or
Yep,
the
right,
annex?
There's not one. He's got it at Shoe
Above
Fly.
Shoe Fly.
Or shoe fly?
So it's in the
Because
center of the block.
Jeannie's building, she
Okay.
already gave us the approval on the other one.
Okay.
Are these like downlights? Like,
Yes,
okay.
they're gonna
Well,
be.
it says six
shining
hundred
in
and
the
eighty
air.
total lights? Is that,
Do what?
it says 680 total lights?
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah, LED, so not
So not-
really bright and obnoxious. And honestly, that's why we didn't pursue putting them on every single building.
I'd sure like to have a picture of an illustration of what they look like on buildings somewhere. Surely they have that?
Don't call me
I
shy.
asked for it and they sent me their hand-drawn,
Oh,
you know.
and you had something real quick?
Well, just a quick footnote that I know nobody likes hearing from me, East Bernard. And at 200 Northeast Bernard is the Campbell Building. The owners can give permission, that is perfectly within their right. But both of those buildings have independent markers and are recorded Texas Historic Landmarks. And there is a section of the Texas Recorded Landmark that states, before you do any work on these buildings, you must give 60 days notice to the Historical Commission, so they can just say, thank you and yes, as long as you're not doing any damage.
I can assure you, we'll follow any of the requirements
No,
for the
I'm
state
just-
preservation.
I'm just
Yeah, I appreciate it.
letting you, no, that was my only.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the liquid nails is what prevents it from drilling into.
Right.
Yep, I'm tracking.
Is there a city that has the lights we could go look at?
Cranberry.
Cranberries.
That's what I was
wondering.
Oh, well then okay, well, I've been there.
I know that I like these, I know they've had to tighten them up and stuff, but the string lights, they're beautiful when they're right. They light it up and when you come driving in, it's just, it really lights it up and it's beautiful.
I think it's charming.
Okay, so we do have it on, so here's the city building, or CVB. So he did configure it on the screen printer building. And then on the other side as well. Facing, the Glen Hotel.
So the screen printing building and right across the street from it, the Rhythm and Books.
Yep.
Yeah.
My only concern with the string lights, and I do like them, is that we need to replace them and turn them into LEDs.
Yeah, it's a dated
Because
look.
It's a
Yes.
dated look.
But it's
and they
historic. We
don't
want to
work.
be dated.
No, you don't want to be dated.
Oh my
You
gosh, I
don't
think
wanna
they're
be
vintage
dated.
and super cute.
Troy,
But
Troy, do you have
They are LED.
an example of what the lights look like on your?
I don't.
Why are some of them burned out?
You know what? I do have
Every time it's
maybe
falls
a
on,
picture of Granbury.
it's in the
That's what I was
shockwaves
just
down
looking
there.
into online, trying to.
I will say that as you're talking about lighting up the square, you know, the historic overlay district goes peak.
right, that's another option is.
And those string lights do go down and help make my
Right.
visible and help, you know, like River House Grill.
That's, I think it gives it's a quiet
I just-
message to keep going.
Yeah,
So
I love
just
the
think
string
if you
lights.
take away the string lights, you've got to figure out how to keep the
Right.
historic overlay district.
I just think the string lights look, they look nice. I mean, they do need a little help, but I think they look good.
Well, I think we should either take them down and put them in the trees or add more of them along areas that don't have them.
Agreed, yeah.
There, add more. I
Because
don't
they're
want to
not
take it down.
everywhere.
Right.
Yeah, it does
There
look a
is
little cut up,
inconsistent,
doesn't it?
yeah. And in the vein of if you build it, they will come. Right now, people think of the square as the square. And so as we have our lighting extend consistently, then it also gives the oh, let me walk down this street. Oh, let me take, now hopefully businesses are open, so there's that. If we can get businesses to actually be open, that'd be another thing. But if we're investing in that, then yeah, so I mean, I like the idea of expanding.
Get rid of those planters in front of the Glen Hotel that requires the sidewalk to not be ADA compliant. You can't get a wheelchair down there. Yeah.
So it is.
No, they're not.
No, not?
No.
And they want
Guys,
to
look up here for a second.
Okay, so obviously there's our building and it is on this building on this side and on this side and on this side. So that lighting's a big problem right now. It's very, very dark. And then lighting on this side will help. So these businesses, I think, will benefit a lot from having this. And then on this side and with that, so, you know, I feel like we hit without just going crazy and putting them on every building.
Yeah.
You know?
Space.
I like that, like, we can put them in, and if there's a gap, then we know, but without just going bonanza at the beginning.
Do we have a picture of the Granbury Square at night?
No, there's running down the street.
Well, we also.
Is it okay if I look that up?
You can, just know that they're on every building.
Yeah, so it changes.
So who pays the electric bill?
We do.
It comes into those poles that we have the meters on?
This is LED, it's.
Yeah, I'm not, it's insignificant. I just, are we obligating the property owner to pay it or are we paying it? That's all. Okay.
I'm good with that.
I would like to see the string lights get maybe repaired and stretched and see where that took us before we paid $45,000 to put lights on that we don't have a picture of, we can't
It's not-
see.
The thing that I would say about that, we know that the string lights in areas that they're at are not enough.
Yeah.
So.
And in that vein of safety on the square,
there-
right, day
there's
and night.
That picture doesn't
The one
have
corner along Elm doesn't have string lights, but the rest of the whole square is dark. So we know they're not doing the job.
Just take a trip over to Granbury, take a look. And
And look,
Don't drive
Is it
anywhere
like
at
this,
night.
Troy?
I think, okay, that may be.
what's that?
Like the
Hold on,
picture.
I'm
Just
trying-
a little bit
I'm trying to
of
go
a
over
burger.
Yeah, remember that's.
Is it the ones above on the roof line or is it the lower ones?
I think it's talking the lower ones.
The lower ones, yeah.
Yeah, the lower.
The
Yeah.
down
I
lights.
see
Yeah.
it even.
No.
I
See.
That's the ones at the
It's on
top.
the
No,
top
it's
of
on
the
the
building.
top.
It's the little lights along the top.
Yeah.
Oh, when
I thought
you
you
said
said they were
down
shutting
lights,
down.
I
Yeah, me
assumed
too.
facing down, not Christmas looking lights.
No, it's running the outline of the building.
Yeah, that's what I thought
Oh.
too.
So
Well, that's cute. It's bright.
So
It's,
that, yeah, that's
Oh.
just like,
Yeah, I
I've
like
seen most of them.
Yeah, I mean, they
That,
point
but-
down, I looked at them the other day.
But when you said
and
down
they-
lights, I was
yeah,
thinking,
me too.
I
I
guess,
do like the downlights.
not these up here.
That's why there's 680
I
lights.
was,
There we
I was
go.
confused.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
at first I'm thinking, oh, a light.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, like
I think-
680?
And
I
look,
do-
the issue with that is the grid, right? The downlights, adding more downlights.
Well, the options too.
So my only question is if you just go through and light up these
I feel like you,
particular buildings,
yeah,
it's gonna look weird.
you can't do just one building here, one building there.
I mean, I understand what your
Yeah.
goal, that you're gonna have one building lighted like that, and then the rest on that block aren't gonna be, and it's.
Yeah, I
You guys
thought,
are
I thought we were
paying for it,
picking
so now
buildings
how
because
do
there was
you-
lights that would be, and that would
That,
project.
I thought it was like the central place to.
Yeah,
I'm just,
yeah.
I'm concerned that, I mean, for me, because this doesn't even affect any of building I own. But if I was a business owner who didn't get the lights on my building paid for by the city,
Yeah.
and somebody else's business did,
What'd you say, Jim?
Part of the problem is you gotta have access to the rear of the building where the meter can is gonna be. And so originally when we talked about it, it was like, let's just do a couple and hopefully all the store owners and property owners will jump on board and it's something we can expand on as we go.
Here's a picture
That's
that
what I was gonna say. So has anybody said no?
showed me.
No.
So can we just ask everybody? Or is there a,
Could we do a 50-50 cost split?
I don't know. I mean, we
Oh,
can't
the
get
city's
the
gonna
guys
They
to
won't
build
fix the
signs.
sidewalks, they're
Yeah.
not gonna
You
put,
know.
Yeah.
And again, it's just what we talked about with the buildings, where the building owners are
Yeah.
reluctant to spend any money because the rents don't really
Right.
return that much right now.
like I'm looking at this picture of the Granbury Square and the Nut House does not have them on there and it really looks kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm all about getting lighting out there, but that does seem
Well,
odd.
yeah, I
right?
don't know when this picture was
I'm all
taken.
about getting lighting out there, but that seems odd to not. Yeah.
This is a recent
Is this
picture.
a dumb question? Is this a dumb question? Is there a reason we can't do solar? Like, I mean, when I pull in my house, we let me have a solar, and my whole driveway just has a beautiful glow for like after 11 o'clock at night. I mean, we don't need electricity.
Well, it's the amount of output with solar.
Well, they've got some pretty strong solar, but they only last for like 3 hours, 4 hours.
But I mean, I'm just saying, like,
But if
are we
you
open past, there
Just
must be a
like
reason
that,
why
you
not.
can change them. I assume those are
Just a
changing.
photo cells.
LED color
Yeah.
change, so you could do red and white,
Right.
football season,
Right.
basketball season, you could do red and green for Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm just saying for maybe places where you can't get to electricity.
Yeah, we looked at the color changing lights for the courthouse, and it was $35,000
Oh,
to
wow.
cover the main trees.
Oh my.
It'd be worth it.
I just think that, look, we talk about how to maximize the square. The lighting is important as anything we talk about.
I don't disagree at all. It's just, it seems weird to me to have some buildings lit up and some buildings not. Downlights, oh, you said awnings are the, well, what about, I don't know, it's a question. Cute lamp posts, right? Like,
Our sidewalks are already cluttered.
I know.
I mean, this is what the
We-
spring is, and
Yeah.
I understand where he's going, but the
Yeah.
spring ones that we currently have are the most inclusive. Figuring out how to fix it from that perspective. I don't know, I'm shutting up.
I wish we had
Sorry.
space.
No,
you're fine.
buildings are on
Supposed to be
there.
cute.
I think
They're
we
not
can
gonna give us a
start,
lot.
Do you know how many
yeah.
buildings are
They're not
on
gonna
this?
reach the dark.
Yeah.
40.
Yeah.
You know
They
what I
were
mean?
wanting
I
to
understand
do
what you're saying, but I,
I feel like just any lights right now would be great, just any addition, I mean, Four
I
Corners
know,
is
but
a
we can't
start.
spend, money on something that isn't gonna be able to, to go, we'll start here and expand out on something if it's not gonna be able to expand out.
That's what, 6 lights, 6 buildings for 44,000?
45.
45,000? If we like it and we go to the rest of the square, you're gonna go to the building owners and convince them to pay for that, or is the city gonna step up? And now you're talking about $1 million.
I mean, that is the question, you know? Can you accomplish the reason? You know, my thinking was, look, you know, I don't wanna come to you guys with $500,000, you know, asking for $500,000.
So remember we were talking about the wayfinder signs and hanging them at the top of the corners of the buildings?
Yeah.
What if you did have kind of a spotlight downlight,
Like
just at the corners? And
Like the
not
old
doing
gaslight kind
across- Not doing across the building as light, but taking that wayfinder sign idea we had. And then having a light that's gonna shine over that way, from the wayfinder sign, shine down the wayfinder sign and kind of split out, and that way your corners are opening up with light.
So instead of a lamp, it would be the wall whoop kind that comes out
Right.
button.
Well, we haven't gotten to the sign concept, the wayfinder sign, so
Yeah.
maybe we have to explain the wayfinder sign idea.
I'm all about lighting, but it seems very odd to me to light. I thought they were
So
lights.
there's-
It seems odd to me to light some buildings and not others.
Oh, come on. The map.
Trying to figure it
No.
Well, I will tell you, look, I don't think we're ever gonna get businesses to come in at night. I talk to people all the time and they comment, you know how dark it is down there?
Yeah.
I just don't. It's totally safe, but they don't know that,
Can we,
you know?
can we take just another look and say, if we're gonna install, you know, 1,000 linear feet or 500 linear feet, how much would that cover? And can we do it and think about like a stage? So we do We do the first stage here,
Mhm.
and
One
then we
street.
do the second stage on the opposite side. And then the third stage is this one, and the fourth stage is that one. And we kind of
We're looking at like $200,000.
And we could do lampposts on the courthouse side, that we don't have a sidewalk problem there. So if we put I'm just
But
saying.
we don't
super
own
cute.
the
Well,
courthouse.
they will, if we pay for it. Yeah, if we pay for it and we do we make sure we put it in. So if we put lampposts on the courthouse side, well, that gives us light on that side and something cute, and it can have that kind of historic, vibey, cool feel. So that solves for that side of the road, which at least gives us some light all the way around, not
So
to
that
the
gives
degree.
you a place to hang, banners.
Correct, yeah. And
Doesn't
then we
Granbury
can,
have
and then to your
those-
point, then we can go, okay, now the side on Bernard Street, we would do Bernard Street first. And then we would do the shoe fly side, and then we would do and frankly, maybe we even pick is, you won't be open, we'll give you some lights. You don't wanna be open, you don't get no lights.
you're lower on the priority.
That's right.
Doesn't Granbury have the lamp posts? It's like the lamp post, and then it's got the whole
He
bunch
talked
of
about the cost, he
bulbs.
talks about the
Yeah, I think
cost
they
of.
do.
They're
Yeah,
really,
going
real,
into
or maybe they're
concrete.
standing up, but they're like a whole
Kind of
bunch
like a
like.
candelabra.
So maybe that's,
The
candelabra.
guy,
I think
we
those
asked
are-
him about putting more of the street lamps around, right? And his problem was the cost of going into the concrete, was gonna be really, really expensive. So,
If you wanna highlight your buildings, though, the only way to do that is to put lights on.
yeah.
What if we just?
Well,
Well,
like I-
listen, guys, at some point, the
Like I'm
property
gonna
owners are
say
gonna have to
this.
help us help them. So there's
They're not
that
gonna do
too.
it. I can tell you they're not gonna do it.
Well, so like if we did where we did it if we did the lamppost and then we go, okay, whichever streets want to get in on the game, you are our priority. So we would do Bernard Street, like this is just jibber jabber, but there's Bernard Street, there's Street 1, Street 2, Street 3, Street 4. Hey, who wants in? You guys get the priority. And then this street that doesn't want, then you're lower on the totem pole. And we may get there, but no promises. Cause you gotta engage and partner. And by the way, property owners, if you guys want us to improve your property, then you need to do something
Well,
about
it will
this.
increase their rents.
That's right. That's
And that's the thing, that's the sell point.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
But
I know.
I'm telling you,
I
there
don't
are
dis-
10 businesses in the square today with no signage at all.
If you can't get a sign, you're not gonna get lights.
If you think you're gonna
Yeah.
get lights and they won't even put a sign on their building,
Yeah.
it ain't gonna happen. And so the question you have to ask yourself, are we satisfied with it? No. Look, everything that we do, in my opinion, should have a return. And so the question we should ask ourselves is, will this pay for itself? And I think if it was 200,000, it will pay for itself. I mean, just in the last 4 months, and we're gonna go over the financial report, right? So our sales tax was flat at 160, for the last few months of last year, right? But then it started going up, right? And we're on this trajectory. And if we can maintain that trajectory, it's gonna pay for itself 10 times over. We spend 200,000, but we can boost our sales tax to 3 million a year.
I got no problem spending the money. I believe you that the money is an investment in the downtown and the downtown businesses. And if they don't want to engage, I'm not going to say it, but if they don't want to engage, then maybe we look at another area that wants to engage and is a little bit more open to working with us. And if we do it in 3 stages or 4 stages, we've kind of accomplished it. It may be piecemealed because we've done this quarter of this section, but that section looks really nice. And then the next people that come along and said, yeah, you know what? That ship kind of sailed, but if you do this, maybe we could do that and we could do, I'm all for it. I just
How do you want
don't
them to
particularly like the idea
Are they
of,
gonna engage by helping pay for
But it's not even that,
Stay open.
not
God
even
bless
that
it.
for
But
me,
see,
Heather.
that's the thing, and that's the goal.
And
When you talk about it, and look, I mean, we met with these people, and I can tell you that there's maybe a lag time between the people that operate the business and the people that own the buildings.
That's it.
And so.
Well, look, I mean, it can be as simple as this. You sign this agreement to stay open on these hours and we will put these lights on your building. If you don't, then once you agree, if you don't agree to it, we don't put the lights on the building. If you do agree to it and then you don't hold that, you owe us X amount of dollars. I'll pay for that all day long. But the building owners have decisions on what happens in their buildings. So they can choose to whom they rent and to what guidelines and parameters they put in place to those renters. They can do that.
Yeah, but I can tell you this to make sure when you look at the rents that people want and the rents they can get, there's a real mismatch right now. So getting those guys, let me just get one question out there real quick in the corner there.
When we were at Real Places last week, Heather and I both, in that same CLT class, Seguin and Elgin both do reimbursement loans to the property owners. All right. They did not go into long details about how it all works. They do a reimbursement loan and then something about they got it back through the sales tax to pay off the reimbursement. They did not elaborate. I'm just telling you because I told some council members that these are some things we needed to look at because we had heard all of this. We can get with Kyle over at Seguin. He'll be glad to come over and talk to us and figure these ways to engage your property owners, not your business owners, your property owners in vitalizing the downtown
Yeah, that's
area.
absolutely, it's gotta go to the.
Yeah,
business
so I'm
owners.
just saying, what's the point of having lights up if ain't nobody there anyway?
Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
I will say this, having the lights will increase your foot traffic because now it looks more open.
It does.
But that's even worse. It looks open and it's not. Hey, walk all the way across the square.
But if we continually prime the pump,
yeah,
again, sooner or later,
I mean, I'm
the
sitting
tractor's
here
gonna
saying,
go.
look, I'm willing to pay Troy, get the guy to come over, look at my property, tell me how much it's gonna cost. If you guys will help me, whether it's through a loan or whether it's through that, because it will increase my traffic down to my restaurant, which you're getting sales tax on. It will increase the visibility of my property. You're gonna get occupancy tax if it increases my property. I'm willing.
Yeah.
I don't have the cash up front to pay $45,000 for
I'm
it.
down for
But
that all
if there's
day
a
long.
way that we can do it,
Well, this is,
I would
Troy's
be
been
in.
talking about incentives to help the
Yes.
businesses
Yeah,
out and
okay.
expand the
So,
business anyway.
I mean, I just don't necessarily think doing it on the corners the way that he described is going to be the most attractive way to
That
get
was
it
just
done. That's all.
Yeah.
I know, it was
Start.
just the
I know.
starting point.
Well,
Whatever y'all land on, yeah.
Thank you.
what's that?
And
No, I was just saying thank you.
Look,
You guys looking at that.
I would tell you, look, you have to invest to get a return.
no doubt about it.
I mean, you buy stocks, well, guess what? You don't know how it's gonna turn out, but you buy it because of what you think it's gonna be. I can tell you, what evidence do we have? History. They've never done it on their own. They could have bought these signs at any time. They didn't.
They didn't do it.
They could have bought lights at any time. They didn't. So you guys have a choice to make. Do we want to make this happen? We make it happen. This is where me, Mr. Capitalist, limited government, has to talk out of the other side of my mouth and go, sometimes it has to be.
I don't true.
So
There's
Mr.
no doubt
If
about
you
that.
look, okay, so I'm sorry, I'm interrupting and I'm not following protocol and y'all can both beat me down. Right now, when you look at the square, the Bernard Street side
That's
is the
right.
one that's fully occupied.
That's right. For the most part.
Do it on that side.
Yep.
Show the other business side,
Yes.
owners on the other sides of the square, where they have abandoned buildings, where they close early, whatever it is, show them what it would look like.
Yes.
And then look at what Bernard Street does, which is the main thoroughfare, it's gonna get the most attention, get that whole block done. and then go around and start talking to the others.
I'm down with that.
I'm thinking that it would look really strange, because looking at the
Right.
pictures, it's just like Christmas lights on the top. So we're gonna have Christmas lights over Shoe Fly, but not the others. We're gonna have Christmas lights over the CVB and none of the others on the.
And you don't wanna necessarily reward you fly, everyone's gonna have a sign. I mean, I know you got her permission.
Well, they have, they have a banner.
They have a banner, that's not a sign.
And it looks cheap. We gotta get rid of cheap.
So I'm just saying, pick the side of the square that's got the occupied buildings.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Why
I
don't
like
I do
that.
this? Why don't we see what it would cost to do the whole square?
That's what I'm saying.
And I'll
Look,
get you the name
You
of
wanna
the
talk
person,
about,
see if we
and I
get
just
quote
wanna
from
say
him
this
too.
about
Yeah.
funding. We're up enough on our sales tax. If you just took your budgeted amount, what you thought it would be, there's enough to pay for the whole
Gave me a
square.
shiver, Troy.
And I would say this also, we thought there was gonna be a rate cut, and that our money in the bank that we have was going to return a lower rate. We all thought it, the market thought it, everybody thought it was gonna happen. And it hasn't happened. We're still at the same rate. We've made enough fiscal year to date off interest to pay for the whole square.
I'd rather do the whole
So-
thing or one street at a
That's what
time,
I'm
but not the
saying.
piecemeal. So
Yeah, I didn't like the
bring-
piecemeal.
Yeah, let's do it.
Look, we don't even have to cut into our, principal in any account to pay for this. We just spend the interest we've made this year.
I think, Troy, I think we ought to get a bid on the whole thing.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Just
Red, blue, green. Red, blue, green. It's gotta be color changing.
Gotta be color changing. Yeah,
Gotta be
yeah,
color-
yeah.
gotta be color
I'll
changing.
help pay for
All
it.
right.
Sell tortillas in the corner.
Okay.
Whatever it takes.
I will
I
do
love
that,
sweet
and then
tacos.
when we do our special meeting, we'll put it on.
But I'm gonna say this, at some point, they have to start stepping up. They can't just keep getting the benefit of,
Here's what's
because
next.
they're getting the tax dollars from folks on 67. They're getting the tax dollars from folks, so this particular area is getting a disproportionate percentage of the tax dollars. They get tax abatements. This area is benefiting they're getting, but Taco Bell
But
is
this
paying
area
for
is
this.
what makes our town.
I
great.
understand, and that's why I'm good to
Everything about
invest.
that we want to try to
Agreed.
invest in.
Agreed,
And
but
that's
they are
where-
gonna have to have some willingness to do that too. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
We
smart.
gotta have
All
some
right,
skin in the
let's-
game
yes,
from
We'll go to
everybody.
the special, let's get a
That's
full
it.
bid, but I wanna say the last thing.
Yeah.
You put the lights up and these owners get to charge higher rent.
Bring it.
Right.
And
Yes,
they're gonna wanna do it and
Yeah,
that
look,
yes.
people are going.
partnership will be there.
When Troy
they
starts
will-
bringing businesses into these empty buildings that are paying more than, it's gonna make other
It
folks
is,
go,
it's
oh,
gonna
look what we
make
can
them
do.
want to
Yes,
do more,
yes,
and they will get businesses that will stay open later.
yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
but at some point, it's gonna be a decision where they realize they're losing money by not being open.
Mhm.
Whether that's 2 or 3 days a week extra, or
I can
longer
tell you,
hours at night.
I can tell you yesterday, the restaurants that were closed
Can't believe
lost
it.
on the eclipse Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm surprised I'm still awake
Yeah.
and walking.
Yeah, well, you
It
had
makes no
special
sense
stuff
to me. I
going
couldn't
too.
believe it. We talked about that.
Yeah.
It's just
Crazy.
Well,
All right,
We
we'll
both
hang on to
agree
that
with
one.
the
Let's
same
move to
people stay
17.
early 2 days.
All right, TJ, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the implementation of an Employee of the Year award.
I have found out that in the past, the city of Glenrose did do Employee of the Year. I think we need to do it. We need to have an Employee of the Year. I would like it to be voted on by the employees. And if you get the Employee of the Year in 2024, you're not eligible for 3 years or 5 years, whatever we decide for it again. But the employees are the ones that would determine it. They would get a special certificate and either a trophy, or Stacy had a really cool idea that she can tell us about spinning a wheel for whatever kind of little prize you get for being the Employee of the Year. But I just think it's something
And then a plaque
that,
on the wall in here with a name.
No, plaque on the
yes,
name, but-
that I like that. But I just think it would, Abro's talking about keeping the employees' morale high and doing things. This is something special we need to do for our employees.
I'm only gonna say one thing in opposition is, I hate everyone gets a trophy. That ruined my generation.
Well, I said maybe
If a
not
guy
a
is the best
trophy.
guy and he's the best employee 3 years running,
He
more
should be
power
able
to
He
him.
only gets it 1 year.
That's crazy.
And then he's not
That's
eligible
crazy.
for.
Are you
That's
just
like
recommending
communism.
Troy
If he-
manages the process?
If he's
we
the
give a
best,
budget and
he's
we're
the
done?
best.
That's right.
She's the best, she's the best. She should win it every year.
That's right.
If it's
No.
Stacy 5 years running, it's Stacy's 5 years running. If the employees say it, that's,
telling you that.
yeah, if the other employees are telling you that, that's life.
That's right.
But Jim
that's
has the
like-
largest department. He'll win
Then
it every
that's
year.
right.
Well, Jim, I
No,
hope
none
he
of them
wins
like each
every
other.
year.
Whoever we want to win will win.
There
Well,
it is.
maybe
That's
true.
right.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
We-
I really do
Yeah.
think we need to have a limit that if you win it this year, you're not eligible for 3 years or something to give other people an.
Communication plan that you guys just approved, there was a whole conversation about employee, employee of the year type things in your communication.
Yeah, yes, that's what said Abra, this goes along with stuff that Abra said too.
So are we good with just saying, so Troy, would you like to put something together and we just approve a budget and you put it together? Or do you want everybody here to come up with a?
Well, I'd like Stacy to tell the idea that,
Well, what I was talking about was just an employee appreciation, not like a employee of the year.
Oh,
We did
okay.
it, so like you saw somebody
so it's something we
doing
can tack
something
on.
good, yeah, just a employee.
I think that would be
Recognition,
better,
yeah.
honestly. I really do. And here's why. And it's like Jim said, if you make it where everybody votes on it, then they're gonna go, well, Jim won it last year, so let's pick somebody else. And that takes away from what the award is, the employee of the year. If it's the same person, then give it to them every year.
Well, why don't we
You
just do this? So at my company, we have recognition, right? So we can send a recognition card. And then I can also do a submission for an award. And as the boss, I would have a budget, right? So I'd have a $3,000 budget or whatever the number was for my 50 employees. And then I get recognition cards. And then based on those recognition cards, I could choose to convert one of those into a bronze, silver, or gold. So something like that. So the recognition, people would just submit recognition cards and they go. So I'd submit one to Stacy, but it always anyone that submits, it also gets copied to you. And then you can read that and you have the discretion to go, man, this is above and beyond. I want to turn this into an award.
Yeah, I
And
love
then
it.
that way it can kind of spread the wealth, for lack of a better term. And then it also gives an opportunity for something that's just.
But what about our employees that are not in contact with?
No, not the
others?
the employees. It's all employee to employee. So Stacy,
But ours was
yeah.
like
So
it.
Stacy sees that Sheldon does something. Sheldon helps. She calls Sheldon because she sees water squirting somewhere. She calls Sheldon, and Sheldon handles it. So then she sends a recognition that says, "Man, Sheldon," to Jim. That says, "Hey, Sheldon, hey Jim, Sheldon did this. I really appreciate it, Sheldon. You always help me out. High five." Boom. So it goes to Sheldon, it goes to his manager, and Troy gets all of them. And then when Troy reads them, he's like, dude, this is exactly the kind of thing we want people to do. So he converts that recognition into an award, and he has a budget. So he can do that as many people as fits in his budget. So that way Jim's in there and Jim hears Stacy handling an irate customer. He's like, man, that was fantastic. I'm going to recognize Stacy. I'm going to copy. And then that gives you the opportunity to reinforce the kind of behaviors you're looking to see happen. And we have a budget. So now it's impacting. And hey, if somebody gets 17 awards because they're killer, they get 17 awards because they're killer. But then it also does open up to your goal of opening it up to more people, because now at the very minimum, you're getting a recognition from your teammate, which even if it doesn't have a dollar amount that goes to it, I appreciate my recognitions from my teammates more than probably anybody else because they know what I'm having to deal
Is
with.
anybody familiar with Slack? The Slack is communication tool.
Mhm. Yes.
You know the tacos?
Yeah.
So we used to do that in my real job
So
department before
you're
I
getting,
didn't work for a company. Our department had Slack, and it's the recognition. It was something, hey, you did an amazing job on this, you helped me with this, I saw you take care of something, and you got a recognition. So not only your idea that if Troy sees it, because that's a way above and beyond, and let me report that, they would collect their recognitions and they could redeem them for like gift cards.
So
Yeah.
that's
That
what
goes
we did.
with
So
what-
we had little
yeah.
cards, if you saw somebody doing something above and beyond, like if I called and said I need something, take care of it, and Sheldon shows up, I could give him that card, he would take it, turn it into HR, and that was for the prize bill payment. So for just those little recognitions. Hey, I saw the guys out there this morning, there was trash all over the front, and they were picking up trash, nobody asked them to, so here's your card, cause
Yeah.
I saw you.
Yeah.
But
I needed some, but we can come up with some kind of
Yeah.
program like that, so
I
that
think
would be a
that would be
budget
good.
thing that we'll need to budget for.
And now you're getting the bump, the lift, and instead of
Yeah.
a one-time lift, you're getting the, we used to call it catch them doing something right.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
I would
yeah.
like to see us come up with a recognition. I like the employee of the year. It sounds like everybody else's for something else, but a recognition to the employees.
Well,
work on
if you
something
then
and bring it
take
back.
that with a person who's earned the most recognitions, that's where, or maybe you take the top 5 employees and say, hey, this person's received 100 recognitions through the course of the year. This person has received, 98, and that's where then a vote comes as to who is the employee of the year.
It's an idea.
Bring
All right.
something together as part of budget
Yeah.
discussion,
Yeah.
because it need to be budgeted for.
But I think
Everyone
you're
was
spot
on
on
shut
that
up
we
for
need
the
to
rest of
find
the
something to reinforce.
Yeah, right.
Have you really see you. That's what you're trying to say is like,
Did we
see
take
us.
that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want
Well,
to
it's
repeat it
like-
again.
Okay.
When we got that that electric pole right in the middle of the thing, I called Troy and he wasn't even at work and he called Jim and within minutes, Troy had already taken care of it and so that would be like, boom, Troy, you got recognition.
Troy took care of it while it's still
Yeah,
there.
exactly. Jim was laying in front of the,
Jim
Jim was laying in front of the front end loader.
Because my F-150 was
So it's
pulling
like-
over, right?
Troy and Jim did something.
Jim was laying in front of the front end loader, goes, you know what, it ain't worth it.
The mayor's eligible for this too, and just, you see something happen.
I'll give you a pat on the back, buddy.
Can
Yeah.
we go to 18?
18.
Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding amending the City of Glen Rose Code of Ordinances, Section 10.05.006, inspection, maintenance, and acceptance of public improvements, public works inspection fees. All right.
We're
Whose
looking
is
at you.
this?
Larry, that's
Well,
Larry.
I actually submitted it. Right now, our development ordinance only gives 1% of the cost of the improvements on a development. So when we're talking about all the infrastructure, it gives 1% for inspection fees to DPW workers that for their budget, for their expense. We're recommending it moves to 3%.
DPW, Department of Public Works.
Yeah, I call it DPW, Public Works there.
Okay.
Director of Public Works gets it.
In your experience, where does that
Boss man.
3% fall as standard?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Carlos had mentioned it to us that there's 3% and 4% in other communities, and we're only getting 1%. We need to go there because of the time that's consumed. And in the past, it hasn't been collected. So we need to start collecting it.
Yes.
So that 1% isn't really 1% even, so.
Yeah, they weren't even getting the 1%, and
All
we
right,
need to
it's pretty
collect
cut and dry. Any questions?
How do we not collect it?
because there was no one collecting.
I make a
Wasn't here
motion
then.
that we approve this.
Second.
It's not in my
3%.
fee schedule. It's a it's a Public Works fee schedule.
Mhm.
But it was
We got a
that was
motion and a
brand
second.
new in the
Did
subdivision.
we get a second?
Yes.
I'm sorry, discussion's over. All in favor?
Wow, we don't need to get a little discussion?
4-0.
Listen, you take the win and you
Five.
walk away. That's how it
I
goes.
think everybody's
I didn't
hands
see
were up.
Rich raise his hand.
Yeah, it was up.
All right, 5-0 passes.
You just weren't looking at me
Raise
yet.
fees to
It's after 10 o'clock.
3%. That is ordinance number 202406.
You said first.
19, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding economic development incentives for downtown businesses. Troy?
So. I'm afraid to ask her anything now.
I'm
Spice
in.
Kids, dear.
I'm in. I just want parameters. That's all.
Just kidding.
You're cool. You're cool.
So, look, I mean, as this kind of dovetails on what we were just talking about, really, and that is, you know, how do you get people to invest in something that's gonna help themselves, right? But it's difficult, right? And they will have a litany of excuses. So sometimes we have to make that happen. And as we've gotten into some of these buildings, I can tell you the Palace, for instance, according to him, they're spending 200 grand on this building and their rents are gonna be expensive because they wanna get it back, right? So I believe that we have to help see this sometimes. So basically, if you create an economic development corporation, you're diverting sales tax, right? So that sales tax is diverted into an EDC, either an A or B corporation. Each one has their own usage. B kind of gives you a bigger list of items you can spend it on. So we don't have that, but in effect, what I'm asking is that we allocate money from sales tax for economic development. So this is not taxpayer money, you know, theoretically, you know, it all goes together into one pot. But it is money that we can use to make other economic development happen. So it could be, you know, helping somebody renovate a building. It could be getting a business in and then you've got finish out, right? So I'm a restaurant, I need a kitchen on a building, doesn't have a kitchen, so it's gonna cost me 75,000, so the city might give them half, right? Or we give them the whole 75 and it's a loan, you know? So I think, you know, there's a couple of different ways that we could do it. Initially, I can tell you, we would want to do signage. You know, I talked to JRC, they're doing a sign for one of the merchants in town, it's $500. So initially what I was thinking is that, and Rita agrees, so that should be enough evidence right there too. No, is that it does transform the square immediately, that we have signage. You can stand at the corner and look at the traffic coming through. We have enough cars, there should be much more traffic on our square. So I believe signage that tells people what the business is going to drive a lot of that business to the square. So that's one example. So I would like to take part of the sales tax, put it into a fund to seed economic development. And in the hopes that in November, the voters approve a true EDC and it's diverted as, you know, a corporation. So that's what this money would be. You know, I'd like to get an amount that if it's under a certain amount, maybe $2,500, that we can authorize those things, you know. But anything over that would come to council with an application. And certainly it's gonna be, how long have you been in business? How many employees do you have? All those things that generate, you know, investment dollars, right? Same thing that a government asks, by the way, when we're talking about grants. These are the types of things they would also give money for. And we are pursuing those economic development grants. So the square is the first place, in my opinion, that we need to address economic development. We can talk about a business park in a different area of the city, but the square is our hub right now. And it needs the most help, quite frankly. 67 is 67, and it's a cash register, and we want to do highest and best uses there, but that's a different day.
That traffic takes care of a lot of it, and we don't have it here.
I think there is just, let's make sure we're getting the right businesses that
That's
want to
right.
come in,
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
Let's
Yeah.
not let anybody come in on frontage on 67.
Yeah, I appreciate all the ordinances.
Yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
helps a lot.
It does.
So I wrote 3 things. A, I'm in.
Yep.
So I'm in. I'm not gonna say the contingency that I'd like to see, but what I put is, I would like to see some parameters. So for instance, these are just off the dome, is Grants, so a combination of grants and loans. So grants, as a, for instance, a parameter may be, grants may not exceed a total of $5,000 in 5 years. So your business may get a sign for $500 this year, and then you may come back and get, you know, you want to change your windows, whatever. Up to $5,000, grants don't have to be refunded, don't have to be repaid. And then loans, anything above 5,000 would be a loan, not to exceed 40,000 in 10 years. Something like that. Just, I mean, those aren't super tight parameters.
Yeah.
And I think 2,500 approved by city administrator. I think that that's fine, but I'd like to see those, some parameters. And I'd even be fine with the loans being no interest. I don't, like, they can be no interest loans, but I'd like the grants to be on the smaller end, but they can be cumulative. So it's not a one-time thing.
Right.
It's up to, and then loans higher than that, and they pay it back, and it need to be over, say, 10 years. And same thing, if they want to do a loan, but they only need a loan for $10,000 now, and then they come back to us and, okay, I've upgraded my stove, now I want to upgrade my whatever. They're loose parameters.
Yeah.
I'd love it tied to your open, but whatever, I'll lose that battle, so okay, at least.
We'll get there.
But if you're saying, if you build it, they will come, okay, cool, let's build it. I would just like to keep the grants at the smaller end and have some caps at a certain amount of time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that works great. So as part of a loan, because it's over five, or whatever we say, 2,500, you know, that's part of the proposal I would bring to you guys. A, you know, we're gonna give $40,000 in a repayable loan, for finish out. It's gonna be this business, here's where it's at, it's on the square, you know, and you know, they're gonna have to prove they're gonna be in business for 6 months or longer. So, and I think, look, we talk about not wanting to change, but like a regional type company, like an ROK or a Grunts, or these companies that are doing it.
Regional's
So
right.
it gives you some stability that they're gonna be here for after the first year. That's the hardest one, right? So I think those are the type of business I'm pursuing when I leave this place and go trying to take away from Stacy's husband.
So would, like the grants, like I liked what Dee said, you know, 25 up to 5,000 within, what you said, 5 years or something. With the grants, I mean, not only like signage, but I know they're redoing the face of the palace, but looking at that picture there, even the one next door to Bonanza Barn, that really needs to be steam cleaned like we did the police department.
All of them.
Would the grants be able, would they do something like that? Not just something tangible like a sign?
Well, you know what? I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, hey, we got a fund that'll buy you a sign, but you gotta wash your building, you know, at least up front, right?
Yes,
That's not gonna cost them that much money, and it'll look.
How much did
better
it cost to do the PD? Do we remember?
Do you remember that? $1,000? That much?
Yeah, those are the kind of things. Maybe we can't get them to stay open, but can we get them to wash their
believe me,
dadgum brick or
I'm a negotiator.
update
so-
their awning or, you know?
We
yeah.
have a
to do
lot of the
something.
buildings on the
Yeah.
square that they really do need to do a good power wash and get rid of that black stuff.
Which I'd be remiss if I didn't say all that stuff has to go through preservation, historic preservation, but I was gonna say,
I do not see where
Unless
the
it were
historic, where
considered
the
routine
HPC would have a problem with telling people to clean your building.
no, but there's a proper way to do it to make
Yes.
sure that you're not, I'd be knocking the mortar out if it.
When would you do it though? Would you do it before you ask for permission or afterwards?
Cause what, don't get me started.
$1,200 to do the, was it just the front of the building or the whole building?
I'm gonna, look at how I'm gonna.
Right, so,
I don't think we can do anything, but we can, now, we have enough interest to solidify it, put some numbers together.
Yeah, totally.
Would this have a look back period? Because, you know, we kicked around a number of ideas for businesses that have invested in their operations or they've experienced a situation where they've had to have a significant cash outlay and want to continue to keep going. Could we have a look back period on it? Because this has been something that we have talked about for the better part of 2 years, in all honesty. And, you know, due to whatever changes, whatever excuse we want to pull out, this is the first time we've actually put something on an agenda to really come with an idea. So I feel like we should probably have a look back period that is a certain time frame, and it you know it's a both and. It's the grant piece of it, and it's the loan piece of it. And every one of them's going to be different. Every one of them's going to be a little bit unique, and that's okay. I would just like to know what my top end exposure is. You know, how much dollars are we committing to the program in the next 9 months? You know, what's the top end of it? And if that's $75,000, and once we've allocated $75,000, then we wait for a cycle, and I'm okay with that. If it's 150,000, okay, but whatever that number
And
is,
I'm not
let's.
opposed to that.
Yeah.
And look, you guys are gonna be the ones approving those if it's over, so we're gonna know, that's gonna be a discussion. I mean, when you think about it, we got, I think, like 4 buildings that really, I think, really need renovation, serious renovation. They're on the square, they're important. So those are gonna be the ones, and I can tell you, and we've talked about this, we know
They
that-
all have very unique circumstances
Yes.
around every one of them.
Always a story, isn't it?
And I'm not against helping.
Yeah.
I'm not, Troy. I want somebody who's committed to the community. And that's got to be the key. And the
Yeah.
people that have been here and have done the work have been committed to the community. Through all of our shenanigans and all of our changes and stuff, they've kind of stayed in the row.
Yeah, I think, look, I think if we do signs and we get signs on the businesses, we see a jump in sales tax right off the bat. I think they start to peel off some of those cars that are going through and just heading this way and that way. And I think the square looks a lot better right off the bat by doing signage. And then, you start to see business, building owners start to say, you know, I could probably get a little bit more money now because there's a lot of people walking on the square. Every Saturday should look like yesterday, in my opinion.
They should be thinking, am I leaving money on the table? You know,
By not being open.
By not being open. If I own this piece of property and I'm paying property taxes on it, what is my incentive to keep it vacant?
Look, and I mean, I think
That's an anathema to me. I can't understand it.
Well, something when we're working on this, when you're working on the final stuff to get to us, we need to remember that some of these things, are the grants going to be to the business? Are they going to be to the building owner? Because a lot of those are rented
Right.
stores.
If it's a
And
sign that's
so
going on a building, it's gonna benefit the business.
But like we were saying, you know, okay, so when I've said about the spray wash or, you know, power washing, well, okay, so an incentive, you power wash it, we'll get you a sign. But the business isn't the one, it's the building owner that should be responsible for the power washing, not the
necessarily,
business.
it depends on the lease.
True.
I'm sorry,
That's true. You know, you are right. There are certain leases that it does, depending on the type of lease. I have
Well,
learned
look,
that.
I mean,
So that's something we gotta
here's
keep in
the thing that I
consideration.
think I can tell you, the business owners I've talked to, and that is that I believe that by doing the signage and the other things that they see going on now, emphasis on the square, that they are gonna be willing to invest in a power wash. They're gonna be willing to possibly do other things to their building that they need. Put a kitchen on it, or, you know, make an upstairs, renovate the upstairs. I think it spurs, I mean, it does, it just does. I really do believe it's seeding.
It's kind of like like when you paint your dining room, you know, it's like, it just is different like that. It
And then you want to
feels
fix the rest of the
different.
house because the rest of the house looks
And
like
you
crap.
wanna start, and it starts that domino
Yeah,
effect
right.
in a good way. You're like, you know what, now I really better, you know, do the baseboards, and actually, you know what, I'm gonna put up, well, it is something that motivates people to want to, you know, it's like a spring cleaning. When spring is here now. I would really venture to say that if we actually had signs where there's needed signs and they were up, which can be done within 30 days, I bet you if we really marked the difference, we would see it. Because people, what they see with their eyes, like when you go eat food, right? You see a beautiful, you know, lasagna, it looks amazing, it's appetizing, it's exciting.
It's good to be talking about food
I'm
right
just
now.
saying, but if it's kind of like slapped in front of you, it's like, that's not very appetizing, you know? So you want, it's all about visual, I think. We all agree, I think, on that, but
It's
an
all about
easy-
the return.
yeah,
It is.
it's an easy way. It's like planting flowers. It really is. It's like just, it makes
So
a
I would like
difference.
to start, I think you had a good point, 150,000. Just take it out of.
Wow, I thought I
sales
said
tax.
75.
No,
I thought I said 75, Troy.
But keep in mind, the larger ones are gonna be
for each other when y'all talking loud.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Can-
But,
can we
but that's
play
not
back
gonna be
the
just
tape,
giveaway,
please?
right? That's gonna be loans too, so that there's a distinction there.
Yes.
If we keep the grants on the smaller end and the loans on the larger end, then it's not really 150,000, right? It's just our account goes down for a little bit and then it's gonna edge its way back up. So I'm not, listen, Troy, I'm not even crying at 250,000. If we're doing the bulk, if we've got the big stuff, imagine if 3 of the buildings added a second floor.
You just like it sitting in the bank? You don't like the investing?
No, I
in
love
businesses?
both. I love a both and. I love a both and.
Well, you talk to the bank and see if we can get those things without
Yeah.
taking money out of the bank.
So we need to put some kind of a thing in there. If you default on this, then it's gonna start being interest bearing, or
Or
if
it'd
you.
be a lien.
There'll be a lien on the
It'd
property.
be a lien on
Yeah.
the property.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, Stacy just made the point, and they told us when they put this equipment in, let's go back to acknowledging before we all talk. At least 2 at a time, okay?
I'm good.
Well, making it.
Oh, I move, yes, so sorry. I move to create an economic development incentive program for downtown business in which we have a combination of grants and loans where the city administrator can approve amounts $2,500 or less, and then you'll come back to us with the parameters broken out.
I second it.
Second, all in favor? 5-0, passes.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Okay. All right, the next one is wayfinding signs.
No, wait a minute, that's my job, sir. Number 20 will be a presentation of wayfinding signs.
Wow. Sorry, I was on a roll.
Moving it forward.
Okay. Yeah,
I said it would be 10.
I'll be washing his truck tomorrow, but that's. Okay, so this is a company that Rita had actually talked to, and it is about creating wayfinding signs. And the way it works is that these signs are put in right-of-ways at different points in town. We would have a say where they go, and then businesses purchase the advertising. So I think they're 8 or 9 foot, and then so we can dictate how many they have and which businesses they are as part of the deal, which is good, because we don't want a wayfinding sign with all realtors on it, right?
Right.
So it's gotta be, and they'll give us our signs that say City Hall, or, when we have the Lane building done, Lane City Annex, whatever we wanna call it. So it's a pretty cool program. The signage we can kind of design ourselves, and he couldn't be here tonight, or else he would have come. But Can we click that up?
Yes, you can.
Okay. What? I'm letting them read it.
We all read it. It's in our
Yep.
packets.
Yeah, it's in the packet.
Do I need to read it for them?
It's in there, it's in
No.
the packet.
No, Marty read
Oh,
it.
okay. Okay, so here it is.
This is all realtors.
Yeah, we did. We brought this initially.
Not the whole
Not the whole
presentation.
thing, but
Yeah.
like, yeah, the idea.
Again, and my point to him was, I was nervous about not being able to have any influence about what businesses they chose.
Right.
But he assured me that that could be part of the deal. So we want, you know, we want businesses, and it would be Whiskey Woods, dinner restaurant, or whatever they wanted to say. But it needs not just say Whiskey Woods,
Right.
it is Whiskey Woods,
Yeah.
right? And that's what we would also do on any signage, right? Is
So we
tell
could set those
people what it
parameters,
is.
like we could say, there's gonna be 8 buckets. I'm just making up a number.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have restaurant, retail, hotel, whatever. And then we could just say, could we color code it? Or like all restaurants were green,
That's not a bad idea, I bet you could.
yeah, right?
I don't know, maybe.
Or maybe have little icons. or
Yeah,
You
yeah,
have
yeah,
a
yeah,
little
yeah, yeah,
icon.
icons, yeah, cool,
You
yes.
could e- I've even thought, you know, we're gonna be a music-friendly city, places that play live music could have a little
Yes,
music note or
yes.
guitar or
Yes.
whatever. So this is kind of cool. It can be on a pole
I
like
like
that as
those on the
well.
square, yeah.
That looks
I like
awesome.
that better.
And honestly, if we do this in something like this, I really think it would help all these, the feel that people have, the need for sandwich boards everywhere.
Yes.
So,
Well, I like the idea of a light over it,
Mm.
like y'all said.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, that other one,
Can
the
they
tall
do
one.
the off the building?
Now, that could be where
that's
you're
not
at.
part of this,
Okay.
but that's part of the sign ordinance that we're gonna be bringing.
So my question was, you got these and you said they're like 9 foot tall. But our sign ordinance is shorter than that.
We're gonna change that.
Okay.
And I believe he said he can build them to, I mean, they, we
Yeah,
can build
they
them
don't
to
have to be 9 foot.
Yeah.
No, but to be able to
want the
see
9
them when
foot.
you're
That's right.
driving down the highway.
You want the 9 foot,
Well, Especially since each business is gonna be.
yeah,
Mhm.
otherwise it's too small for anybody to read.
Yeah,
And they can do a double one, see,
And now
best
since I
time.
just talked
I
to you,
like
I'm
that.
yeah.
I like the one with the signpost better than.
Well, you do different applications in different
Yes.
places, right? Yeah.
I mean, he was saying that, you know, they tried to do kind of like the old timey with wood, you know, and everything, but they just break down to, it's not, you know, they have to kind of take them and redo them again, and so that's what he told me, it's like, they've kind of come up on the right materials that
Yeah, yeah,
last. And
yeah.
Of course, we do our logo and our fonts, whatever we want, our colors, everything.
That one's kind of cool.
Well, it would make sense to say somewhat consistent, but to have some variability where it makes sense, right? So on the square, you would clearly do something different because it's special. Yeah, yeah.
So we also get a percentage of what people pay. The city gets that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
So,
they set it up for, they
Yeah.
build them, they maintain them. And the people do advertising, and it's reasonable enough, it's really reasonable advertising.
It is.
You know, that, I mean, they'll want
like
it,
50
they're gonna be
bucks.
fighting over
That
it,
was his-
Yeah,
yeah,
their contract says $50 for the small one, $75 for the double.
that's
Yeah.
a deal.
Do you know what our cut is? 2%,
I wanna
3%?
say it's
10?
like 10%,
Really?
10, 15%.
Yeah, we get a pretty nice
Yeah,
kickback.
yes.
So this map is
I'm in on that. I mean,
Granbury.
this is an easy yes for me.
Yeah, this is just what they did in other places. But
I just think it's so awesome. I mean, I know even just driving down, when I first started coming to Glen Rose, if you don't really know, till you
You don't
just
know.
suddenly kind of hit upon it, you're like, oh, what's this little place? And Town Square, that's like, oh, this is a cool place. So I think it's really helpful.
And I mean, we can, you know, if you want, we can bring him back next month. And, you know, he can go through the presentation, and if you want to take action then, if it's something you're interested in. Again, I didn't want to miss the opportunity to put it in front of you. But I do think it would be nice if he were the one doing the presentation. So,
I like the
I'm up
idea.
for
I
that.
just think, that we need to have different signs for downtown square area versus Highway 67.
yeah, for sure.
We need to establish some type of parameters on what we're.
What if I
looking
do
for.
this? What if I have,
Text dot roads, like, I thought this was interesting.
what's that?
I thought he was
I
saying.
don't need to see it. Like, this is an easy yes for me.
But don't you wanna see kind of the layout of what is where?
They are, well, first they showed us that, but second, we're gonna have they're not gonna decide where it goes. The city decides where it goes. That's what we decide where it goes.
But I'm thinking like the logo look,
The
the color,
style.
kind of the whole
Well, we can-
brand.
We can, yeah, we
design
can
those
approve that, but we can say, yes, let's do this, let's get going, and then you bring us, hey, this is
I'll
what
bring
we're
you a design.
recommending.
Yeah.
So instead of him coming to us to pitch the idea,
Yeah,
he's
I'm-
coming to us to say,
I'm
here's
sold
what
on
I
the
think we
idea.
should do for y'all. So I move that we move forward with with partnering with this company for the presentation of Wayfinder signs, with the understanding that they will bring to us for approval anything before it goes out.
Second.
Cool.
All in favor? 5-0, passes.
All right, awesome.
We've been talking about these for years. No,
Stacy,
At least 2
since I've been on council.
Okay, item 21, discussion, consideration of possible action regarding decorative lighting for the historic water tower.
Do we have a picture of that anywhere?
Oh,
We put up the UT tower.
Okay, so you know what? I have it on my computer. Can we plug it in?
Plug right up there.
Oh, that's cool.
So,
Your whispering is being recorded.
I don't care. I just want to know.
okay. All right. So
Oh, they're a cool tower like us.
So this would be something where we would light up the tower, obviously. And the reason we thought of this was, you know, the school district's doing a construction project, and there are fees associated with it. There wasn't really a mechanism for eliminating all fees. So then it's like, okay, how much? What are we going to use it for? And so honestly, you know, Jim had somebody come pitch the idea of lighting the tower. And here's what I think is good about this. Number one, the fees do pay for almost the whole thing. Number two, it's used for, it's really kind of validating or, you know, pumping up the idea that we support the local school district and our teams. And I think from a community standpoint, you think about lighting up the tower after a win or on game nights. That's pretty cool.
That's cool.
You know,
But we gotta remember, game nights are not just football.
I know.
Is it from an app? So like Commissioner Harris can manage the chimes on the courthouse square from his app. So he kind of has a calendar of on Independence Day, we're going to play this. On Veterans Day, we're going to play. And so he kind of has that scheduled out. And then when there's something coming up, he'll reach out to different folks to say, so would we be able to do the same thing? So you could calendar
think
out
it is,
something.
right?
But then we'd also need to have a communication plan in place to say, okay, who are we going to message to say the Lady Tigers won? So we can.
I
we
would
can
think
do
it
it
would
from-
be Jim, and Jim is the biggest sports fan anyway, so.
Dr. Overbo.
Oh, there you go. But that's so you could do it from home is what I'm, so because to your point, we're going to find out on a Friday night or Tuesday night or whatever. And so.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Oh, we could, when they're coming back from a game, the kids are coming back on the bus and they get to see.
I
Yeah.
can tell you, in partnering with us, when Troy brought up about partnering with a school district.
Yeah.
Overbo is excited about it. Those fees they pay go to something
Yeah,
community wise.
Yeah.
Right.
And school wise, and he's
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
good with it.
I mean,
So-
after every win, guess what? When they walk outside, they'll be looking to see if the tower's lit up.
And then
That's pretty
people
cool.
can look and see if they can't even you're driving home from out to dinner and you see it flashing and you know they won.
Is it gonna be flashing or solid?
Oh, what,
Hey, TJ,
yeah, sorry.
did I acknowledge you or not? I'm not sure. Stuart?
The Booster Club would probably help with it.
Oh, good
Oh,
idea.
that's
Oh,
awesome.
yeah,
They help
yeah.
with a lot of stuff, and
Yeah.
they might be good to source the information for
Yes.
who win and who loses.
That would be awesome.
Of course, when you got two teams playing the same night,
We'll just write it all the
we'll
time.
Yeah.
go with the football.
We'll take whoever gets the win.
Whoever gets a win.
Richard?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Number one, did we get power back on the tower? Or-
Coming out Friday.
So does this estimate include that, or is that something that we need to approve over and above?
I
Or
can
is that-
handle that. through-
Okay. Okay. And then are they doing the legs as well? If this gets approved, are they doing the legs as well as the tower itself?
Oh, good
Whatever
question.
y'all want.
Like that.
What does this quote? Does it,
That's for everything.
That's for
Oh, wow.
everything.
Legs
Oh,
and-
wow.
And it can be different colors, like if you wanted on the 4th of July to do red, white, and blue.
I sent you the video.
I've seen it before.
Oh, we have a video?
Yep,
Oh, that's cool.
I emailed it to you.
All
Pretty
right.
cool what they do now.
Yes, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Conrad.
So, question or comment is, we are like one step away from making the tower, an additional historic designation, which qualifies it for grants to pay for stuff like this as well. So I think we're literally just, all we need is we're awaiting a survey to be sent to the HPC. I don't know if that's something that's even, I know you've got a gajillion things coming at you. So you may not have, so if you could cause we're dang near guaranteed to get it. So that could also be something, if you can find out what, and I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. So that may also be able to be something that can help with it. It could happen.
So because the fees already paid for it,
I think since it's a historical, it still has to go through just to be blessed, to be done.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it's not, I mean, it's.
So it still has to be, they still have to be notified.
Yeah. Yeah, yes. But beyond that, getting money for it would be awesome.
It'll almost be like the Omni in Dallas.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Or what was it called? Well, the Bank of America building, we do that now. Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, very cool.
Yes. Can you imagine those kids driving home and seeing that? I would lose my mind if I was in
Imagine the
school.
visitors coming down 67 and going, look at this town.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
charged. That's cool.
Yeah.
I do like the other picture where it had the legs lit up.
Yeah.
With that.
That's cool.
Love it.
well, we thought about,
And those kids.
um,
That'd be awesome. Man.
we thought about if they lost, lighten it up the other team's colors.
Oh, no, sir. It's white no matter what, because we're proud of
Or
you,
black.
but it's red and white for a win. There you
We're
go.
gonna charge that team a fee.
No, I like that. Put the toll road in.
No, I think this would be awesome
Yeah.
for us to do.
I make a
Councilmember
motion
Walker?
that we approve this.
Second.
There was also one other little detail we left out.
Oh, I removed my
We
second.
wanted to, maybe paint a tiger or
A tire print.
GR or something
Oh, yeah.
on the west
On the side facing
The
the
school.
school.
Facing
Yeah.
the school.
Which
Oh,
also faces
love
my
it.
house. Yes, please.
Can I make a suggestion though, that instead of just doing it on the
Guys, we
side
have
of
a
the
second
school,
already on
putting it
the
on
floor.
put it on both sides, so you have an opening on both
Yep.
sides.
Stacy.
I
you're
will,
Listening to me.
I'm sorry,
No.
that's ignoring you.
We have a second on the floor.
she revoked her second.
I did.
So I am going to amend my motion that, is there an additional fee for painting the
Oh, yeah.
tiger paw? So I would like, to amend my motion that we do this in addition to putting the tiger paws. Jim just needs to get the cost to us to make sure it's not exorbitant, but I'm sure it won't be.
On both sides.
On both sides.
I'll
What
second.
about a tiger, the tiger face? It should be facing.
All in favor?
Come on.
Five,
The face,
The paw, you need
the
a
paw,
That's the.
smackdown.
Yes.
Yep.
The problem with the GR is kind of the logo.
They're trying to get it like copyrighted to where, like how you see the tiger heads at Brookshire.
Yeah.
They're trying to do that with the paws.
I'm going to get
Yeah.
with him on that.
I want the
Where's my
GR, that's what I
page?
like.
Okay.
And it reads better from
That
afar.
too.
It does.
Let's do have a white light on it, spotlighting it, would be pretty cool.
That's what
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
cool.
How much you pay?
Just do it.
All right, fellas, ladies.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, awesome.
Jesus.
Um,
22, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the ordinance authorizing budget adjustments for the year ended 23-24 budget.
This is just, we told you last time we'll be
Says-
bringing, budget adjustments quarterly instead of kind of whenever we feel like it. So these are just showing where we're going to, the red is where we're taking funds from, the blacks are reallocating it to zero out those items. So basically, we're just taking money we haven't spent, our plan on spending, using that to cover things we overspent.
I make a motion to approve as submitted.
I'll second.
All in favor? 5-0. Man, they're easy tonight, aren't they? Okay, that will be ordinance number 2024-0-7. As always, I will offer the opportunity on the consent agenda. If you don't have any individual items you'd like to discuss, can we approve this agenda as a whole?
I make a motion, we do.
Second.
All in favor? 5-0. Consent agenda is approved. Staff reports, Jim?
I don't have anything to add.
Just trying to get to your stuff.
I had something written down in your stuff too.
It's in order, isn't it?
Page 234.
230. Why do we have 234 pages?
We have 257 to be exact.
What?
I'm just glad they're all digital pages.
I wish they were paper.
I'm glad.
where I
Remember when
could
you had to
touch 'em.
convince everybody? to-
Thank you, Jim, for this and also for our note on your wastewater thing, letting us know how many gallons of wastewater, fluent water went to the golf course. I appreciate that.
I have a question, but this is off topic. How do you create a school zone and where do you place it? I mean, can we not place one on 67 when you're near the high, like by the high
It's
school?
a state highway, so we can't, we're working on it.
So what about like, even College Street? That's closer to the hospital, like that side of it. I mean,
That's a school.
By
zone, no?
ordinance,
I mean, huh?
by ordinance. There is a school zone there. I don't,
It didn't go, I mean, it like literally
It
stopped
stopped
right
at
at that
the block.
corner.
Oh.
Yeah, so it didn't like go into there's just a lot of traffic between there and this,
That's
the
a-
hospital.
That's a 20-mile-an-hour
And
road though.
another question. What about the deaf child sign?
Yeah.
That like disappeared again over off of, what is it, Van Zant?
oh, yeah.
Yep.
And
Is it
so,
Is
yeah,
there still a deaf child there?
yes, very much
There is?
so.
Grown up by now.
No, he's 11. Dang.
No, I can order a new one if it's
Well,
missing.
the idea was, when you look at here's the first deaf child sign here, and here's the second one, and there's literally 4 houses between there with one house with kids in it. And so it kind of puts a big flashlight on, hey, this is where the deaf child lives. So the parents were just worried about like predators and stuff. Could we then extend the deaf child area to be before the bridge on this side closer to Sonic Park and at the beginning of the street over here at Van Zant?
So it's not so.
Yeah. Okay.
College Street's 20 miles an hour regardless.
It is?
Yes.
That's good.
Whether people do it or not is a different thing.
So when, I don't know, I mean, I'm new to this obviously, but I mean, at what point does that get done?
With text on it?
No,
On the highway?
the deaf child.
Oh, we can do that. I mean, there's no standard for the distance on those. We can just move those.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Question on your update on the tank replacement project. You kind of commented in there that Chris Hayes is waiting on the electrical engineer. Couple of items before completing the plan set. Chris Hayes and I met on the 21st to review the draft, and then says that the plans were submitted to TCEQ. So we submitted the plans to TCEQ for review before getting the electrical back, or
No,
has the
I just-
electrical been completed?
The actual update is in the red.
Right, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so that's happened. I just didn't omit all the other stuff before that.
Perfect. That's what I thought. I just assumed and I meant to get with you beforehand and didn't get a chance to.
I would like for us to be able to see the plans for the sidewalks when you get them, just so we know, especially on
I
my
have them. They're just that last little ramp right there where the mega pole is at. They're still working on the details.
Okay.
Not a pole, it's a mega pole.
It's a monster.
He's not wrong.
Megalodon.
Any other questions?
TJ?
We still have heard nothing from TxDOT yet, other than what you've updated on the school zone on 67.
They said that they did the.
Yeah.
I never saw the.
I mean, we're a month late.
Things on the, where they count the traffic. I never saw traffic counters over there, but.
Well, call the TxDOT office and ask them what's going on.
They've been taking care of it. I don't want us to overstep bounds. That's what they're doing.
Jim, on the effluent water going to Squaw Valley Golf Course, is that 9.8 million units or 4.8 million units?
9.
9, okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
It's nice and thorough, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
A lot of new stuff.
Chief Martin.
Yes, sir. I've got that video, about a 30-minute video, Station Fuel Strike.
I'm gonna tell you something about this police department. After the eclipse occurred, I came out of my house, well, my wife and I were in our backyard, and an incident occurred a few houses down from me, and I could see it. And my wife wouldn't let me go down and take care of it. And I looked at it. It took 1 minute and 40 seconds for our police department to arrive at the scene, and it was a volatile situation. That's what we get.
Wow, that's awesome.
Good job. Really.
I started to go on a golf cart, but I
It was Jesse, it wasn't
He
Buck.
is on a roll tonight.
When I looked at my watch, I thought, okay, what is this gonna take? And he was there. And then, of course, 2 sheriffs followed up to assist. So very good job when we get that kind of response.
Yeah. I don't know why you didn't ask for backup on the 28th of the month, though.
Yeah. Member Walker, you had something?
It's late.
I just wanted to say that I did call Buck this month to ask him about some stuff over here by the log cabin. St. John's cabin, thank you. There were people parked on both sides of the street at ladies' night. I could barely get my pickup through, and another car turned, and they had to back out and go over to the side because there was not room. So Buck is working on getting us some streets that we really need to look at that. They're too narrow for that. We need some we need to figure out what we're gonna do, but he didn't hesitate, said he would help me. We've got to figure out what we can do, because a fire truck couldn't have got through there, or an ambulance but they would have really been careful had something have happened at Ladies Night on the Square.
Could that be an opportunity? So Pam identified that we do have an ordinance on file already that says, so maybe it's just a matter of getting some signage out. That,
We talked about
Yeah.
that a little earlier.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, but now I'm saying, she talked about that the ordinance exists, so now how do people know? Cause we didn't know, so then can we get signage put out on those streets where it applies, it says something to the effect of, parked cars may not impede the street less than 10 feet wide, or whatever is the right thing. Cause people aren't gonna know, they're just.
We can have non-parking on one side.
No parking on one
side,
Yeah.
One side. And if
Yeah.
we have one side, no parking, then that ends that.
Or
TK,
you can
whatever
turn around
hours.
and not go down that street.
Well, that's listen, that's
Drive a Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Chief Martin?
And you go.
Thank you for your report.
Chief Martin, we publicly want to tell you we're very sorry for your loss. And what we talked about doing, give us a date, give us the number of people so we can provide a nice meal for the family to get together and.
Okay. Thank you.
As a memorial to your dad.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
He's a good guy, bud.
Larry, hang on, let me get a timer.
I'm short and sweet on this. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. Otherwise, I'm done.
Any questions, folks?
Nope, looks great.
Yep, we're up again.
Big number.
Yep.
We're a
Well,
profit center, Larry.
yeah, the return revenues are getting a little better. So that's good. Any questions on animal control?
Can I ask one question it's back when, what's going on with the stage over Whiskey Woods? Or is that something we need to
Oh, boy, we had
sidebar
enough
later?
discussions about that today. I've got a one-page report due to the mayor.
Okay, never mind, say no more.
We're short and sweet, but
Yes, sir.
We're going to
Good
get
enough.
that done.
we had meetings today, Troy and I did with them, so.
Appreciate it.
So you'll forward that
It's
to
been on
us?
stall, but I don't know why it's on
No
their end.
idea.
It's been approved since December 7th,
Okay,
okay?
gotcha.
And I just want to say this, Larry just had some pretty serious health scares, and the guy came back to work in no time, and there's nobody more dedicated than this guy, so.
Sometimes I think we put too much on them.
Oh, shucks.
He's supposed to be on this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your work, Larry.
Yeah, we just keep it up, but we've got a lot going on, but it's gonna get even more hectic.
Animal control, I just hated to see we had that many animals euthanized, but I know that she does try to get them out
She
to
does her very best to make sure they get a home.
rescues and whatnot, so.
Yeah, and there's some that we just don't have a choice. They're not salvageable. Yeah.
Just a quick recognition for you with the fire department, with the fire marshal, like this is what we talked about as a need, and it was a gap. And so when we met, we said, hey, we'd like to see this kind of action happening with inspections, et cetera, and you're clearly working with them to see,
I can tell you,
yeah.
the fire marshal and I work
Yeah.
really well together. When we can spend a Wednesday morning together, we have gotten things done
Yeah.
that he couldn't get done in 3 years. We've gotten done in 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, there's a significant gap closure happening
Yeah,
here,
you'll
and it
start-
reduces risk. And so this is one of those things that's not a check the box kind of thing. This is the kind of thing that is immensely important that it's getting done. So I very much appreciate
Yeah,
it.
and
for
the
the
fire
safety
marshal
of our community.
actively functions on our plan review system.
Yeah.
So we make sure that he's in there with that because it's caused, like, the inclines going in, if you would look at over at Whataburger,
Mhm.
we had them reduce that incline slope because it needed to be less than 10% so they don't drag the bumpers.
Mhm.
And you're starting to see all of the fire lanes around town. You're seeing Knox boxes. We're getting all that done.
Mhm.
Knox box,
It's a little safe that gets on the outside of the building that
where
only,
it's got the keys for the fire
only
department.
the fire
And they
department
can
has the
open
key
that
access to.
building
They can open
without
up
tearing
and
the door
shut it,
down.
plus the window or door.
Yes.
Any other questions for Larry?
Just one opportunity to point out, to kind of dovetail on what Demetra was saying, this is a real opportunity, something that we should highlight, where we are working proactively with other entities within the community. We identified a gap, we identified an approach, how to handle it, handled it in the professional way, and now we've been able to execute because Larry and the fire marshal working closely together. So thank you for that.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yeah.
great
To tag
example.
on to that, I talk to Brad every week almost, and he says nothing but great things about y'all.
Yeah, it's been a team effort and it works really well.
Well, thank you, Larry, appreciate it. Convention and Visitors Bureau Director Report, Rita May.
Just for fun, can you take one and pass one down? Just for fun.
Just for fun. Julie.
Just for fun.
Jigsaw puzzle?
What about fun? That's just to show you the Facebook stuff that's going on since we've only been in there about 90 days. And it just kind of really illustrates the power of putting money in an ad. It just shows the reach, and I've only put in not even $500 in 3 months, and so it just kind of shows you, what you can do. Oh, Stacy just putting up. These are just these are renderings for possible billboards. I think she has another one coming. That's what it could. This is just an example of what would look like on the back of the CVB. Something like that. So when they're coming over the hill, there's
That would
something.
be great on the Glen Rose monument signs that have Glen Rose as one word. But can I just say again, a kudos. That is, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but that's an execution. One of our big gaps in the comprehensive plan was that we have rodeo royalty here and nobody knows it and nobody talks about it. And I know the dinosaurs are a big deal. I know, but there's more to us than that. And so I very much want to compliment you. I think that is a very subtle, very cool nod to our history, but it doesn't look old fashioned. I mean, it's a fantastic gap closure. And so I could see that on those Glen Rose monuments, especially because it's coming up to at least the one on 67 on that side when you're coming up to the expo, because then you see it and then you get to the expo.
Yes,
Man.
That's where the activities happen.
But it's been a gap, and just that little thing, I was like, gosh, it's chef's kiss. I love
What's
it.
wrong with right there?
I love that one. That's perfect.
That's perfect.
Where is that?
On
We have.
the back of the CBD.
Well, we came to that the cowboy has been in fluctuation, but I
That's
feel
so
like
cool.
this is him.
Yes.
I think it's this guy.
like
Because
the
the other
Diamond
one
Guy.
is a little bit clean cut for me.
Yeah,
I like a
that
little
one.
bit rugged guy.
Yeah.
I think he looks a little more like LA he looks like on a set. This
That looks like
guy,
Clint Eastwood.
I just like him.
Yeah.
I just think
That
he's
sounds
cool
like
looking. Yeah, he's cool. And all these things can be worked with. And like we were
Yeah.
saying earlier, how different logos, like we have the dinosaur, but we can do the dinosaur with the cowboy, but we can also go this road. We can also do our girl on a dinosaur. We can do,
Yeah.
we're a tourist town and we're small enough that we can have fun. We can be that tourist town that people love to go.
Yeah.
They'll want to get a souvenir. We can be funky. We
Yeah.
can afford to be funky and people love it.
I very much thank you, and you're on the right track
you.
with that. And
So glad to
we
hear.
don't have to be myopic. And so this is a perfect example of that.
Thank you.
Yes. I like that. I don't want to forget that we do have Dinosaur Valley State Park and Dinosaur World. I don't want to forget the dinosaur capital.
Oh, no,
but
not at all.
I like the colors. I like that.
Gotta get to Glen Rose.
You gotta go.
Gotta-
you gotta go to Glen Rose.
Hey,
What's that say?
Okay,
Gotta go to
gotta go to Glen Rose. To point to that, what the idea is, did I send you the gotta go Glen Rose? Well, you've seen the cowboy and the dinosaur and the totality. So the idea is that's the icon. That can change with anything. When it
could be an
4th
Easter
of
bunny
July,
icon.
he's red, white, and blue, and he's got his flag. When
And
it's,
his Uncle Sam
it can just be anything, but you get that base line. Then he becomes the icon, the cowboy dinosaur, because who else is a cowboy on a dinosaur? Nobody in Texas.
I
That's
love
us.
that.
That's it. So they're only going to think of Glen Rose. So I don't know what this looks like interesting numbers.
What's your hot one?
Okay. I haven't seen that yet. What's it? So that's just like the tip of it. So many other little things are happening. I'll just touch on occupancy. Like I talked to JC the other day. March 2024, he was at 49.60 occupancy rate. The Baymont is at 35%. And she felt strongly that it was because of the building, the car wash being built there. She
yeah.
really, really felt that was what it was, because the year before she was at 46.
The gray, I'm trying to read my.
Yeah,
The
my
gray's
apologies.
this
It's on, it's
Okay,
on
so
your,
the gray is
it's on the
this year.
computer.
I didn't see it on.
Well, the good thing
Yeah,
about the graph on the right
253.
is that 2021 and 22 was COVID. We were coming out of COVID. Everybody wanted to go somewhere after
Right.
COVID.
Yeah.
That's why we saw the next year it went down, right? Because we were kind of back to normal. But this year is already trending up again, and it may surpass, looks like it's kind of ahead of where we were even coming out of COVID, which is great news.
Yes.
Downloaded it because I added them and I realized.
Okay. Okay.
JC even said for some reason his February was just like, he's like, I don't know why, but like February was just really good. for
Okay,
sure.
if we go, if we see up, that's. we wanna
I
see.
have a question. I know, last month, I think it was Dee brought to us about talking about the B&Bs and possibly, a moratorium on
Short-term rentals.
the short-term rentals, that's the right word for it instead of B&B. In your opinion, and that I know this is not an action we can do anything about at this time, but this is in your realm of stuff. In your opinion, if we were to stop new B&B, new short-term rentals, would this help our hoteliers
Would it help the hoteliers?
to have a higher?
That's hypothetical. I mean, it probably would because there's fewer rooms available, but
I think it would, I think it would help the,
yeah.
I think it helps the hoteliers.
Discuss this,
Oh, we can't discuss that, sorry.
because it may be on a future agenda.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking it was her expertise type stuff, so, okay.
But I would say those are two different types of people.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Any other specific questions for our convention or our visit Glen Rose?
Thank you.
This looks great, Rita.
Did
Thank
you see, yeah, so that's exciting, and I think that we're heading in the right direction. Other things on the, like, for tomorrow, I have my first influencer arriving from San Antonio.
Oh, San Antonio, perfect.
Yes, and he
Perfect.
is really, he actually pursued me, and his rate was really a lot, and I was like, I just can't do it. And I said, can you do it for this, you know? And he said, you know, I really want to see Glen Rose, so I'll do it. I said, I'll get you a room, I'll get some meals comped, you know, and we'll go see Fossil Rim, whatever, you know. So I've kind of worked out all the logistics for that. And then we also have 6 more coming that I've kind of logistically got rooms, meals, all that kind of stuff. But I know that I can't do that always. So that's, you know, that's where we have to start allocating some of that in the budget for those kinds of things. I really, really believe that so much of what I'm learning about this place, about this job, is it's about hospitality and building relationships and creating a reputation for who we want to be now and who we want people to see where we're going and just take us seriously, but also understand that we can have fun and we're a funky, cool town and we're hip and cool and with the times and we're going places, we're growing, you know? So I think that's really important. So we have quite a few. I even got the company that I have the influencers coming. I got those girls on their own. I said, can you 4 girls from Dallas come stay in Glen Rose? And La Familia was gracious enough to let them come for a couple of days. And they're going to come on a Thursday, 4 girls night, and do a bunch of content gathering for me, just as you know, gratis, because I got them to come. And
awesome.
La Familia is awesome. What else? Website is coming. We're so close. I want it to be right. We're honing in on the visitor map. It's basically going to be like a newspaper. Like it's almost like you get a newspaper and it's like, got to go to Glen Rose. You open it up. It's got your itinerary, whatever. You unfold it and your map's inside there. Really cool. Really great. Digital ads. we're launching, I have to get those, actually tomorrow's the deadline. We'll have 2 rounds of digital ads going out at this. They won't launch till the website's launched. There'll be lots up there. And then the Datafy data will start to come in about, we just onboarded, so probably for another 14 days where we've got points of interest. We can, Dinosaur State Park and, Fossil Rim and Dinosaur World and all these points of interest that we can gather the data from where these visitors are coming from and target those ads. What else? Eclipse was a total success in my opinion. It was, I think for anybody that was visiting Glen Rose, I think they probably just had the most special, cool, small town experience ever. And I'm glad that it wasn't just like crazy jam packed where they were going to be like, what is this? I think they were like, wow, this is a really beautiful, cool little town, So everyone I talked to just said Glen Rose so friendly. They just loved it. We sold out all of our t-shirts, and the reason that is a point to say is not to be like, wow, I'm so amazing, I sold t-shirts. It's to show you proof of concept. That's the point of that, so that you trust the branding and let the branding move forward and expand into products that are beyond a keychain,
yes,
or a squeezy ball,
What did you profit on the t-shirts? Do you know yet?
Yeah, I do. Dennis was so awesome. We made a deal and he was great to sell this for me. So we had like 239 shirts. I paid $10 a shirt to get them made. We sold them for $24. So Dennis cut us a check for like $4,000 back.
Did he keep a portion?
All I said to him was, all I want is the cost back and then we'll split the profit. So each of us got $7 a shirt.
Nice.
And so the museum ended up making like $1,600 just to sell them.
Good.
Awesome.
Great idea, Rita.
Great.
So we need
Great
to get in.
spot for it.
It's a great spot. So I've got mugs coming. Like I have a local girl making local mugs and I have a cool place making really cool mugs with our logo and stuff on them. That will happen soon. My gosh, there's just like so many things. I don't want to like stay all night. Oh, Stay All Night. That makes me think of. So I got the rights. I got the rights to the song called Stay All Night.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And we're gonna make a darling, beautiful video, highlighting several different couples or families or whatever. And they're gonna be doing all the things through Glen Rose, and the whole song is all about stay all night with me. And that'll be
Bill Bob Wheels too?
no, it's a no. I don't know. No, that's
She
not
don't
it.
know who Bob Wills is.
Oh, maybe I'll use that one next time.
That's the one I'm hearing in my head.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so anyway, so that I'm trying to think if I left anything else out. So I just want to make sure I got y'all in here. Datafy.
God, y'all did really
Okay,
well.
so I think that's all the stuff I have for now. Things are just moving along. I'm really excited. I think it's great. I love Glen Rose.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank y'all.
City Secretary, do we have anything to?
As you can tell, we have video now.
Are they all,
Yes.
are they all done or do they still have some punch work?
It's all done. It all works. Anything that's not working is most likely user error. I'm figuring it out.
Who's the woman in the corner that was videoing?
I can't really, her name, I'll tell you.
But it wasn't on behalf of our, was it for our, okay.
Oh, I see.
Guys, my computer cord is right here, so be careful.
So Mayo,
Yes, sir.
I was afraid to say next.
I was trying to catch my breath. Go ahead, Troy.
By the way, Dennis Morris said we can paint this a mural on the side of his museum.
Nice.
Dinosaur coming out of a
Let's
wall.
see it.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Oh yeah, we have the mural girl coming tomorrow too. I forgot to
It'd
meet.
be awesome.
I'm sorry, next week.
I can't see.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Oh, I love
What
it.
is this?
What's
It's
that?
a dinosaur coming out of a wall
Oh, that's so
on the side of the
awesome.
museum.
Yeah.
How great is that?
Yes.
Is it,
Love it.
And it's the
The
perfect
mural
place for
person,
it.
who's gonna be that?
Perfect place. for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have one look, the girl is doing pinstripes. We're gonna meet her. She might do back in the Stephen King, and I have another person who's coming to meet us to do things like this because it's special, like 3D
What
stuff.
was
with
that?
different animals.
Stay all
Like
night.
Matt Can.
From the song Stay All Night.
Okay, so
All right.
We put sales tax on there, so you can see that so far this year, we're doing pretty well, right? So we're ahead of last year. Last year was a record. We were right at 2 million last year. My goal for this year is 2.5 million. That's a tough goal. I think we can do it. Next, what else do I have? Is that it?
You have the clicker.
I'm trying to call it. Control over it.
You still.
All right, thank you, Troy.
Big target, go for it.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. So,
We cannot read that.
yeah, this
It's more
is,
informational.
it is, I
Okay,
mean,
that
Just
makes
looking
sense.
at it.
I get it.
look, we're way under budgeted for expenses and over for revenues. So
That's awesome.
that's what you want to be. And, you know, we haven't spent money. So I wanted to actually do this report at the first of the meeting. Somebody told me not to. But I thought maybe that might have an influence over how painful George was going to feel during the night.
I made the motion to buy the skid
To
steer.
extract money was like getting blood out of a
It's
stone.
pretty tough.
You know?
Pretty
Uh,
tough.
can
Keep
you
my
email
dollars
us,
close.
Yeah, we can do that. But look, I mean, we're gonna measure everything we do. So, you know, when we talk about an incentive fund, we're gonna measure the results.
Yes.
We have to, you know? So same thing on sales tax, everything we do, quality of life, revenue. Sometimes if they're both, like parks, that's pretty awesome, right? But it's gotta hit one of those two metrics. And I think everything that we're trying to do is gonna do that, right? So I think the more we do, I do think when we jumpstart, now we gotta get the right businesses in. That's a work in progress. But I think our town square is really gonna get hopping. And then I think we're gonna kind of move to 67 and really kind of think about how we maximize what we have left. you know?
How do we fill it with what we want? So
Exactly.
it doesn't get
Yes.
filled with what we want.
Exactly. Best and highest use,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So I talked to a company, and I think I might have emailed you on Next Move Group.
Yes.
Yep. So I talked to him about housing. We've talked about what kind of housing we need. We talk about affordable housing and, you know, so for really not expensive price at all, they will do a complete housing study and tell the city
Oh my gosh.
what you
Oh,
need.
that's so needed.
What kind of
Yes.
housing you need. So they look at your workforce, they look at your unemployment, how big you are, property values, they look at Zillow and.
Does it
Salaries.
include forecasting? Because I feel like we keep talking about chicken and the egg, right? And we can't get businesses here. We don't need workforce housing yet because we don't have businesses here, but we can't get
Right.
businesses here without having workforce housing
Right.
here. So is that kind of part of that
It is.
computation?
And I actually asked them if they could go a step beyond that and tell us other things like, you know, we know we're a tourist town. That's why we're trying to amp up tourism, her and me, right? Square, you know, things she's doing. And at the same time, we do need another industry, if you will, so that during times of economic hardship, that hits tourism first, we're not upside down. So how do we get more businesses in the business park, right?
Yes.
How do we lure companies? What kind of companies should that be? What do we have the workforce, which is not just citywide, but it's also county.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm getting them to put together a program that would do that. And they basically would say, you know, this is what you need to do. You need entertainment. We know that, but you know, this is the kind of entertainment you need. Here's your demographics. Here's who you need to gear it towards, right? So I will probably be bringing that next month to you guys to approve. But I believe it's something that we should do because honestly, comprehensive plans are fine, but, you know, you can white out the name and put ABC Town and go look at their comprehensive plan, and it's gonna pretty much look the same, right? So they kind of tell you the same thing every single time. So, but this is geared to us. This is our demographics. This is our average age. This is our square miles. This is our workforce. You know, all those things. And really be able to tell us, look, you know, you're a tourist town, maximize tourism, but you really needed something else to fall back on. What's that gonna be, right? Is it gonna be people that are working remote like her or you? You know, is that who it is? Maybe, you know, and if that's true, then let's gear some effort towards attracting those kind of people, right? So I think that will be really good for us. Other than that, I gave you my monthly report, so you kind of know some of the things that we're working on grants, and we heard from public management tonight. So working with them, I've talked to other firms that do economic development grants, federal grants. I've got a meeting set up with them for next week. So we'll try to maximize whatever grants we can get. They seem to think that we'll be eligible. As is, you know, the discussion about parks and things like that. So, trying to think what else. You know, we want as a staff to come up with processes that will improve our service, if you will. So Larry and I are working on checklists for developers. So we will just, you know, everybody before their preliminary meeting is gonna have a checklist of what they're gonna need, you know, and it will be very professionally done. And everything will be by email, so nobody can come in and say, hey, I was never told I needed to do blah, 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 right? So those are the processes we're gonna be working on.
I'm nearly crying right now. I'm so
I
happy.
know.
Like legitimately, I've been asking for that for 30 years.
Yeah.
That's
And
because
kudos
when
to
you think
y'all
about
for
the
taking
end
care of it.
user, we think about it from our own like, ugh, what pain when things don't get done right. But I've also been the end user who's like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. So it's a huge impact for the people who are trying to do the right thing and get frustrated because they don't know what the right thing is. That's
Yeah.
phenomenal.
Well, we've got a lot to do in certain areas, and we know that, right? There's a lot of things that need to be addressed in different areas. So, you know, I can tell you, like, Jim's awesome. Jim's done a great job with water and sewer. Let me tell you, for development purposes, you know, having those in good shape, we're way ahead of so many different cities. You know, we talked about water rate studies, and I've got 2 companies that we're gonna be looking at to do those. But just in discussions with them, we are so far ahead of other cities as far as having water, available water, having capacity in our sewer plant. So we are ahead of the game. We've got some issues with the water district to work out, but I'm actually feeling kind of good about that lately. So we're trying to further that relationship there. Needs to yield fruit for us, right? So that's pretty much it. I don't know any other questions you guys
Wonderful.
have.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, agreed.
So
Thank you, Troy.
well,
All right, we're going to adjourn from regular session and go into executive session in accordance with the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Law, Subchapter D, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, annotated in accordance with Section 551.074, personnel matters concerning administrative services matter. Okay, we're going to adjourn out of executive session at 11:46 PM.
Can I? Okay, I move to authorize the position of Administrative Services Manager at the pay discussed.
I second that one.
All in favor? 5-0.
I'm super stoked about that.
We're going to adjourn regular meeting at 11:47 PM.
Unacceptable,
Why?
sir.
Why?
By the way.
What'd you say? What did you say, Dee?
Unacceptable.
I just have to tell everybody